This is Audible.
Buried Mage, Fledgling God, Book 4. Written by Michael Taggart. Narrated by Ron Mackenzie LaFurgy. Chapter 1. Mr. Tubbles. The first person I saw was Annabeth, and I felt something inside me relax and sing for joy. I was home. Annabeth was my little Miss Sunshine, the person who sat by my side most of the time while I recovered from my waker moment. She'd sat with me again after I was pummeled by Isabel, and we'd really become best friends when Sandy and John had played Sleeping Beauty in the Cave of Wonders. Her cheerful optimism was the foundation of our crew, and I was so glad to see her again. I dropped my luggage and picked her up in a big hug. She laughed and gave me a classic Annabeth squeeze right back. I put her down and took a good look at her. "Damn, girl, you are packing some muscle," I told her playfully. And she really was, too. When I'd first seen her, she'd been a little round grandma. She was still little, but she wasn't so round anymore. All those hours of training at the beach were starting to show. Her hugs still had all their classic warmth, but now they had some real power, too. John was next. This time it was my turn to get swept up as he hoisted me into the air and gave me a proper mountain troll squeeze. I'm sure I looked like one of those hamsters when you hold them too hard and their eyes bug out. "My brother from another mother!" he exclaimed, squeezing me back. I felt my ribs creak. When he finally put me down, I was seeing stars. John was all man, and sometimes he forgot his own strength. My magical sight had already spotted him behind John as soon as I stepped into the room, so once I got my breath back, I turned to Tyler. My Tyler. My boyfriend. My heart was suddenly so full I thought it would explode. My eyes drank in his smooth brown skin, his warm chocolate eyes, his wicked smile. It almost didn't seem real. This moment was finally here. He was real. I was real. And we were together again. It was only a week, but it felt like a lifetime since I'd last seen him. I cried as I crossed the distance between us. I probably looked like someone in a rom-com movie, but I didn't care. I kissed him, and his lips were real. I wrapped myself around him, and his warmth was real. His muscles were somehow both hard and soft at the same time. I tasted him, ran my fingers through his hair, felt his touch on my body. Oh God, I was in heaven. I didn't know how long it was, but I finally became aware there were other people in the room. It was long enough for Sandy to have put her luggage aside and made herself a cup of coffee. "We'll pick this up later," Tyler whispered, and then we made some coffee for ourselves and joined the group. For the next few hours, we just sat and told stories about the gathering. So much had happened, and there was so much to tell. Sandy still didn't have her pantry stocked back to normal levels yet, so Annabeth made us all sandwiches. I loved mine, but it drove home the fact that we were back to normal living again. No longer would there be carts that just appeared loaded with all kinds of exotic foods. The only thing of real excitement that had happened with the home crew was suddenly getting the mark of the deep earth. That had been a shock. Other than that, life had been quiet. Nobody had attacked the house, and they hadn't found any rotten mages to take out. John was working on a new ring, and Annabeth had been training on the beach. She was now a low student in punching, and her level was 27.8. I was completely shocked. I was level 10.3, and the last time we compared notes, she'd been 9.4. I hadn't tested my punching with sparkles in a while, but still, she was doing awesome. She was also now a low student in the arena, and her level was 63. Mine was only 31. I jumped up and gave her a congratulatory hug, of course, and told her just how proud I was of her. "So, how did you improve so quickly?" I asked. "You always were great at training, but that wouldn't have given you a gain like that." "You'll just have to wait and see," she said mysteriously. Oh, looks like I wasn't the only person who figured out how to do new things, I said playfully. Well, the Grand Matron did say that sonic mages were highly versatile, Sandy pointed out. Yeah, but versatile doesn't exactly mean powerful, Annabeth replied. It does mean you can top and bottom, though, I said mischievously. Annabeth just looked confused as Tyler kicked my ankle. Kidding aside, Annabeth's progress made me eager to find out exactly what variation of the Force Rune I needed added to Red and his Hex network, and then see what arena level I could get up to. Sandy was ready to get settled in, so we decided to meet the following night for an official dinner. She was going to use some of the new stasis trays she'd bought at the fair and see how they worked out. Sandy loved cooking, so she didn't need an excuse to go all culinary for us, but she had a good one anyway. Tyler and I left Sandy's place holding hands and trailing my luggage behind us. He mentioned that he had been staying at my place while I was gone and hoped that was okay. Apparently he'd really missed me and being around my stuff was the next best thing. That was so sweet, I just melted. He was trying to tell me more, but I had so many feelings going through me I couldn't focus. On one hand, my heart was deep in the feels. It wanted to hold his hand, listen to his voice, and burst into song. On the other hand, my body wanted to smash with him in the worst way possible. I was trying to not come across as too much, but I was thirsty. Oh, so thirsty. Like 7 days in the desert thirsty. All that centaur sexual energy from last night rushed through me. I'd almost made it to my apartment when my need grew to biblical proportions. As the good book says, my loins were on fire. I dropped the handle of my suitcase and turned to say something witty, but all that came out was a growl. Tyler's eyes twinkled like he knew exactly how hard it had been for me to even make it this far, and between one blink and the next, he was naked. I picked up his beautiful naked body and sprinted towards the door, growling the whole way. Forget biblical, I was going caveman. I wanted to make it to the bed, but that didn't happen. At least we made it to the bedroom. I wanted to save my clothes too, but that didn't happen either. Somehow they got ripped off and fell to the floor. In the world of gay love, I'm a bottom. There's nothing I love more than having my man working his magic on top of me. Sometimes, though, when the need is great enough, I turn into a powerful, demanding top. This was one of those times. Tyler howled with joy as we hit the floor. I know he lived for moments like this with me. He liked my playful side, but my caveman side really turned him on, as his body beneath me demonstrated to my utter glee. We had no lube, though, and my brain wasn't functioning at a high enough level to get any. I was too damn big to fit without lube, but I wasn't about to let him go. He wrapped his arms and legs around me as my hips ground our dicks together in the space between us. His lips nibbled my neck, and I just lost it. The stimulation was too much. I clung to him and shook as my long, thick fireman laid down his milkshake. I was very aware that those analogies didn't belong together, but I just didn't care. If I was a normal person, that would have lowered the temperature of our lovemaking by a lot. I'd have gotten soft for a while, and we'd have had a moment to recover. I wasn't normal, though. I was a supernatural god, and I was still thirsty. I said in caveman, and Tyler nodded eagerly. At least we had something slick to use as lube now. I was still so hard I pulsed as I slid home inside him. Fortunately, my extreme need was sated a bit, so I lasted longer this time. I still wasn't ready to pull out yet, and Tyler was still having way too much fun, so I decided that the third time's the charm and went for it. My brain cleared up enough for me to upgrade from caveman to Italian lover, and I started using some of the fancy techniques Tyler normally used on me. He moaned in appreciation as his hands urged me on. Faster, harder, they said, but instead I slowed down. I wanted to truly appreciate this homecoming in all its glory and milk it for all it was worth. Pun intended. We had lovely, delicious floor sex until I felt him tightening up. He got extra hard, and I picked up the pace. He came first, and I was right behind him. It was a beautiful slice of heaven, and I collapsed on top of him. We both started laughing, although neither of us had said anything funny. It was just the joy of life and the wonder of being together, expressed in the best way possible. We finally broke apart, drank some water, and then I ran out into the hallway to get my luggage. My shredded clothes were still lying on the floor, and I sadly picked them up and threw them away. Then I decided to unpack. When we opened the suitcase, we discovered my casual clothes had been beautifully folded like works of art. Whichever centaur had packed for me had done a wonderful job. As we put my clothes away, Tyler noticed my manscaping. I told him the story about standing there in my birthday suit while the centaurs trimmed me up to perfection. I think the story about all that manly touching turned him on as he started running his fingers through my hair. And I'm not talking about the hair on top of my head. That turned me on, and suddenly all that centaur lust hit me again. This time, though, we made it to the bed, like civilized people. I lost track of how many ways we did it and who came how often, so let's just say Tyler worked his breathtaking incubus magic. The best thing was that we affirmed we belonged with each other. When I gave my final quivering gasp and collapsed, totally spent, I smelled like Tyler, and he smelled like me. My hands, my lips, my sweat had been all over his body. I'd claimed him as mine, and he'd claimed me as his. It was a wonderful feeling, and I was so happy I almost cried. We lay there for a while, letting my giant ceiling fan cool us down, before Tyler revealed he had a surprise. He told me to hang on for a second and disappeared into the bathroom. A few minutes later, he reappeared and led me inside. He'd strewn rose petals on the floor leading up to our whirlpool tub and lit candles all around it. The jets were on low, and the hot tub bubbled softly. The scene was as romantic as a novel, and my gay heart gave a happy squee. I'd never actually used this whirlpool tub before. I'd always been short on time, so I'd only ever used the walk-through shower. I settled in first, and the hot water felt delightful. I felt so light, like I was going to float up like a bubble. Tyler settled in next, facing the opposite way. This tub was really built for two people. There was plenty of room, and by alternating orientation, it was easy to see and talk to each other. We were also close together, so I laid my arm over his leg and stroked the inside of his thigh. It was intimate and lovely, and for a moment, we just soaked and existed together. Then we started talking about the gathering and my fight with the centaur guard. His feet were right there, so I lifted one out of the water and put it on my chest. Then I added some liquid soap and gave him a foot massage while we talked. He moaned with pleasure and scooched down a bit more to give me plenty of access. It felt nice to do something with my hands while we talked. I was so used to him touching me that I didn't notice at first, but then I realized he was fondling my balls. He was gently rolling them over and over in his hand like they were a pair of dice. I was surprised at just how good it felt, and yet it was really soothing. It was like he was singing me a lullaby. I started massaging his other foot and shifted so he had better access. My goodness, that felt good. Who knew my jewels were such a happy place? If he hadn't already drained every bit of joy juice out of me, it would have made me horny. As it was, though, it felt calming and reassuring. I told him about how protective the Grand Matron had been. If I broke him, then she was going to be after me. He just laughed and said it was nice she still thought of him. I also said we needed to talk sometime about his situation. I needed to know what it was and how I could support him. "We will certainly talk about it," he said quietly. "But I'd rather not get into it right now. I'm safe in the house, so there isn't any hurry, and I'll need to be in the right mood to tell this story. Just know that you are supporting me in the best way possible. Every time we laugh together or just do something normal together, you're helping me recover. Even these missions the house sends me on help me to get back to who I used to be. I've gotten into a good space mentally and emotionally, and I'm grateful every day that I get to heal a little more with you." He smiled at me, and it was the type of smile where his eyes lit up with kindness. "You're easy to be with, Jason, and I appreciate that so much. I love how excited you get about figuring out new things and how hard you work at succeeding. You have a good balance, though. You're not too focused on any one thing. There is room for me in your life, but you're not dependent on me. Being with you feels welcoming, and I love that." For a long time, we just existed together, chatting and touching and enjoying being with each other once again. Finally, I was wrinkling up, and it was time to get out. Tubs are fun to lounge in, but they aren't that great for getting you clean, so we both ended up taking a shower. Tyler told me to relax and put my hands in the air. He would do all the work. He kissed me, soaped me up, and then caressed every part of me in his quest to make sure I was sanitary. I laughed, kissed him back, and thanked him for his diligent service. He finished it off by toweling me dry and then carrying me to bed. He tucked me into my giant 4-poster bed, told me he'd take care of the bathroom, and that he'd be back in a moment. He was just heading off when the bottom of the bed bounced a bit. I looked down, expecting to see Bermuda, but my magic sight already knew it wasn't. My visitor only had 3 legs, 1 eye, and a chewed-up ear. He was a short-haired orange tabby cat, and he looked rough. Clearly, life had not been kind to him. I knew immediately who this had to be. Tyler's shy and elusive furry companion. "Hello, Mr. Tubbles," I said kindly. "Welcome to my home. I'm so glad you are here." I shot Tyler a questioning glance, and he quickly filled me in. "I've been spending a lot of time here, and one day he decided to come and check out this place for himself. You and Bermuda weren't present, so I guess he made himself at home. I hope that's okay." He sounded worried, like I might get upset or something. "Of course that's okay," I said quietly. I was keeping my tone soft, as I was just meeting Mr. Tubbles, and I didn't want to startle him. "Mr. Tubbles, I'm so happy to finally meet you, and you are always welcome in my home." He regarded me with his 1 eye like he knew what I was saying. I reached out my hand so he could get a sniff and say hi if he wanted. He was missing his right front leg and his right eye, but it didn't seem to bother him too much as he hobbled forward and sniffed the tips of my fingers. Then the bed bounced again as Bermuda hopped up from the side and sat down on his usual pillow. Tyler and I froze, staying on high alert. This was Bermuda's territory, and I wasn't sure how he was going to react to having another cat in his domain. Bermuda looked at me like, "Calm down, Daddy. Mr. Tubbles isn't going to hurt you. Let's all be civilized and get along." Then he started grooming himself like it was no big deal. I looked back at Mr. Tubbles, but he just hopped over my leg and hobbled over to a pillow on Tyler's side of the bed. Then he sat down and started grooming himself as well. Tyler and I slowly relaxed. "I think everything is going to be okay," I said in wonder. "I think so too," he replied. "I thought we'd have a bit more drama than this, but I'm glad it's all working out so well." "How did you two meet?" I asked. I'd heard a lot about Mr. Tubbles, as Tyler loved his little ragamuffin, but it was all current-day stuff. Tyler didn't like to talk about his past, and that included his early days with his cat. "I'd escaped, and I'd been on the run for about a week or so," Tyler said quietly. Then he gave me a look that said he knew he was leaving out a lot of his story, but he wasn't ready to tell it yet. I waved at him like, "No problem, keep going," and he did. "I had no money and no one to call for help. I hadn't seen anyone after me for a few days, but I knew they wouldn't stop looking. I needed to just disappear, and that is what I did. I happened upon an alley that was really the backyard of an old warehouse. They had a dump spot where they had thrown out a bunch of old furniture, and there was a place between a stack of sofas and a few chairs that stayed warm and dry. What really made this place wonderful was how near it was to the back of an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet. It wasn't the cleanest place, and they would throw their leftover food into the alley at the end of the night. Once the restaurant closed and the lights went out, I'd fight off the raccoons, possums, and anyone else I needed to in order to get a meal. "So, you met Mr. Tubbles fighting for food?" I asked. "Oh, no," he laughed. "The nice dry spot I found in the sofas already had a resident, and Mr. Tubbles was not very happy about sharing his home. He changed his tune, though, when I started sharing my Chinese leftovers with him. He couldn't fight anymore, so he usually was one of the last alley residents to eat. Since he shared his home, I shared my food, and it wasn't long before we became best friends." "That sounds like quite the story," I said. "I know what it's like to be on your own, trying to survive. I also know how awesome it is to find a warm, dry place to hole up. I didn't have anyone chasing me, though, so it's not the same. I'm sure many people would think that was just awful for you, but it sounds to me like you made it work." He nodded, with a far-off look in his eyes. "In some ways, they were the happiest days of my life. I was free, I had food and shelter, and I finally had a friend. I think that's why we connected so well. Life had been rough for both of us, but we were survivors, and we found out life was better together." "So, how long did you stay there?" I asked. "I think it was a couple months," he said. "I needed time to heal, both physically and magically. Plus, there wasn't anywhere I needed to go. The search was still going on, but there were no cameras in the alley, and nobody went back there. So I was as safe as I could be. I felt touches of magic now and then, but I just hunkered down and blended in. When I finally moved on, Mr. Tubbles came with me. I thought it would slow me down, but he ended up being a big help. People noticed him instead of me, so I could remain inconspicuous for a while longer. Also, cat people are good people, and they would take one look at him and make sure we had food and sometimes a couple of bucks for the road. Mr. Tubbles was also the one that found the house. One day he just led me up to this old mansion and walked inside. I wondered what the hell he was doing and walked in after him. I haven't left the house since." "Wow," I said. "It sounds like Mr. Tubbles knew what he was doing." I turned to address him directly. "Mr. Tubbles, thank you for taking care of Tyler. I know he appreciates it, and so do I." I was being playful, but I was also being serious. I knew firsthand how a furry friend could heal your world and make everything better. Tyler had said he needed magical and physical healing. I think he'd needed emotional healing too, and Mr. Tubbles had been the perfect ragged physician. Mr. Tubbles stopped licking his paw to regard me with his one good eye. "You are welcome," he seemed to say, and then he went back to grooming. Tyler stayed with me for a few minutes longer, and then left to clean up the bathroom and blow out the candles. I was pretty sure the house would not burn down, but there was no sense in tempting fate. I snuggled down into my bed, and Bermuda rolled over and snuggled up with me. I rubbed his belly as the giant fan overhead slowly turned on its long axis. The windows above the bed let in the peaceful sounds of the ocean. That should be impossible since we were in Louisville, Kentucky, and the ocean was many hundreds of miles away. Nothing was impossible in this house, though, and it had made this amazing bedroom just for me. It was so peaceful, I was almost asleep when Tyler came back to bed and snuggled up with me. His naked body pressed up against my back as his arm wrapped around me. Our legs naturally tangled up together, and his warm breath flowed across my neck. This was heaven. Pure, wonderful heaven, and I spent several long minutes enjoying it. Something tickled at my brain about the evening, though. I'd never had a cat before, but nothing about Bermuda up to this point had suggested that he would tolerate another feline in his space. I was very glad that Mr. Tubbles was here, as I'd always felt a bit guilty when Tyler was spending time with me instead of his furry baby. And now we could all be together, and nobody would be left out. I thought about that for a while, letting the sleepy thoughts rest in my mind. Finally, I registered what my magic senses were telling me. My magic sight could see Mr. Tubbles as he scooted closer to Tyler, but I couldn't see inside Mr. Tubbles. I couldn't see his muscles and bones and exactly what his injuries were on the inside. Every living thing has an aura which protects them, but my sight had gotten a lot stronger. I should have been able to see inside a regular cat. It might be blurry, and maybe I couldn't zoom in as much, but I still should be able to see something. I focused my sight and really looked. Nothing. He was a black hole. I tried again, but this time I pushed. I pushed hard, and this time I saw something. He was filled with magic, and it was sky blue. I double-checked Tyler's magic. It was the same color. That could only mean they had shared magic, and that could only mean that Mr. Tubbles was a companion as well. No wonder they'd gotten along so nicely. Satisfied that all was well, I quickly fell asleep. I woke up to something soft and furry touching my face. I opened my eyes, but I already knew what I'd see. Bermuda was full of energy and ready to play. His ears were up, eyes were wide, and his tail was twitching in anticipation of what was coming. I sighed, rubbed his head, and summoned a Dot 3.0. I held Bermuda back for just a sec to give him a little head start. Dot gave a toot-toot and took off with Bermuda in hot pursuit. The bedroom was filled with the sounds of a cat gone wild, but that didn't bother me. I closed my eyes and dozed peacefully until I felt a set of whiskers brush my face. That seemed strange. I could still hear Bermuda playing. I opened my eyes, and there was Mr. Tubbles peering at me from 2 inches away. Once he saw he had my attention, he backed up and sat down. "Well, hello there," I said softly. I didn't want to wake Tyler up, although he seemed to be able to sleep through almost anything. "Do you want some love?" He pulled away from my outstretched hand. No, he did not want love. Instead, he looked at me, then looked at Bermuda, then looked at me again. Then he sat there expectantly, willing me to get the message and do something. "Do you want to play?" I asked, and he bobbed his head in anticipation. Does this cat understand English? Surely not. He was probably responding to the tone in my voice. He looked at Bermuda racing across the bedroom again, and then looked back at me. "You can't see my magic," I explained. "Only Bermuda, Penny, and Eggy can see my magic." He stared at me intently to let me know he didn't care. Bermuda was playing, and he wanted to play too. "Okay," I sighed. "I'll make you a dot. Just don't get mad at me if you can't play with it." He bobbed his head and continued to give me the look. And he was so freaking cute, I couldn't help but give him a quick bit of lovin'. Alrighty then. 1 dot coming up. I couldn't make a Dot 3.0 for him, though. He couldn't run and jump like Bermuda, and he'd just get frustrated chasing it. What I needed to do was increase the fun factor while slowing the car down. What popped into my head was a very fun car. Herbie the Love Bug from the old Disney movies. Now that was a car with loads of personality. I didn't want it to look exactly identical, though, as a white car wouldn't be interesting to a cat. I started with the classic rounded Volkswagen Beetle body. I made the base color sky blue so it matched Tyler's magic, and then I bedazzled the hell out of it. This was going to be a fun car. It needed to do more than sparkle, so I added a red dot, like a laser, on the back, and then added feathers coming off the top. I added eyelashes on the front lights, and gave it a big smile on the hood with a red nose. I paused to admire my work. It sort of looked like it was decked out like a Las Vegas showgirl. Hopefully that translated to being completely irresistible to a cat. I modified the doors into wings so it could fly, as it needed to be able to get off the bed and fly over obstacles. It didn't need to be fast, so it flew more like a slow ladybug. It looked damn cute, though. I added in some tiny details, filled it up with magic, and turned it loose. It rolled its way down the bed, and Mr. Tubbles just sat there looking at me. I was afraid of this. I'd made the perfect toy for him, but he couldn't see it. "I'm sorry, little one," I said gently. "I wish this had worked out." The bedazzled dot rolled back up the bed and stopped beside Mr. Tubbles. He looked at me, looked down at the bed, and looked back at me again. He seemed to be able to sense something was there. Then he turned to Bermuda and gave a raspy cry. Bermuda stopped his wild chase and came over to the bed. They touched noses for a moment, and then Bermuda ran off again. Mr. Tubbles looked down at the bed, and this time I could see he saw his sparkling dot. It rolled down the bed, and this time Mr. Tubbles hobbled after it. Bedazzled Dot made it to the end of the bed, spread its doors, and slowly flew off. It didn't get far, though, as Mr. Tubbles caught one of the feathers in his mouth and pulled it back. He had a very satisfied look on his face as he walked over to Tyler's side of the bed, pulling his dot behind him. I watched them both play for a while with my magic sight. Mr. Tubbles was very slow compared to Bermuda, so Bedazzled Dot made sure not to run away too quickly. Many times he just went in circles, waving his feathers in the air and giving Mr. Tubbles a show until he caught up. Satisfied that all was well, I snuggled into Tyler and tried to get back to sleep. I had several lovely, peaceful moments, but sleep just wouldn't come for me. So I ended up getting my phone and checking the time. 3 a.m. I had a long time until morning arrived. I'd really missed having my phone at the gathering, so I turned down the volume and the brightness and just let myself play for a while. I pulled up Sudoku and enjoyed sinking into the logic of the numbers. I wasn't talented in a lot of areas, but I had a gift for spotting patterns. I could sense the underlying logic behind things that looked complicated, and that made Sudoku fun for me. I cleared board after board, and it felt nice to do something that wasn't training or fighting someone that was trying to kill me. There was no danger in a nice game of Sudoku. Much sooner than expected, I started feeling restless, so I switched to Netflix and watched a show. Bermuda finished playing and came up to snuggle with me. That left the entire floor for Mr. Tubbles, so he let loose as much as he could and really enjoyed playing with his dot. Unlike Bermuda, he didn't destroy my creation when he caught it, so one bedazzled dot was lasting him a long time. I finished the show and started another one, but I started feeling restless again. I'd been really looking forward to spending as much time as possible just doing normal stuff, but now I already felt done with all that, and it wasn't even morning yet. One thing I hadn't done yet was check in with my creations, so I slipped out of bed and went to the bathroom. I sent out the call to let them know I was ready, and they swarmed me with love. All the grannies and octopuses wanted to touch me and tell me how much they missed me all at the same time. I had certainly missed them too, and I let them know how wonderful it was to be back with them. Before I left, I used to check in with my creations multiple times a day to repair any damage and make sure they were doing okay. Now it had been an entire week, and they were looking worse for wear. The grannies especially looked rough. They were cleaning the contaminated magic out of the park, so they were constantly getting worn down by the environment. I'd lost a bunch of them, at least 3/4 of their number, and the ones that were left were not operating at their best. I took the time to fix them all, make sure they were full of fresh magic, and let them know just how much I appreciated their hard work. "So, how's the park doing?" I asked the lead granny.
"It is almost clean,"
she said proudly.
"We would have been finished already if we'd been at full capacity. With what you've been able to do today, though, we might be finished as early as tonight."
"That is just wonderful," I said. "I know the park and everyone who visits it will appreciate all you've done." We talked a bit more, and it sounded like now that the contaminated magic was mostly gone, fresh growth was already appearing. I was very glad to hear that, as I'd thought it wouldn't start coming back until spring next year. Octa and her Tangle were next. They'd stayed in the house, so they weren't in such bad shape, but they still needed some love and attention. I gave all of them fresh, vibrant magic and told each one of them how much I appreciated them. I decided to make sure the park was finished today, so I went back to the lead granny and gave her lots of magic while she duplicated a bunch of new helpers. We doubled their small workforce, and she assured me that there were now plenty of willing hands to make the remaining cleaning easy and fun. The grannies and the octopuses got back to work, and I headed back to bed. I picked up Eggy on the way back. Maybe spending some time with him would calm me down and let me get to sleep again. I snuggled back in beside Tyler, rubbed Bermuda's belly, and then hugged Eggy to my chest and sent him a cheerful hello. I heard nothing but silence. That wasn't like Eggy at all. He was always formal in an old-fashioned kind of way, and he always replied back. I dove in for a closer look and saw what the problem was right away. He had too many types of magic in him, and they weren't mixing. His bottom layer of magic was very old, and it was from his original creator. I think it had originally been brown, but now it was just ashy gray. It was hard and brittle, and it wasn't easy to convert. I had slowly chipped away at it, but it would probably be years before I could convert it all. His next layer was the emerald green and sapphire blue of my magic. It was a nice thick layer, as I'd already spent a lot of time working on him, but on top of that was an even thicker layer of neutral magic from the park. The grannies had been working on clearing up the contamination the whole time I'd been gone, and they'd then passed the magic to Octa and her tangle. Per my directions, Octa had given most of the magic to the house, but her tangle had also given Eggy as much as he could absorb. It looked like they'd given him quite a lot. I'd thought the neutral magic would mix with my magic and he would be fine. Eggy would end up with less saturated magic overall, but it would still be my magic. That's what normally happened with Penny, but it wasn't what I was seeing here. Maybe Eggy was different because I hadn't actually created him? Either way, he had a big fat band of neutral magic, and it had put him back to sleep again. To complicate matters even more, there was another layer of sparkly magic on top of that. I could feel Eggy's awareness, and it seemed like that potent mix of power was giving him the charm equivalent of a bad stomachache. His awareness surfaced enough to give me a polite greeting. Then I got the impression he was feeling like the metal equivalent of throwing up, so he shut back down again. Poor Eggy. I was very glad he'd been able to take all the extra magic from touching the centaurs, but I hadn't known what he was going through and that the extra magic would make it worse. The different magics weren't mixing, though, and after I felt both of them, it was easy to see why. The sparkly magic was like a bunch of drunk frat boys cheering me on. It loved me very much and was solidly on my side, but it was all a bit too much. The neutral magic, on the other hand, felt like it had gone in the wrong door to a meeting room and ended up in an Amway presentation. In other words, it felt confused and slightly suspicious. What I needed to do was create a nice middle ground where they could blend together. This ended up being a lot easier than I thought it would be. I zoomed in to where the two magics met, got into the right frame of mind, and just started inviting both of them to be my regular type of magic. This technique had worked for me before, and it worked for me again. It started off slowly, which was normal, but once I got a little of both sides to mingle, it began taking on a life of its own. I had one big difference this time, the mark of the deep earth. As soon as I started working with Eggy, the mark woke up and got excited.
Metal? Awake?
It sounded a bit like Scooby-Doo, and it was eager to help. It took my normal invitation and amplified the heck out of it. I started reaching a larger group of magic, and soon the two groups were hitting it off like I was hosting an ice cream social. Once I had a good spot started, I began zooming over Eggy's magic like I was Superman, laying down some heat vision. I'd done this before with both Eggy and Penny, and this was my favorite part. I really felt like I was some magical fairy, bringing life and color to the land. I sprinkled my pixie dust, and it wasn't long before Eggy started feeling better and woke up. He was ready to chat, but I wanted to make sure he was in top shape with no tummy issues before I stopped. So I did 3 full passes before I was satisfied. His magic was now a lovely, saturated emerald green and sapphire blue with no sparkles to be found. I had just finished Eggy when it occurred to me that I hadn't heard from Penny in a while. "Penny?" I asked cautiously. "Are you okay?"
Dude,
She slurred.
I've never, realized this before, but, blue is such a deep color.
Oh boy. Penny was drunk on magic.
Really, man. Wow. It's so much green, too.
She trailed off. I told Eggy to hang on and played Tinkerbell on Penny, too. She didn't have a bunch of neutral magic to balance out the sparkle magic, so it was harder to find the balance, but in the end I got it working. I didn't know how long it took for all this, maybe a half hour or so, but in the end, both of my awake charms were feeling happy and back to normal. Penny now had more magic than she'd ever had before. Aggie wasn't anywhere near full, but he had more magic than he'd ever had with me. I linked all three of us together in mental communication, and then sent out images, catching them up on everything that had happened. It took a bit, but image communication is a lot faster than speaking, so they got a full overview pretty quickly.
Young Source, you continue to surprise me,
Aggie said in his normal, formal tone.
I thought it would be at least 100 years before you could spare enough magic to get me back to full wakefulness. In all honesty, I thought it would take much longer, as I am not your first charm or your only charm. You have an obligation to Penny also, so I thought I would rest for hundreds of years before achieving my bliss. And yet, here it is, only a short while later, and I feel fully awake and aware. I am no longer in danger of going inert, and I have enough reserve to transform into my desired form. I truly thank you.
His thoughts were much sharper and seemed to flow much faster than normal. I wasn't sure if that was because he had more of my magic or because of my mark. Either way, it was nice to feel the difference.
Well, I certainly appreciate your help in freeing me and helping me fight the Necrogolem, I replied. Without your help, I wouldn't be here today.
In truth, I was tired of fading slowly,
Aggie admitted.
I hadn't talked to anyone in a very long time. I had many mages that held me, but they didn't speak to me. I was lonely, and I decided it was better to go out in one last moment of defense. It was most likely that you wouldn't be able to fulfill your promise, but I would no longer know or care. Now, however, I have my thoughts back again. I have a place to sit and someone to commune with.
He and Penny buzzed back and forth in stone speak for a moment.
Truly, you have fulfilled your promise to me, which is why I am so ashamed to say I have not fulfilled my promise to you.
I received a feeling of deep sadness and the image of scrap metal being tossed into the junk pile.
Whatever do you mean? I asked, surprised. You were going to sit and think on something, but I've forgotten what it was now.
I was going to sit and think on how you could win your fight,
he replied, and sent images of the locker room before the match with the Centaur guard.
Oh, that's right, I nodded. That fight is over, but there will be many more fights in the future, I'm sure. I always appreciate you thinking about how to keep me alive, but the final responsibility doesn't rest with you.
He didn't seem convinced and appeared to be genuinely upset. Basically decided to end his awareness the day he helped me, so I didn't want him doing anything drastic now. The last thing I wanted was for him to spend all this time sitting and thinking about how he thought he'd failed. That was terrible for people, and it couldn't be good for awakened charms either.
Your sitting and thinking how to help me is like me giving John advice on making a ring, I said quickly.
I was making this analogy up as I went, so hopefully it turned out well. Plus, I wanted to keep this earth and metal related.
John, as the artist, might ask me to give him suggestions and ideas on stones and designs, but in the end, it is up to him what he makes. I put ideas out there for him to mull over, and hopefully they get his creativity going. All the creativity has to come from him, though. What he makes is his design, his idea, his final product, and it may or may not be because of something I suggested. In the same way, you are helping me. You can suggest ideas and strategies for battle, or really anything else I'm trying to do, but at the end of the day, I have to come up with my own strategies that work for me. Your ideas and thoughts are always welcome, but my success or failure doesn't depend on you alone.
I could tell he was going to sit and think on that for a while, so I quickly diverted his attention. Chapter 2. Rune Theory.
There is something I could use your advice on right now, I said. I realized how to make my own shield, and I have Red and his hex network protecting me against magic attacks. I need protection against physical attacks also, and to that end, I've managed to get my hands on the Force Rune. It seems to have a lot of options, though, so I was wondering if you had any insight into how to figure out rune variations.
I was really just reaching for something for Eggy to work on that would be productive. I didn't really think he'd have any insight, at least not right away, which is why I was totally shocked when he perked up and eagerly started sending me images.
Oh, yes! I know that rune well. My master worked with it all the time. It was the foundation of his forging, and he often used it in most of his creations. I even had a variation of that rune etched onto me when I was a sword.
He sent us images of the tools his master had used in his forging, and the Force Rune was present in all of them. But it wasn't just the 4 birds in the horizon line like I'd found. Instead, these images had a lot more variation. Sometimes the birds were off-center or different sizes, or they had different accent lines. The images were not as clear as I would have liked. I'm not sure if it was because it was a long time ago, or if it was because Eggy never really got a good look at them. The most shocking thing was when he showed me the Force Rune that had been worked into his own design. That was crystal clear, and it was certainly different from the one I'd gotten from Biddy. For starters, the horizon line was in the middle, with 4 birds on top and 2 birds mirrored on the bottom. There was also a solid line that went through the middle and ran the entire length of the sword.
Was your creator a rune master?
I asked incredulously.
No, he wasn't. He figured out all the rune variations on his own,
Eggy said proudly. Eggy clearly loved his creator, even though he was long gone.
Other mages thought he was a genius, and that it was his tools that let him make all of his creations. He told us the reason he could make us the way he did was because he was a good listener. He listened to his magic, and he listened to his runes.
Was he a sonic mage then? I asked.
I was thinking of Annabeth and how she listened to the charms Sandy made to see if they were good or not. Annabeth had helped me out a lot when I'd first made tea. She'd said my early attempts at the healing rune sounded horrible.
No, he wasn't a sonic mage either,
Eggy continued.
He was just very in touch with magic, like you are. He would make something and give it all the runes and materials it needed to do what he wanted. Then he'd spend a week with it, just listening to it to see how it performed. He'd draw up new plans, changing the shape and the runes slightly, and then melt the old tool down and reforge it anew. He said the magic and the runes always told him the next step. His job was just to listen and follow where they led.
Your creator sounded really smart, I told him. This matches what I've noticed about magic. It seems to have a will of its own, and it wants to be helpful. I know mages think of magic as an energy, like heat or electricity, but I think it's more than that. For me, magic has feelings. The Cobalt Slug felt hateful. The neutral magic in you felt lost and confused. The stolen magic in Big Ugly was very unhappy and wanted to be free. I just never thought of runes the same way. To me, they have just been a series of lines that became filled with magic and then did something. If a mage didn't get the lines right, then the charm blew up. Discovering that runes have flow was a huge thing for me and made total sense. I haven't gotten the runes to feel like they are alive, though.
I stopped talking as I realized I was just going to repeat myself. Runes were just runes, right? They were just lines. When Sandy had shown me the light rune, she'd said a rune just let you use magic like you had an affinity for it. She'd also said it announced to the world what effect you want your magic to take. It was sort of like Hermione casting a spell in the world of Harry Potter. If she said the right word and waved her wand the right way, she achieved a magic effect. I'd always thought of runes like that, only without the wand. It was like Biddy had said, mages painted the rune in the air or had it in stone, and they cast through it. But the rune didn't change. In modern magic, they added all that extra stuff to it, like constraints and triggers to get what they wanted out of it. But the runes weren't alive.
Someone is sounding an awful lot like Susan from the Grand Circle,
my analytical side noted.
She said there was no way new mages could be ready for a circle of that magnitude in a few hours, and yet they were. She said naturals couldn't be part of a circle, and yet they were. You normally love figuring out new things and discovering how magic really works. Why are you so hung up on runes? I don't really know, I replied. I was feeling awfully stubborn for some reason. I also felt frustrated and aggravated. What was going on? This wasn't like me. I guess I feel upset about the Force Rune, I said slowly, hoping that as I spoke I would uncover the layers of my own hang-up. I feel like it's the last part of my defense that needs to come together. I thought I'd found what I needed, and now I'm hearing that the Force Rune could be a bunch of different ways. It feels like the finish line has shifted, and I'm starting my journey all over again. It feels like I may never get to the finish line. Like there may be thousands of Force Runes, and I'll never find the right one. As I said it, I could hear my own whining. My goodness, I sounded like a spoiled kid. Ugh.
I can see images of you rolling around on the floor, crying and having a fit.
Penny spoke up.
This seems strange. Is it a new fleshy tradition?
I'd forgotten for a moment that we were all mentally connected, so they could see and feel my upset too. Only very young fleshy creatures do that, I replied. Once we get older, we grow out of actually doing that and instead find other bitchy ways to express ourselves.
Oh,
Penny said, but she just sounded confused. She and Eggy buzzed for a moment in stone speak. I'm pretty sure they were wondering if their human source needed a hug.
Would it help if I told you the story of my creation?
Eggy asked. Yes, I think it would, I replied. Give me 1 sec. Something was triggering me, but I had the tools to break the cycle. I just needed to accept I was feeling this way. I took a deep breath, held it, and let it out. Then I did it again. I accepted that I was aggravated and frustrated, and I accepted that I wasn't completely sure why. It was amazing how much power acceptance had. It wasn't long before the upset started fading away like a bad mist. I wasn't resisting it, so it didn't stick around. I would figure this out. I always did. And maybe I wouldn't use the perfect Force Rune the first time, but I'd keep trying, and the results would get better and better, even if it took a while. My shield would protect me from magical and physical threats, and over time, it would improve and become more effective. This was just a minor hiccup on the path of magical growth. Actually, it's not even a hiccup, my analytical side chimed in again. This is actually an awesome opportunity. Normally, you'd be like every other mage out there and just assume one variation of a rune was all there was. You'd find a rune that was close to what you needed and stop looking. Now you no longer have that blind spot. Now you know that runes change, and it's not just little lines and tweaks around the edges. And most importantly, Eggy might even know more about how his master changed the runes to suit his needs. You'll never be a rune master, but you might end up being the next best thing. So stop your whining and listen up. Those were wise words from my better self. So I followed his advice, shut up, and let Eggy know I was ready to listen.
Some of this story I remember, as my master used the same steel over and over to make all my versions. He had a theory that the materials used in making charms kept some of the magic, even when they were melted down. He was right, because I can clearly remember the last stages of my evolution. Some of his story I know from just what my master told me. He adored all of his awakened charms, and we all loved to hear how we were formed. It was like a lullaby to us.
He paused for a moment, lost in his memories of a happy time. Then he focused back on us again.
Here is the tale of my creation.
His mental voice started taking on a sing-song quality. We were now his tribe, and he was getting ready to pass on his history from over 1,000 years ago. I mentally leaned forward, listening with eagerness. It was story time.
My master was a good fighter. Not a great one, but a good one. and he mostly fought with his magic and his fists. He was a blacksmith by trade when he was human, and he continued that profession as a supernatural. His magic was powerful, and his strength was strong. So he defended himself well in his early years. As he grew older, though, the mages who challenged him started relying more and more on their enchanted weapons. At the time, he wasn't that familiar with making weapons, as he mostly made small charms and jewellery. So he bought an enchanted sword, and it let him down. Swearing to only rely on his own creations from then on, he made his first sword, and that was my very first form.
He sent us an image of a basic short sword. It wasn't bad, but it looked heavy and dull.
My master quickly realized there were many versions of swords and many ways of fighting with them. Some swords are striking swords and are meant to be fast and sharp. Some swords are power swords and are best at blocking strikes and clubbing an opponent down. Some swords try to be good all-rounders, so they can defend well and strike quickly.
Eggy sent out images of different types of swords and what they were best at.
As you can imagine, my form changed a lot as my master tried different styles. He learned to fight from different teachers, and I gradually changed as he developed a way of sword fighting that worked for him.
Eggy showed a montage of swords where he became lighter and slimmer, then longer and heavier, then much thicker and really heavy, and finally back to being slimmer again.
I don't remember any of this, as he hadn't even started adding runes yet. He was on version 23 when he added his first rune, and it was something he thought would keep my edges sharp.
This time I saw wavy lines etched all the way up the blade. I didn't get a good look as Eggy switched images and continued his story.
It wasn't long after that when my master almost lost a finger in a fight, and the handguard was added.
The sword became longer and heavier to balance out the new basket weave of steel around the handle, protecting the hand of the wielder. Eggy sent out images of several variations after that, but they were only minor changes.
The Force rune, as you call it, was added at variation 39, and I became aware at variation 45.
I was happy to see the first version of the Force rune he used was the same as the one I'd found at the stacks and piles. He then tried larger versions of the birds, using more birds, and adding additional horizon lines.
Once I was awake, he dropped all the other runes as I could keep myself from rusting and maintain my own edge.
All the other etchings disappeared, and now it was just the Force rune present. Eggy also became longer and heavier. I was just guessing, but I assumed the Force rune let Eggy's master handle the sword a lot easier, so he could afford to add more reach and more weight.
The biggest change to the rune was when he flipped it completely around.
Now the horizon line was on the bottom.
Then he added some lines below it.
Now the birds were on both sides of the horizon line.
And finally, he added the center line to it all. That was version 52, and it was my final form. I was finally exactly the way my master needed me to be.
Eggy finished his story and fell into a peaceful silence. He told the story like he was quoting from his favorite book.
Wow,
I said. Eggy, that was wonderful.
Thank you so much for telling that to us. I can't believe you went through so many changes to end up in your final form. Do you know how long it took for all that? It took about 40 years, he replied. The first versions went pretty quickly, but towards the end he was only trying out one new change a year.
I took a moment to process that. I was frustrated after a few days of searching for the right rune. This guy had spent 40 years working on his masterpiece. I suddenly felt very grateful for how quickly I'd gotten the Force rune and how easily my shield matrix had come together. My shield wasn't going to take 40 years to finish up. Something started tickling the back of my brain. There was something in Eggy's story that related to the whole concept of runes. Something big. I focused on it, but whatever the idea was, it just squirmed and ran away. Damn. I let it go and moved on. It would surface when it was ready.
I have a question, Eggy, about how you became aware.
When you were telling your story, it almost sounded like you became aware because you had so much magic and intention put into you over and over again. Sandy has older charms, though, and they aren't awake or aware. Many of them have been used a lot longer than 40 years, too. Why did you wake up and her charms didn't?
My master had the same question, as I wasn't the only one of his creations to eventually wake up. He wondered if we became aware because we'd been forged by the same mage over and over again. He thought that the forging locked in his magic, and over time it was enough to make us wake up. As for old charms, they might get used a lot, but that isn't the same as being forged. Also, charms are traded between mages, so their magic sources change. My master thought that only one mage could awaken a charm. Also, charms are filled with neutral magic from charging circles. According to him, neutral magic can't awaken a charm either.
Since we've heard Eggie's origin story, I'd like to hear mine too.
Penny spoke up. I told her the story before, but it felt different now I knew how much awakened charms liked to hear how they were created. This was Penny's very own lullaby. I told them both about recovering from my waker moment and having my first dinner with Sandy and the crew. I sent images of talking about charms and magic, and Sandy raising the training circle. I told how horrible it was to get so low on magic, and how my first brave granny had vacuumed up as much magic as she could hold, and then sacrificed herself to bring Penny to life. Eggie and Penny hung on every word and savored every image. This clearly was special to them, so I remembered everything I could about those moments. When I was done, there was a moment of silence.
Penny, your awakening is truly marvelous,
Eggie said.
To be of service to your source so early in his life is a thing of wonder. I'm so happy to have met you and to now be part of this family.
He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts.
I would have thought that, as the older charm, I would have been the one to teach you. Instead, you have taught me. Your ability to move and manipulate magic is better than mine, and your ability to change your shape is awe-inspiring. If I had learned that ability long ago, I would never have needed to be reforged again. I could have just changed my form to fit whatever my master needed.
He said something else, but I totally missed it. Instead, I latched onto the words form, shape, change. The idea was almost there. And then, I had it.
Eureka!
I mentally hollered.
Eureka! Eureka! Eureka!
What is it?
Eggie said, sounding very confused.
It's where you run around in nothing but your flesh suit and scream Eureka.
Penny said wisely.
It's a ritual he does when he gets an idea. Apparently, it was invented by a guy long ago who put gold into a bathtub.
Really?
Eggie still sounded perplexed.
That sounds very strange. In all my years, I've never seen anyone do this before.
The guy was Archimedes, I replied, and he was a very famous mathematician and inventor. In fact, he discovered pi.
Oh, that would explain it,
Penny said brightly.
I know humans love pie.
Never mind that,
I said quickly. We were getting off track, and we needed to celebrate this moment. I changed our landscape to an ancient city street, threw off my imaginary clothes, and ran down the street naked.
Eureka! Eureka!
I got to the end of the street and looked back. Penny and Eggie were still standing there, looking at me like I was crazy. Then Penny shrugged, and her Athena outfit vanished. She was now a 6-foot, naked Amazon woman with silver skin, copper hair, and perky breasts. She laughed like tinkling bells, then sprinted down the street toward me, yelling,
Eureka! Eureka!
When she reached me, she turned, and we both looked at Eggie. He gave a long, heavy sigh, and then his liquid metal morphed until he was naked too. I was shocked at just how hot he looked. He looked like Michelangelo's David had come to life. His first few Eurekas weren't very convincing, but then he got into the spirit of it all. By the time he reached us, we were all smiling at each other. We then took off down another street, dancing and yelling, Eureka! The whole thing was way more fun than it should have been. Somewhere in here, my analytical side joined in, and even Bermuda made an appearance. He wasn't naked, of course, but he enjoyed running down the street with us. I even made some colorful maracas for us to shake as we ran. They were from a completely different time and culture, but it was my eureka moment and I could do whatever I wanted. Eggy especially got into it and started shaking out a beat for us to run to. Penny backed him up, and our Eureka Dash turned into more of a birthday suit Mardi Gras parade.
This is wondrous fun,
Penny finally spoke up.
And I can see why humans enjoy doing this activity. I am curious, though, what idea are we celebrating?
I flexed my will, and the scene changed to a hilltop overlooking the city. I put a giant picnic blanket on the ground and placed a picnic basket filled with cheese, fruit, and wine on it. We might as well enjoy ourselves while we talk. Bermuda started padding through the grass and chasing bugs as we summoned our imaginary clothes and sat down.
I finally understand runes,
I said, and everyone looked shocked.
Okay, I don't somehow know how to make every rune, but I have a unifying theory for runes and how to work with them.
I paused dramatically, and everyone leaned forward, listening. I wasn't exactly sure how to explain it, so I just started talking.
Runes are like a kitchen knife. They can do a lot of things, but they're better if you get exactly what you need.
That went over like a lead balloon. Even my analytical side looked confused. I took a deep breath and tried again.
When I was little, I had an old table knife. It was dull and slightly bent, so my mom figured I couldn't hurt myself and let me play with it. I used that knife for everything. I used it like a screwdriver to get screws out of the grate. I used it as a lever to pry my toys apart and see how they worked. It was very dull, but it would still cut, so I used it to saw twigs in half. When I read about King Arthur, it became my sword of the round table, and when I read my first Western, it became my six-shooter. I put it in my pocket to quick draw for my gunfights. I can understand that,
Eggy said seriously.
However, I do not understand how this relates to runes and why you are so excited. Runes give magic the shape we work with,
I said simply.
So one rune makes my magic like a table knife. Another rune makes my magic round, like a stone, and another rune might make my magic fly like a bird.
They still weren't getting it.
Eggy, you gave me the idea when you talked about how your master changed your shape many times to suit his fighting style. You were a sword, but they were all different types of swords, and they're used to fight in different ways. Let's go back to the table knife idea. If I only had one rune that made my magic like a table knife, I could use it in a variety of different ways as I just mentioned. That's where most mages stop, and that's where I would have stopped. I found a force rune, and I would have used it everywhere just like it was. Even though a table knife can be used to do a lot of things, it doesn't do them all well. If I gave it a better handle, a harder shaft, and a flat edge in front, it now becomes a much better screwdriver. If I made it wider with a flat edge, it would be great for spreading butter and jams. If I gave it a serrated edge, it would be a great steak knife. If I made it longer with a reinforced tip and a sharp edge, it would be a great dagger. In a way, these are all variations of a table knife, and that's what your master was doing, Eggy. He started with a rune that was close to what he needed, and then modified its effect until it was exactly what he wanted. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with the old-fashioned force rune I have and modify it until it's exactly the shape I need.
The underlying idea was so simple. I didn't know why I hadn't seen it before. It fit what Eggy's master had done. It also fit with what Sandy had said when she talked about the light rune. She said it was really great for a bright white light, but it was less useful if you needed different lighting. The real power of this idea was that I didn't need to find a perfect rune. Instead, I could change a rune until I had what I needed. So if I wanted a rune that worked with red light, I could take the light rune I had and figure it out. I wasn't a rune master, but I was now a lot closer to understanding runes in a deeper way. Penny and my analytical side looked excited. They got it. But Eggy still looked skeptical.
I get the idea of changing shapes, he said. That makes perfect sense to me. But magic is so much more than a shape. It can be anything. how does your idea work with that?
I gave a shape as an example, I replied, because it's so easy to understand. Magic is more of an effect, but the same idea applies. For example, do I need to make something hot? If so, how hot do I need it? How big is the heated area? Does it need to heat up quickly? Or cool down quickly? These are all effects, and I'm sure a heat rune would determine the parameters of the heat. I just need to change the rune until I get the effects I want.
Eggy nodded in agreement.
I get it now, but how do you listen to a rune? How do you listen to a shape or an effect?
I was surprised by Iggy. These were really great questions. He was putting himself in my place and really trying to understand the process.
That's what stumped me originally, I replied. Runes on their own are just shapes and effects waiting to happen. Once it's filled with magic, though, it becomes alive. I'm hoping I can hear where the magic is struggling and modify the rune so it is closer to the effect I need.
I paused as another idea occurred to me.
Actually, I can do even better than that. I just need the right setup, and I can try out a whole range of options very quickly. I originally made my surfer dude so they could test Red and his hex network, but they are becoming useful for a lot more than that.
My analytical side looked at me proudly. This was his kind of thinking. I was using my brain for more than just Netflix shows and checking out hot guys. He gave me a deep bow and vanished. His work here was done. Penny buzzed at Eggy, and then they too both bowed and left. I was so excited. I knew what to do, and I couldn't wait to get started. I opened my eyes, and the first rays of morning light filled the room. Tyler kissed the back of my neck, and I shivered with goosebumps. Damn, that felt good. "What were you doing?" he asked. "You were talking and moving around a bit, but I couldn't figure out what was going on." "I was having a eureka moment," I said happily. And then I explained it to Eggy and Penny. The amazing thing about Tyler was he either understood all that, or just accepted his boyfriend as just a little weird. Maybe a bit of both. "Oh?" he breathed in my ear. "That sounds exciting. Tell me what you discovered." One arm curved around me and started playing with my right nipple as his other hand started stroking my side. I loved when he did that. It made me feel lean and sleek and sexy. The excitement of my discovery merged into a whole different kind of excitement, and I found I was starting to gasp and moan as I talked about tableware and dinner knives and all the different shapes it could be. He had a long, hard shape of his own, and he was already behind me, ready to use it. I arched my back and cried out in pure ecstasy as he slipped inside me. He kept asking me questions as he touched and teased me into a state of pure bliss. For some reason, I kept trying to answer him. I think he got a kick out of it, as he kept me right on the edge for a long time. Finally, I gave up and begged for him to just let me have it, which he did. He turned me on so much, one time wasn't enough. He took me to heaven a couple more times before I calmed down enough to let him carry me into the shower. This supernatural body of mine still amazed me. I could train all day and still make love all night. Having sex like we did just shouldn't be possible. But it was, and I loved every frenzied and tender moment of it. We had breakfast cereal and watched a show together, but then I started feeling restless. "I thought you were going to take it easy today," Tyler asked. "I'd originally planned that, yes," I agreed. "But now I have this idea, and I'm anxious to try it out." "You mind if I tag along?" he asked. Then Mr. Tubbles jumped up on his lap. "Actually, do you mind if we tag along?" "Of course not," I laughed. "I can always use the support of a handsome fella." Then I grinned at Tyler. "And you're welcome to come too." He poked me in the ribs, and I jumped so hard my cereal bowl went flying. Fortunately, it was empty. "No!" I commanded him, as he gently put Mr. Tubbles on the ground. "Tyler, no!" I hollered as he flexed his tickle fingers, and then came for me. I screamed and wiggled and cried, but it was no use. He tickled me until I was a quivering hot mess. Somehow we ended up kissing, and somehow I found myself wrapped up in his naked body. We made love again, and after it was over, I found myself running my fingers through his hair as he nibbled on my ear. "I can't get enough of you," he whispered. "I love our time together so much." Then he looked me deep in my eyes and kissed me again. My gay heart melted, even more than it normally did. Being a supernatural was scary and dangerous, but this right here made up for everything. We had a shower again, of course, but then we gathered up our cat companions, and I gathered up my creations, and we headed out to the beach. I asked the lead granny to come along and bring some of her crew with her. This was going to be a lot more exciting than cleaning up the park. I also asked Octa to come as well and bring some of her tangle. When I'd finished my fight with Eugene, I'd had a lot of surfer dudes, but I didn't need all of them. I'd kept 10, including my lead dude, of course, and sent the rest to Penny. Now I needed them again, so they came along too. In a surprising turn of events, Eggy wanted to come along as well. I'd thought he would want to go back to window sitting, but I guess he was feeling adventurous. My theory was based on his story, so it would be nice for him to be present and see the results for himself. The beach gym was just as amazing as I remembered. The morning breeze coming in off the water was cool but not cold. The sun was shining brightly with the promise of a new day, and the view was just spectacular. I stopped for a moment to just take it all in. My new life was crazy awesome sometimes. I didn't notice any changes until I got to our door leading into the locker room. The door was just standing on its own, like some kind of crazy Alice in Wonderland entrance, but now it was definitely bigger. The Grand Matron had said she would put her own Morphous points towards the gym so Sandy and John could train here as well. It looked like that included a larger door for John. At 7 feet tall, he's a big guy. Once I went inside, the changes continued. The ceiling was about 2 feet higher, making the space seem even more open. We now had another sink, another bathroom stall, and another shower, making 3 of everything. And the only thing that had more than that was the nice wooden lockers where we hung our regular clothes and changed into our magically fresh workout clothes. For that, we had 2 extra lockers, one for Sandy and one for John. We dropped off the cats, and Bermuda started showing Mr. Tubbles around. Then we changed into our workout clothes, gray shorts and a gray t-shirt, and headed outside. The feeling of the sand under my feet was just delightful. I had so many fond memories of this place. It was a wonderful place to train, and all that hard work had certainly paid off. I selected a blank part of the beach to set up my experiment. I usually trained here with Sparkles, my Sandy sparring partner, so I knew this spot well. I moved a bit to the side, mounted some sand for Eggy, and placed him on top. He now would have a good view of the adventure, and he wouldn't be in the way. I was just about to get started when Annabeth showed up. I received a happy hug, and she quickly changed into workout clothes and joined us. I went over the theory with her and Tyler, and she got it right away. She had her own analogy. Runes were like spoons. They could be soup spoons or ladles or sporks, or you could go really big and make spades for digging in the garden. Tyler didn't offer an analogy, but he said a few things that let me know he'd been paying attention to my answers as his hands and lips had teased me into a frenzy of animal lust. My man was quite the multitasker. Now that we were here and everyone was caught up, it was time to start the show. I started with my Ass Blaster 2000, as he needed to get to work making little sandballs. I quickly gave him a long caterpillar body with a big mouth so he could quickly gobble up the sand. Then I gave him a thick stomach with multiple chambers so as the sand moved through it, it could form into round BB gun-like pellets. I gave him a little extra magic to make sure the sand stuck together long enough to fly through the air a few times. I didn't need the pellets for forever, so there was no need to go crazy with it. This time, he wasn't going to be aiming on his own, so I just gave him lots of little legs so he could move around. Since this was the beach, I gave him sunglasses and a colorful Hawaiian shirt. Then I added sandals on all his little feet. They looked so cute. I wasn't sure where to add a duplicator ring, so in the end I just added that function to his glasses. I went over him one more time, adding in lots of little details, then put him on the sand, filled him with magic, and turned him loose. He started chomping down on the sand and passing it through his chambers. In a few moments, a perfectly formed, round pellet of sand popped out the back. "Would you like to give it a throw and see if it holds together?" I asked the lead granny.
Of course,
She said enthusiastically, and swooped down to pick it up.
"Batter up!"
She hollered, then tossed the tiny sandball through the air. It was a really good throw, hard and fast, and traveled for at least 10 feet. I was also happy to see the sandball stayed together and could be thrown again. "All right, Ass Blaster," I said. "It looks like you are good to go. Let's make more of you, and you can start working on the ammunition." I was speaking out loud so Tyler and Annabeth could follow along with what was happening. I duplicated my ball pooper several times, and soon we had a pile of ammo on the sand. "Surfer dudes, you're up next," I called, and they gathered in front of me. "You guys have the most important job, as you're going to be the ones listening to the Force Rune and testing variations. You already know the version we found at Biddy's, and this is the version Eggy showed me." I sent them images of Eggy's final rune with the birds on the top and bottom. As you can see, this rune is very versatile. It looks like the horizon line can be on the top or bottom, or even in the middle. The one we got from Biddy had 4 birds, but Eggy's had 6, and I bet it might be possible to have even more. What we are looking for is a force rune that Red and his team can use to repel physical attacks. Since Red can't fly around on his own, neither can you during this test. You need to use the power of the rune variation you've chosen to force the incoming ball to stop. Grannies and octopuses, your job is the most fun. You guys are going to take these balls that the ass blasters are making and hurl them at the surfer dudes and try to knock them out of the round. Don't focus all your fire on just one dude, as the goal is to find the best rune, and we can't do that unless they're all tested equally. We will have multiple rounds of testing. Surfers, if you get hit 10 times, then you're out. We'll keep going until we are down to 3 dudes left. At that point, the round stops. Surfers, you'll get to modify your defense rune based on how your own version performed, as well as how everyone else did. Feel free to borrow ideas from those that are successful, but also feel free to go wild and try just about anything. Does everyone understand? I received eager nods all around. The idea really wasn't that complicated. It was a magic version of dodgeball, except the defensive side used the force rune instead of moving. "Okay, surfers, get into position," I called. This was going to be exciting. Initially, they all bunched up together, but then they quickly spread out, so they were in the same general area, but not so close they could get hit by sandballs aimed at someone else. "Go!" I yelled, and the grannies swooped in, grabbed sandballs, and started throwing. They were tentative at first, but then they got into the spirit of it and really went to town. Most of the sandballs missed or were diverted, and that's where Octa and her Tangle came in. They were on the other side of the surfers, and they either caught the balls in their tentacles or picked them up off the ground and threw them back. I already knew Octa was a great thrower because I'd seen her in action when the miners had been chipping rocks off of John. I'd added a few kegs of beer for the crew on John, and the ass blasters had gotten a little drunk and started shooting rock chips at Octa. Her Tangle had been quick to gather the small stones and throw them right back. It had been an awesome fight and inspired what we were doing today. The grannies were great at throwing the sandballs, but Octa and her Tangle were in a whole other league. They loaded up all their tentacles with sandballs, spun like a top, and used all that momentum to shoot them like they were coming out of a machine gun. It was impressive as hell, and they quickly started knocking out the dudes. We were close enough to the action to get hit by some friendly fire, and those little sandballs stung. I thought the surfers would last for a minute at least, but within about 15 seconds they were all out. "That's it! The round is finished!" I called. The grannies cheered, and all the octopuses did a happy dance. The surfers were stunned. Clearly they thought they would have lasted longer as well. "Next round starts in 3 minutes," I called. I was playing referee to keep everyone on track. "Grannies and Tangle, gather up your ammunition. Surfer dudes, strategize and modify your runes for the next round. The surfers huddled up, comparing notes. I listened in, and it seemed like they had mainly been unprepared this round. They hadn't been sure how to use the force rune for defense, and the sandballs had smacked into them a lot harder and faster than they'd expected. They were much more comfortable being the attacker and using the force rune for speed, but they were up for the challenge. They didn't modify the force rune much for the second round. Instead, they were just trying to get the hang of using it. Everyone was ready in 2 minutes, so we started the round early. The dudes were more prepared, but so were the grannies. Some of them got the idea of holding the ass blasters like a Nerf gun and letting them shoot the sand pellets right out of their ass. That made their shots almost as fast as Octa and her crew, and all the dudes went down even faster this time. I called the round, and this time the dudes were pissed. They huddled up again, compared notes, and started round 3 looking very determined. Octa and the grannies were having a blast, and again they knocked out half the dudes in no time. This round, though, 5 of the dudes held out longer. For about another 10 seconds they held their own before falling one by one. For the first time, I could see some of the sandballs actually stopping, falling apart, or being deflected. I called out lots of encouragement, and everyone got ready for round 4. I'd originally said that each round would last until 3 dudes were left, but the Tangle and the grannies were throwing until everyone was out. The dudes accepted the challenge by default, so I just let that rule slide. In round 4, all the dudes lasted for 30 seconds, and one of them lasted for several seconds beyond that. I listened in on their huddle, and now they had the hang of it, they were ready to start experimenting. They were all going to try different things, moving the horizon line, adding more birds, changing sizes and thickness. The idea was to try a broad range of options over the next few rounds, and then start honing in on what worked. They were doing exactly what they needed to do, so I let them have at it. I kept Tyler and Annabeth up to date on what was going on, and they found it as fascinating as I did. I drew out rune variations in the sand, and we all quickly guessed how well we thought they would do. The ass blasters loved shooting sandballs out their heinies, so I ended up having to make 3 of them for each granny, 1 to shoot and 2 to eat sand and reload. Octa and her Tangle were having more fun than ever. Their specialty was holding neutral magic and gradually letting Eggy or the house absorb it. That wasn't exactly the most exciting thing, and this exercise was a wonderful break from their normal routine. Rounds 5, 6, and 7 allowed the surfers to eliminate a lot of different combinations. Some of them were truly awful, and one surfer was knocked out in 5 seconds flat. On the other hand, round 6 saw one resounding success, and round 7 found another variation that also worked very well. At the end of round 7, I called all my creations over and topped up their magic. The surfers especially needed a refill. For round 8, the surfers decided to get behind the 2 variations that had been very successful and refine them even more. I drew out the variations in the sand for Annabeth and Tyler, and they were surprisingly similar. Both variations had a small horizon line on the bottom, with the birds coming out the top. The 5th round variation had only 4 birds. The bottom bird was thick and about the same length as the horizon. The next bird was bigger but thinner, and the remaining 2 followed that pattern. The final bird was thin but very large and covered all the birds before. Tyler immediately thought this was the right rune. He said it reminded him of a shock wave. I thought it was the right rune too. If red was the horizon line and the birds were the amount of force, then it was causing the effect I was looking for. The closer the object got to red, the more resistance it faced. The other rune was more like layers of clouds. Again, the horizon was at the bottom, but the birds stacked on each other, like cloud layers in a kid's drawing. The birds were about the same size, but there were more of them and they spread out farther as they moved away from the horizon. Annabeth liked this one, as she liked the look of the clouds. Round 8 went very well for the dudes. None of them got knocked out early, and a few of them made it past the 2-minute mark. I listened in on their huddle, and they were now just experimenting with connecting lines and accent marks. It seemed like both runes, 4 birds and the cloud formation, were doing equally well, so they were continuing to refine both of them. For round 9, all the dudes made it past the 2-minute mark. The Tangle and the Grannies, with their ass blaster shooters, were really struggling to land their shots.
We are ready,
the lead dude said simply, and the 2 surfers stepped forward. The first surfer had the 4 birds design, and it had lots of tiny connector lines. I quickly sketched the rune out on the sand so Tyler and Annabeth could follow along. "Tell me about your force rune," I asked him. There were a crew of few words, so I had no idea what I'd get back.
"Deflection,"
he said proudly.
"With progressive resistance."
He pointed to his connector lines, and suddenly I understood. The horizon connected to the first thick bird, but the connector lines were all slanted to the right. The first thick bird connected to the second larger but slimmer bird, and this time all the connectors slanted left. The second bird connected to the third bird, and this time the connectors were heavily slanted to the right. The third bird connected to the final bird, and the connectors were heavily slanted to the left. What I read from that was the force rune tried to divert the incoming sandball so it missed. I loved it, as it reminded me of my slap block, which was used to redirect an incoming punch rather than stop it. I turned to the surfer with the cloud-type rune. "Tell me about your force rune," I asked.
"Early detection,"
he said simply.
"With progressive resistance."
I could see that in his rune too. He didn't have connector lines, as all his birds touched and built on top of each other, like a cloud drawing. Instead, his rune had lots of accent marks around the edge. They were little wavy lines, questing out into the world, searching for danger. "Round 10 is the final round," I declared. "The surfer dudes have discovered 2 variations of the force rune that would work for red and my defense shield. Each version has its champion, and they will now go head-to-head in a final test. I'll fill each one of them up with magic so they start out even. Grannies and Tangle, be sure and split your shots up evenly between them, as this needs to be a fair test. The last rune standing will be the winner." Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles wandered over and sat down beside Eggy. Better late than never. Bermuda looked at me like, "I'm a cat. I'm never late." I agreed and gave him a quick ear rub. I turned to Tyler and Annabeth. "Any thoughts on which one will win?" "I think deflection will serve you very well," Tyler said. "So, I'm voting for the 4 birds design. I think it will require less energy than trying to stop everything." I nodded and looked at Annabeth.
"I think the speed of the fight will have a lot to do with which rune is better," Annabeth said. "The 4 birds design sounds pure and fast, which is what you need in a fight. Your shield needs to react quickly and deflect or stop as needed. On the other hand, the cloud design has layers to it. I feel like it's going to take more magic to power up, and it's going to be slower, but it seems stronger and more efficient to me." She paused, thoughtfully. "I think if you were out in the rain and you needed a rune to keep you dry, the cloud rune would be better. For a fight where you are trying to defend against a fist or a sword, I think the 4 birds rune would be better." Those were both interesting observations. It sounded like Annabeth had suggested that bigger runes with more lines took more power to run. It made sense, but I'd never really thought about it before. It also sounded like simpler runes are faster. That also made sense, as magic could fill them a lot quicker. I was learning all kinds of new things today. Regardless, it was time for the final round. I felt rising bubbles of excitement. This was it. This was the end of my journey for the force rune. This was the final piece of my shield. "Champions, take your places!" The 2 surfers smoothly glided into position. "Ass blasters, are you ready?" I called. They were full of sand, so they just bobbed their heads. "Grannies, are you ready?" "Yes, dear,"
they called back. "Octopuses, are you ready?" They wiggled their tentacles and spun in place. "Begin the round," I called, and everyone let loose. It was awesome. Sandballs were flying everywhere. Octo was spinning and shooting sandballs like a railgun. Grannies were throwing or shooting ass blasters. Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles were hit a few times and got sand all up in their fur, which they did not appreciate. They quickly got up and decided there was something more interesting to do somewhere else. I thought with all that concentrated firepower on just 2 surfers that the round would be over quickly. That wasn't the case at all. They both dug in, hung on, and managed to stop or deflect all the incoming shots. We crossed the 2-minute mark. Then 3. Then 4 minutes, and they were still both in it. Then the surfer with the cloud rune ran out of magic and got bombarded. I guess Annabeth was right. It takes more magic to power bigger runes. The winning surfer pumped his fist in the air and took a victory lap, while all my soul creations cheered him on. I quickly filled up the surfer with the cloud rune and thanked him for his help. I didn't want him to feel bad after all. I then called my winning surfer over, held out my hand, and had him touch down on Red. "Red, are you ready for your force rune?" I asked playfully. He always got so excited when I upgraded him.
Ready? I was born ready.
He twinkled.
I stay ready so I don't have to get ready. Hit me with it. I'm ready to use the Force.
Obi-Wan would have been so proud. I zoomed into Red and checked out his hex setup. The vines connected to the middle of his 6 sides, so it split his surface into 6 areas. The coil that represented his ability to store magic was in the bottom area. The round shield, representing his new responsibility as my defense, was in the top area. And finally, his 4 eyes, 4 ears, and mouth were in the upper right area. I'd originally thought about putting the force rune inside the round shield, but now that seemed like such a small space for something so important. I also wasn't sure if adding a circle around the rune would modify it in some way. I then thought about taking the shield out, but I still had 3 blank areas, so I might as well keep it. I finally decided to put the force rune in the lower left section. That way everything balanced out. The surfer dude was right there, so it was very easy to copy the rune over.
Oh, wow!
Red was so excited.
I gotta try this out. Somebody hit me.
The grannies in the tangle heard him, and suddenly I was being pelted with sandballs. Red whooped and hollered as none of them landed on him, but the rest of me got strafed. "Okay, stop!" I yelled, laughing. "I don't have the force rune everywhere yet. Give me a sec." I pushed magic to Red, and he quickly duplicated his setup to his 6 neighboring hexes. They then duplicated it to their neighbors, and soon the changes were racing up my arm and then all over my body. It only took a few moments. Once the hex network was updated, I turned the rest of my creations loose. "All right, everybody," I yelled. "Hit me, if you can!" And that is exactly what they tried to do. I hadn't planned on Annabeth and Tyler joining in the fun, but they grabbed up handfuls of sand and tried to dump them on my head. The surfers were extra happy to switch from sitting ducks to attack mode, and they picked up sandballs and joined in the fun. It was really hard to just sit there and be a target, as my every instinct was to dodge, roll, and get the heck out of the way. Red and his hex network were up to the task, though. More than that, they were having a blast, too. They deflected, redirected, and just plain stopped all the sandballs from hitting me. Even the sand being dumped on my head didn't hit me. Instead, it slid off my shield and ran down the outside of my shirt.
You have a shield,
my analytical side said happily.
I have a shield,
I repeated. It almost didn't seem real.
You finally have magical and physical protection,
he continued.
Yep, finally,
I replied.
Are you happy?
He asked with a twinkle in his eye. I looked at all the missiles sliding off me and just took in the wonder of the moment. Sure, the missiles were tiny, and sure, this wouldn't defend against everything, but now I finally had a layer of protection. Getting punched in the face by a golem had driven home just how weak I was, but I wasn't helpless anymore.
Yes,
I said.
Very, very happy.
Chapter 3. Pow, pow. I sat there for a few more moments, enjoying my happiness, and then I called an end to the test. I stood up and brushed all the sand off my clothes. I was covered in a lot more than I'd realized. "Since we're here and in the testing mood, I have an idea," Tyler spoke up. "What did you have in mind?" I asked. "You have 2 great runes that work with progressive resistance for defense. How about you see about tweaking them so they work for attack? After all, progressive resistance is just the defensive side of relax intense on contact."
That is an excellent idea,
Annabeth said enthusiastically.
"And I already have an idea of what you need."
She sat down in the sand and started sketching.
"You'll only need these attack runes on your striking points, like your knuckles, as well as any area you're going to use for hard blocking. Those areas are still going to need defense, so I don't think you should go with a completely different rune variation. Instead, I think you should just take out the deflection part of what you're using now. After all, you want your punches to land solidly, not slide around on your opponent."
She finished up her sand drawing and sat back so I could get a good look. It was the 4 birds rune, except the connecting lines didn't have a left or right slant. Instead, they radiated out smoothly from the horizon line. "That is an excellent idea," I replied. "Let's give it a shot." "One thing to keep in mind," Tyler said, "is that timing is going to be everything. If the force rune triggers too early, it will slow you down and rob your punch of its power. If the force rune triggers too late, it will hit when you're starting to relax and withdraw your punch. I think that would mess up your wrist and your arm muscles. The force will have to grow in power at the same time you do, so it needs to start exploding with force as you start tensing." "You're right," I nodded. "I hadn't thought about that yet. Give me a minute while I make the changes and work with Red and his team on timing." I sat back down on the ground and focused on Red.
Did you get all that?
"I got it,"
he said quickly.
"You want to pack a punch and bring the hammer. Pound them into the ground. It's slamming time."
I think you got the basic idea, I chuckled. Now, where are all the places we should change the rune?
We changed it on my knuckles, of course, as well as the edges of my forearm, where I did all my hard blocks. Then it dawned on me that for this to be the most effective, I needed to change it anywhere I used to block. It would suck to do a slap block and slide off my opponent's arm. We modified the runes on my palm, as well as the outside edge of my hand. Then we started working on timing. I mentally punched over and over again until the hex network was triggering at exactly the right moment. After that, we started working on my blocks until those were also timed right. Once I was ready, I opened my eyes to see there was a 3-way sand battle going on between the surfers, the grannies, and the Tangle. I checked in to make sure they weren't really mad at each other, but they were just having fun. I was surprised to note that all my soul creations were now using the new force rune, not just the surfers. Nobody was really getting hit, but they were having a blast, chasing each other around and slinging sandballs. They seemed happy, so I just let them play. They've been doing a lot of work for me and deserve to have some fun. "I'm ready to test it out," I told Annabeth and Tyler. "Although I'm nervous and excited. I've been so focused on defense today that I never considered offense. If I could increase my punching power, that would be incredible." "Then you'll be able to punch out 3 centaurs," Tyler joked. We laughed, but I noticed Annabeth became quiet with a bit of a frown on her face. "What's up, Annabeth?" I asked. She hesitated a moment, then spoke up.
"I must admit, I have a selfish reason for helping with all this."
I gave her a puzzled look. I would never define Annabeth as selfish, but I let her continue.
"I've had a breakthrough of my own on punching and blocking, and I'm hoping this force rune will help me even more."
"That isn't being selfish," I told her. "That's being smart. You are more than welcome to anything I can figure out. I've got some ideas for charms that I want to test as well, so hopefully everyone comes out with a power boost." I turned to Tyler. "Even you might find this useful. I've seen new centaur naturals make things with glass and become part of a massive charging circle. So I think there is a way for you to use runes as well." "That sounds wonderful," he said. "I can use basic charms, of course, but I don't have the flexibility like you have with your soul creations." If you have found a way to boost my fighting ability, I'm all for it. I turned back to Annabeth. So, what is this incredible breakthrough you've had? She looked at Tyler, and they shared a secret smile.
I'm going to keep that as a surprise for now.
She grinned slyly.
You'll hear all about it when we get to the arena.
Ooh, that sounds mysterious. I can't wait. I wanted to head to the arena right then and see what she was talking about. And whatever it was, it must be really good, as her new levels were exceptional. I still needed to finish up my own breakthrough first, however, and test my punching ability. To do that, I needed Sparkles, my Sandy training partner. House, please summon Sparkles for me, I asked. Immediately, the sand in front of me started mounding up. A tall, sandy figure formed in front of me. He looked muscular and powerful, like one of those Under Armour mannequins. He was my training partner, and with his help, I'd learned how to punch and pigeon step. I hadn't been to the beach since the fight with Big Ugly, and it was really nice to see him again. Why don't you start out with some basic punching, Tyler suggested, without using your new force rune. On one hand, I'm sure you've gotten better, and you've spent a lot of time in the arena working your way up its levels. On the other hand, you haven't really trained while you were at the gathering, so you might be a bit rusty. Let's get a good baseline number before you add in the force rune. Sounds good, I nodded, settling into my pigeon stance. House, what is my current punching stat? I asked. A scroll appeared in the air in front of me.
Mid-Novice Jason punch stats. Level equals 10.3. Punches equals 0. No current goal. Notes. Like Tyler said, a lot has changed, and you haven't returned here to update your stats in a long time. I'm cautiously hopeful you've improved. Now, get to thumpin'.
I always enjoyed the notes section. The house usually managed to be sarcastic, helpful, and encouraging all at the same time. I was feeling a bit nervous about what my new number was going to be, but Tyler and Annabeth were waiting, so I closed my eyes, centered myself, and called up my battle energy. I filled up my lower half with smooth water energy. It grounded me and allowed me to flow easily between punches. I filled my upper half with smoky energy. Then I punched and summoned the lightning. It was amazing to me how quickly I fell back into my training routine. It felt familiar, like coming home again. My energy felt alive. My body felt eager, and my punches were certainly making an impact. When I'd first started punching, it had taken everything I had to knock a few grains of sand off Sparkles' chest. Those days were long gone. Now my blows were knocking out craters of sand, and Sparkles was constantly working to repair the damage. I also noticed another difference. When I first started training, I hadn't used punches in battles before. Now I'd fought with Big Ugly, the Centaur Guard, and Eugene, and all that experience was feeding back into my training. I knew what it was like to hit someone for real, and that knowledge added extra depth to my practice. Once I was warmed up, I stepped up the intensity. Then I thought about my fight with the guard, and I stepped it up again. My fists were flying at maximum speed, and my lightning was striking like a desert storm. I was hitting so fast and hard, Sparkles couldn't repair quick enough. I heard a familiar bell. The house had raised my level, so I slowed down, and then stopped. Wow, what a rush. That felt so good. It was nice to let loose and let my power flow when my life wasn't on the line. I looked over at Tyler and Annabeth, and their eyes were wide with shock.
My goodness, Jason,
Annabeth exclaimed.
When did you learn to punch like that?
I shrugged happily. I'm not sure. It just sort of happened. You've gotten a lot better, Tyler said. Like, a lot. No wonder you were able to fight a centaur. It is astonishing how quickly you've improved. I have an excellent teacher, I said proudly. Thank you, but I think I really have 2 exceptional students, Tyler noted. I've seen my teachers training others, and I've seen lots of naturals learning to fight. But nobody has picked up the techniques as fast as you 2. That's really thanks to Annabeth's idea of the feedback loop. I gave her a smile. She can hear your magic and how movements should sound, so she was able to correct what she was doing a lot faster and better than most students. We then shared magic, and I could do the same thing, only with sight and feeling. I thought about what else we'd done when we'd exchanged magic, and I felt myself getting hot. We'd certainly had some good times. Almost too good. Tyler had gotten affected by his own sexual magic, and things had gotten out of control. I quickly pushed those thoughts out of my head and got back to what I should be focusing on. "House, what is my new punching stat?" I asked, and the scroll appeared in front of me again. I was the only one who could see it, so I read it out to Tyler and Annabeth. High Novice Jason punch stats. Level equals 16.9. Punches equal 0, no current goal. Notes. You go, girl. Look at you getting all smack nasty. Real fighting suits you. Now, let's see how those new runes of yours work out. That's a great improvement, Tyler noted. Most naturals grow quickly at the lower levels, but once they get above 10, their growth slows down a lot. For you to get up to 16 so fast is just fantastic. And you're not done yet. You still have your battle gauntlet to turn on. Battle gauntlet. I liked it. Sparkles, I'm going to practice for a moment with my new runes before you start clocking me, I told him. I looked at Annabeth and Tyler. This won't take long, but I need to start out slowly and get used to my new power. They just nodded and stepped back.
Red, I called. Let's start out at about 10% power. I don't want to have another training injury. Right on, he replied. I started punching. It certainly felt different. I had an extra impact at the end of my strike, and it was throwing me off. I had a timing issue, but the effect was too small to really fine-tune it. Red, let's go to 20% power, I called. This time, as I punched, I found the problem right away. The rune was ramping up faster than my punch tensed. It was increasing in a linear fashion, whereas my natural punch was more exponential. Once Red corrected the problem, it felt wonderful. Red, let's go to 30% power, I called. My punches now had so much kick, they really felt like lightning. Red, let's go to 40% power. Too much. It was just too much. The blast when I hit was more than my bones and muscles could handle. Even as grounded as I was, and with as much magic as I pushed in my body, it was still shaking me apart. I could go to this level in a battle situation where it was absolutely necessary and I had to hit as hard as I could, but if I used this for thousands of punches in training, then I'd be spending a lot of time recovering. I'd get stronger over time, but for now, 30% was as high as I was going to push it. I'm sure John, with his mountain troll body, could go all the way, and Tyler probably could too, but I'd need to get more powerful first. Still, it was nice that my force rune would grow with me. I was surprised how all this was working out. I thought I'd just flip the switch and start using the rune. I never thought it would be too good for me to handle. I guess that's what happens when I make a perfectly tailored rune and match it with soul fragments. I stopped, rolled my shoulders, and sent Tyler and Annabeth an even bigger grin. This was going to rock. It's time. Let's see what I can do. I turned to my training partner. Sparkles, I'm ready. Let's clock this and see what my new level is. Annabeth clapped in excitement as I settled into my pigeon stance. I summoned my battle magic, water, smoke, lightning, and let loose. It felt awesome. I felt like I was a battle mech from the movies, slamming into Sparkles with what felt like an insane amount of power. I was Zeus, blasting lightning into my foes. I was The Rock, punching out everything in sight. I was a natural with battle gauntlets. Sparkles was getting the short end of the stick as I was punching holes clean through him. He couldn't reform fast enough, and I was having to switch up my target area so I had a spot to hit. In the middle of my volley, something changed for him. He got a bit taller and much denser. He seemed a bit thicker, too. His rate of recovery increased significantly as well.
I'd leveled up, and it seemed like he could too. And now that I had a better target, I ramped up to full speed again. His density would have torn my hands before. They felt just fine now, and I poured on the power. Finally, I heard a bell, and I slowed down and stopped. "House, what is my punching stat?" I called. "Low student Jason punch stats. Level equals 27.6. Punches equals 0, no current goal. Notes. Excellent job. You've jumped into the student ranks. You're using a perfectly tuned superior rune, so now you need to work on your physicality in order to use it to its maximum level."
Goodness gracious! Annabeth exclaimed. In one afternoon, you've jumped all the way up to my level.
What is your level again? I asked.
I'm at level 27.8, she replied. And my training partner, Mr. Pebbles, got updated as well.
I looked at her short little body. She could punch like that now? Damn, girl, you are so badass.
You haven't seen me in action yet, she laughed. Are you ready to head to the arena now?
I most certainly was, but we had to put that on hold as Sandy and John showed up. My goodness, this is where you train? Sandy asked in wonder, looking around the area with wide eyes. We assured her it was. I've heard you talk about it, but I had no idea it was this amazing. The scenery is breathtaking, and the air... She took a deep breath. Oh, it smells like adventures and vacation. We all laughed. Tell me you have margaritas here, too. She said it like she was joking, but the way she looked around showed she was half serious. And maybe a nice ale or lager? John chimed in, hopefully.
We have coffee in the locker room, Annabeth told them. It's a wonderful pick-me-up in the mornings, but we don't have anything harder than that. If we did, we might spend our time chilling on the beach rather than working out.
You're probably right, Sandy agreed, but still sounded wistful. Would you like a quick tour? Tyler asked, getting us back on track. Most certainly, John rumbled. This part of the beach is where you can work one-on-one with your training partner, Tyler said in his teaching voice. It's made of sand, so it can morph into whatever you need. You can work on punching, blocking, moving, projectiles, you name it. Whatever you want to improve, your training partner can help. The best part is you can go full out, as you can't hurt it. The worst you can do is knock it apart, but if you do, it just reforms again. Jason was just working on his punching, so perhaps he could give us a demonstration? Sure, I shrugged. I was already warmed up, so I settled into my stance and cut loose. I went full speed for about a minute, and then I stopped. This was just a demonstration after all, and I wasn't really training. John looked shocked. This was the first time he'd really seen me punch. Sandy had seen me fight Eugene, but even so, she looked impressed too. Do you mind if I punch it a few times? Sandy asked politely. I didn't want to break any house rules, so I turned to my partner. Sparkles, would it be okay if Sandy and John work with you for a few minutes? He solemnly nodded his head. Sandy and John looked surprised again. I think they had thought Sparkles was more like a statue, not a magical being made out of sand. You call him Sparkles? John asked. I nodded. I was training out here one morning, and the sand was slightly wet. The sun lit him just right, and he started sparkling like he was made of diamonds. I wanted to give him a name because training partners sound so impersonal, and he's already helped me so much. I like it, John said. It suits him.
My training partner is called Mr. Pebbles, Annabeth chimed in. He's already imposing enough, so I didn't want to give him a deadly-sounding name. I noticed he had little pebbles mixed in with all that sand, and I added the Mr. from Mr. Rogers. After all, this is a lovely neighborhood. She gestured at the sea and the beautiful beach. I think it's perfect, Sandy smiled. Now, is there any special way I'm supposed to hit Sparkles? Just stand however you are comfortable with and hit him however you want, Tyler replied. Sandy got into what looked to be a basic boxing stance, hauled her fist back, and punched Sparkles in his solar plexus. She knocked off a small trickle of sand.
She grimaced, set her stance wider, and tried again. There was slightly more sand this time. Sandy tried a few more times and then stopped, shaking her hand in pain. "That is really hard," she exclaimed. "I thought sand would be softer. Jason, how the heck were you hitting it that hard for so long? You must have fists of steel." "Magic," I said mysteriously, and wiggled my eyebrows at her. She burst out laughing. "Seriously though, Sparkles has just had an upgrade, so he's much denser and tougher than before. Your initial training partner will be much easier until you get used to him." "Now I'm reminded why I fight with my brass knuckles," Sandy said, shaking her head. "I've never really learned how to fight bare-handed before. I've trained with my magic, and I know the basics, but that's it. I think it's something I need to learn, though. It certainly made both of you a lot more powerful." "I could teach you if you wanted," Tyler offered. "I would like that very much," Sandy replied. "Now, I'd like to try again, but this time I'm going to add some magic." "Go for it," Tyler said. "The Grand Matron added a lot of Morphus points, so these training partners can upgrade quite a bit and take a lot of abuse. You might hit harder than Sparkles can handle, but your own partner will upgrade to fit what you need." Sandy nodded, set herself, and then started hitting again. This time her hands were surrounded by tiny blue flames, and she certainly hit a lot harder. I think the flames were protecting her fists and helping her power, but she still wasn't blowing Sparkles apart. In fact, based on how much sand she was knocking off, she still wasn't hitting as hard as I could with my new rune. She pounded on Sparkles for a few minutes before she stopped. I think she'd really given it a good shot because she was breathing hard. "This is much harder than it looks," she said. "This is going to be a great way to train. I've really only sparred with people before, and I've always held back a bit as I didn't want to accidentally hurt them. I'm really looking forward to getting my own partner and working my way up the levels." "I think I'd like to try now," John said. He seemed pretty eager to see how he would do. Sandy moved out of the way, and John got into position. His first punch was more of a light tap as he got a feeling for the distance and the target. His next punch was harder. He shifted and punched a few more times. Then he really let loose. He looked so freaking powerful, I thought for sure he would tear Sparkles apart. But he didn't. Instead, his punches had slightly less impact than my own. Wow, was I hitting harder than John? It seemed insane to even think that. He pounded on it for about a minute and then stopped. I noticed his hands had a gray cast to them. Was he adding a bit of stone to his hands to protect them? If so, that was just cool.
"Sparkles is a wall,"
he said admiringly.
"He's a freaking wall. Damn, Jason, just how hard can you hit?"
I laughed. "And keep in mind that Annabeth is rated higher than me," I said. "I can't wait to see her in the arena." Sandy and John both gave Annabeth a long look. I'm sure the thought that our little grandmother was such a powerhouse was blowing their minds. I'd seen her train, and I knew she was awesome, but it still blew me away too.
"Let me give it one more shot, and then I'll be ready to move on," John said.
This time he really centered himself, and I could see gray magic rippling over him. Whatever he did made a difference, because when he started punching again, he gave Sparkles a run for his money. His fists were knocking giant craters out of Sparkles, who was struggling to reform his sand and keep up. I decided to have some fun, so I called out to Sparkles.
"Pigeon step!"
Sparkles smoothly stepped back and to the side, just as John tried to blast him with a mighty blow. John was giving it all he had, and when his target suddenly disappeared, he overbalanced, tripped, and almost fell flat on his face. And not to be outdone, he recovered, pivoted, and attacked again. Sparkles shifted, so he only landed a glancing blow, and soon John was chasing Sparkles around the beach, trying to get back to his former level of power. Finally, he stopped and gave us a big grin.
"That was the most fun I've had sparring in a long time," he declared happily. "Sandy's right. This is going to be a wonderful place to train."
I thanked Sparkles, who bowed, and then fell into a mound of sand. We turned and moved on. Our next stop was the big door just sitting on its own in the sand. Sandy and John looked very quizzical until we opened it and went inside.
Oh, wow,
John exclaimed.
this place is fancy. When you said you had a locker room, I was thinking of white walls and tiled floors like you'd find at a boxing gym. This is more like a country club. I like it.
Tyler gave them a quick tour, and Sandy loved the wooden locker with her name on it and her workout clothes all ready to go.
Best of all, the clothes wash themselves,
Annabeth chimed in happily. For real? Sandy asked.
Oh, yes. You just leave your dirty ones in the locker, and the next time you come back, they're all clean, folded, and ready to go.
I think that was Annabeth's favorite thing about this place, and Sandy thought it was pretty special too. When we got to the drawer by the sinks, I took over, as I couldn't wait to show them the Tillman and Tittles bars.
You have Tillman and Tittles bars?
John exclaimed, and looked them over like they were pure gold. Have you had them before? I asked.
Oh, yes,
he said reverently.
It's been a while, but once you've had a Tillman and Tittles bar, you never forget it.
I handed out bars, and we chowed down. John gushed the whole time at just how good they were. I had my favorite, fried chicken, and then found a new one, mushroom risotto. I didn't know how they pulled it off, but they did. The outer part of the bar looked and tasted like mushrooms, while the inside was composed of little pearls that tasted like risotto. It was perfectly delicious. I didn't know how the drawer updated, but sometimes we'd have lots of one item, like cucumber salad with ranch dressing, and then it would be gone. It was nice that it rotated in new flavors, but I missed some of my favorites. We moved on, and Tyler pointed out the massive couch in case they needed a place to relax or take a nap between training sessions. I saw Sandy flash a saucy glance at John, and I almost snickered. I was pretty sure she was thinking about getting John to play vacationing heiress and full-service cabana boy. I'm sure she wouldn't have to try too hard. Sandy and John got dressed in workout gear, and we headed out to the arena. I was so excited because I'd finally get to see what Annabeth had been up to. The arena was the only large permanent structure on the beach. It was 30 steps long by about 20 wide. It had sand walls that went up about 10 feet, with an observation area on the side facing the rest of the gym. It seemed pretty big, as it stretched from the tree line almost to the water. Sandy and John marveled at the whole thing as we climbed up on the observation deck and settled into sandy chairs. The deck had a roof and a back wall, so it provided shade, and yet was still open to a cool breeze.
Jason, what's your arena level again?
Tyler asked. The last time I fought here, I was level 31, I replied.
Before we watch Annabeth fight, why don't you test your shield and battle gauntlets? Tyler suggested. You need to fully celebrate how much you've improved before you move on and challenge yourself again.
I was really eager to see what Annabeth was hiding, but Tyler was my teacher. If he wanted me to go first, then that is what I'd do. Plus, he was right. It'd be nice to see just how much my defense and offense had improved since the last time I'd been here.
What do the levels mean? Sandy asked.
Tyler responded, explaining how the points worked as I walked down the steps into the arena. The house used the level points to distribute between attackers. The more points it put into one sand character, the stronger, faster, and more resilient it was. In addition to basic melee characters, the house also had ranged attackers that shot sand bolts. It could also give its attackers weapons. The number of opponents varied between matches, as the house could spend all 31 points on one massively powerful opponent, or use 31 slow and weak opponents. The arena normally didn't go that extreme, though, and I usually faced between 3 and 10 attackers. When I won several matches in a row, my level went up, and so did the difficulty of the matches. It was a good system, and allowed me to fight hard without getting discouraged. The last time I'd fought, my opponents had felt tough. It had taken multiple punches to bring them down, and I'd had to stay on my toes to keep away from their blows, which had been powerful enough to knock me around. These sand people weren't playing. When they hit, they hurt. I spotted the circle on the sand that would start the match, and I took a moment to swing my arms and roll my head. Then I went into a full squat and jumped into the air. I did that a few times to make sure I was warmed up, loose, and ready to go. I stepped into the circle, and the match was on. 3 brawlers materialized, 2 in front of me and 1 behind. A ranged mage also materialized in the distance, so I was facing 4 opponents in total. That gave each of them around 7 to 8 points apiece, which meant they were all going to be fast and tough. In matches like this, it was important to take someone out quickly, and the 3rd brawler behind me was the closest. So I spun around and went after him. I took about 3 steps and was already in range. He threw a fast punch, but I was much faster. I slipped to his side, threw a punch, and was already following it up with a second one when I realized what I'd done. I'd taken him out with 1 shot. Holy cow! My punch had hit his side, and the shockwave had spread through his body and blasted out the other side. He'd already lost cohesion and was falling apart. I was so shocked I just stood there. And that's when the sand mage hit me. The mage opponents in the arena couldn't actually shoot fireballs or force bolts or anything like that. Instead, they shot thick bullets of sand, and if they hit, they really hurt. It didn't hurt this time, though. My hex network flared to life and deflected the sand right off me. I felt the pressure as all the momentum had to go somewhere, but it just seemed like a gentle push. I'd had those bullets spin me around before, so for them to be neutralized so effectively was awesome. I took 2 more hits, just for fun, and I burst out laughing at the sheer joy of it all. I had a shield! An honest-to-God, fully working shield! Wow! 1 and 2 caught up to me and started to attack. I speed-punched both of them and they blew apart. Damn, this was fun. The only opponent left was the mage, and it was still shooting at me. I didn't have a ranged attack of my own, so I sprinted towards him. I dodged his shots as I didn't want to get too complacent. I had a shield now, but it still ran on my magic, and I didn't want to start being wasteful. I quickly reached him and punched him out. Match over.
How's my ass doing?
I asked my analytical side anxiously.
I think it's doing good,
he replied. He did a quick scan.
Is something wrong with it?
He sounded worried.
I just wanted you to check it, because now...
It's bad, you know it, it's bad. The whole world has to answer right now. I'm a badass.
I tried to moonwalk, but I was on sand, and that didn't work out so well. My analytical side just rolled his eyes and groaned. I almost couldn't believe how easy the match had been. Red and his hex network had made a huge difference. Like, huge. I felt so good I ran back to the exit and sprinted up the stairs to the observation deck. John was looking so comfortable in his sand chair, I considered changing the name of the place to The Lounge. That was absolutely fantastic, Sandy said. You made that look so easy. It felt easy too, I replied. My new force runes made a huge difference.
Was that moonwalking I saw?
John snickered. It was more like sand walking, I said wryly, and it's not something I think I should try again.
You looked like a chicken scratching.
John laughed.
The rest of it looked good, but I'd figure out another victory dance if I were you.
He gave me an affectionate swat on the butt, because he was still sitting down and he was feeling too comfortable to reach any higher. I grabbed Annabeth to keep myself from being knocked off the platform.
Now that Jason has perfected the force rune and tested it out on Sparkles in the arena, I think it's time for Annabeth to show us what she can do,
Tyler said. Finally. I started clapping, and everyone else joined in. Annabeth smiled and gave us a happy bow. Then she went down the steps and into the arena. What level is she at? Sandy asked.
She's at level 63,
Tyler replied.
So it's almost double what Jason just faced,
John noted. Tyler nodded. Annabeth took a few moments to warm up and get her blood flowing. Then she stepped into the circle.
It was game time.
when I saw her opponents, I was so surprised I stood up. She was facing 3 opponents, and they all had long spears. Bloody hell! With 3 opponents, that meant that each of them had 21 points apiece. They were going to be tougher and faster than anything I'd seen before. What really made them extra deadly, though, were their spears. That gave them reach, speed, and a way to keep Annabeth at a distance where she couldn't punch them. If she did get in range, they could treat their spear like a staff, which was an excellent short-range weapon. I'm sure Annabeth was amazing, but this fight seemed impossible. Her only advantage was that the 3 of them started on the other side of the arena. That gave her a brief moment to strategize as they started running towards her. Opponent 1, on the left, was the fastest and seemed to have more of a speed build. 2, in the middle, was a balance of speed and power, and 3, on the right, was slightly slower but more solid. I say he was slightly slower, but 3 was still much faster than the opponents I'd faced just a few minutes ago. When facing multiple opponents, the best thing to do was to find a way to split them up. Then you could work the angles so that the opponent you attacked blocked one or more of your other opponents. It takes a lot of speed, strategy, and good footwork to make it happen. In this case, the difference in how fast they ran towards her helped a lot. One reached her first and led with a spear thrust. Annabeth only had a second to do something with him, as the other 2 were right on his heels. "Zoom!" she exclaimed, and launched forward like she'd been shot out of a cannon. She deflected his thrust and closed with him before he could recover.
Pow! Pow!
She exclaimed again and hit him 2 times in rapid succession. He was much bigger than she was, so she landed both shots on his right hip. He staggered back and fell to the ground. He wasn't out of the fight, but he wasn't going to be mobile for several moments at least.
Zoom!
She exclaimed and darted backward. That was smart, because it got her out of the reach of the fallen one and kept 2 in front of 3. When 2 got close, she darted in and landed a few blows on him too. Again, it didn't take him out of the fight, but knocked him on his ass. And that set her up to focus on number 3. He was slower, but much smarter. Instead of coming after her, he switched to using his spear as a staff. That was the perfect choice for him, as Annabeth had already proven she could get around the reach of a spear. Annabeth closed with him, but he played defense, and she found it hard to land a killing blow. He was more durable, and that let him weather her punches, and gave 1 and 2 a chance to recover and get back on their feet. She couldn't let that happen, and she didn't. She found the opening she was looking for, and she switched from pow to boom. That did the trick. Her power punch knocked his arm off, and his spear went flying. 3 tried to turtle up and recover, but she power punched his head, and he collapsed into a heap of sand. 2 was back on his feet, and he played defense until 1 was up. Annabeth was in trouble, as even 2 injured spear wielders were a lot to handle. Annabeth surprised me as she switched her focus from 2 to 1 after luring 2 out of position. 1's leg was still shot, and she used his lack of mobility to close with him and take him out. Now she only had a single opponent left. 2 stayed in close and kept throwing short, vicious jabs that were hard to block. I noticed Annabeth was making whooshing noises, and that seemed to throw off his aim. It hit me just how brilliant Annabeth's new powers were. She was using sounds to shape her magic in a way that helped her with the fight. She was literally being her own video game. Martial artists have been using a kiai, or shout, for hundreds of years to focus their energy and give them more power. Annabeth, as a sonic mage, had used that idea and taken it to the next level. Why stop at just power punching when you can boost your movement with a well-timed zoom? And why not add something that deflects an attack with a whoosh? It was so perfect and so simple. If she needed a new effect, she just made up a new sound that made sense to her. She would be the perfect comic book hero. All she'd need was the explosion-looking graphic that went with the pow in the old Batman comic books. Maybe I could be her Robin. I was already gay, skinny, and witty, so I'd fit right in. Now I just needed a superhero costume, preferably one that made my butt, abs, and package look awesome. Maybe NL could put one together for me. I'd gotten mentally sidetracked, so I almost missed the end of Annabeth's fight. She knocked 2 spear out of position, close with him, and boom punched him right through the chest. He fell out in a pile of sand, and the match was over. We jumped and cheered to celebrate her awesome victory, and she gave a tired bow. She climbed up the steps to the observation deck, and we hugged and congratulated her again. Her fight had truly been spectacular. She not only had excellent new powers, but her tactical command of the situation had been spot on. Sandy and John started talking strategy, and both of them seemed excited and anxious to get into the arena. Tyler said it was a lot harder than it looked, and he suggested they start at level 1 and work their way up. They didn't disagree with him, but they both thought they had plenty of experience and were ready to jump right in. "Would you like to try the scenario that Annabeth just completed?" Tyler suggested with a sly grin. "I have to warn you, it's much harder than it appears from up here." Sandy and John looked at each other, a whole conversation happening in just a glance. "I would like to try it," Sandy declared. "I would too," John chimed in. "I'm sure the house will let us modify the rules just this once," Tyler said. Then he flashed a mischievous grin. "I think you both are going to get your asses handed to you, so would you care to make this more interesting?" Chapter 4. 3 Spears. "What did you have in mind?" John flashed a mischievous grin right back. "If you fail your match, you will make me a ring of my choosing," Tyler replied. John nodded. "You know I'd make you a ring anyway, so that's not much of a wager. If I win, you'll give me a nice foot rub and trim my toenails. And you'll use a nice smelling lotion, too. I like floral scents, by the way." Tyler flexed his fingers at John and laughed. "It's a bet. Now, Sandy, what do you want to wager?" Sandy looked thoughtful. "I'd like to meet Mr. Tubbles," she said. "I haven't met him yet, and you know I love the kitties." "I know you do," Tyler smiled. "He's a bit aloof, so I can't guarantee he will be happy to see you, but I can certainly do an introduction. Now, if I win, I'd like to be with you when you make your next charm and see what I can sense with the mark of the deep earth." "Of course," Sandy exclaimed. "Are you interested in making charms? I had no idea." After hearing Jason talk about it, I feel inspired to give it a try. I think it's fascinating what the centaurs did with the glass, and it makes me wonder what I could create. Even if I couldn't make a whole charm, I'd like to try making a rune and seeing what I could do with it." Well, that was certainly interesting. I had ideas I wanted to try out, and it sounded like Tyler would be the perfect person to work with on some of them. All the wagers were pretty low-key, but they added an extra bit of spice to their upcoming matches. Goggles was right. A bet added some flavor to any situation. "Since this will be your first time, you'll need to know the rules of the arena." Tyler switched back into teacher mode. "The sand opponents act like real people, so if you injure a part of them, they will try to fight like they are real injured people. It isn't always perfect, but it's close enough. That also means that if you take the spear out of their hands, they won't just automatically create a new one. They will try to get their weapon back, or fight you with bare hands. Are we clear so far?" Sandy and John both nodded. "The sand opponents will hit you with full force. They will try to knock you down and land a killing blow. If they think they have, the match will end and you will have lost. Obviously they aren't out to really kill you, but you can get hurt, and you will certainly come away with bruises." Tyler paused, letting that sink in. Both of them nodded again. "If they knock you down, the match isn't over. You have a chance to fight your way out of the situation and get back on your feet. Your opponents will try to land a killing blow, but failing that, they will try to bury you in sand. If they can do that, then you will have lost the match. You are welcome to use magic, of course, but I think we have to say the magic of the deep earth is off limits. This whole beach is made of sand, and I'm sure if you wanted to, you could melt it down and drown it in the ocean. This is a training exercise, and your life isn't really in danger, so let's stay away from that power. Agreed?" Again, both of them nodded. I think that's it for now. You'll both have an advantage because you'll know what you're facing and where they'll start. In a real match, you won't know how many opponents you're fighting and where they will begin. I think you'll still find it plenty challenging, though. House, let's run that exact same configuration again, except there will be a different challenger. This match will not count towards any ranking. It is for fun only. Sandy, do you want to go first?
Yes, she said. She seemed pretty excited, as she was already running in place to warm up.
Oh, you'll need to leave your shield charm up here, Tyler noted. If you wear it in training, you'll just drain its magic, and it won't be ready for when you really need it.
Sandy nodded in agreement as she took it off and handed it to Tyler. Anything else? She asked.
I don't think so, he replied. Head on down the steps into the arena. You'll see a circle in the sand, and the match starts as soon as you step into it.
We all called out encouragement as Sandy stepped down into the arena and took a moment to warm up a little more. Then we all became quiet as she walked toward the circle. She paused, then stepped inside. The match was on. Opponents 1, 2, and 3 formed on the far side of the arena and started racing towards her. Sandy hadn't been idle either as she summoned her fire shield, expanding it to the entire width of the arena. I would have thought this was a great idea, but the sand fighters weren't scared of fire, and there wasn't an actual force component to stop them. All 3 of them hit her shield and barged right on through. The fire stayed with them, eating away at the magic that gave them life, but it wasn't enough to actually stop them. Sandy looked like she was having a holy crap moment as she quickly summoned a basketball-sized ball of flame and shot it at one, her fastest opponent. He mostly dodged it, and it only clipped him a little, knocking him off balance. 2 and 3 weren't far behind. They were closing in fast when Sandy shot her next fireball. 2 was ready for it and smoothly dropped and rolled out of the way. Meanwhile, 1 had recovered and was racing towards her again. Sandy started running away to give herself a bit more time, but the 3 of them were much faster. Realizing that wasn't working, she stopped, thrust her right hand at 2, stopping him in his tracks. Her left hand grabbed 1 with her power and threw him right out of the arena. It was an amazing display of magic and force, and if there had only been 2 opponents, she would have been doing fine. But she'd forgotten about 3, and he hit her like a Mack truck. We all winced at the sound of the meaty smack as it threw her several feet through the air. Before she'd even hit the ground, he'd already stabbed her with his spear. The match was technically over at that point, but he dove on her when she landed, covering her in sand. 2 reached her and did the same. Sandy was now completely covered, and if the match hadn't been over before, it was now. It took a second, but Sandy clawed her way out, spitting sand and gasping for air. She definitely looked a bit worse for wear as she staggered towards the steps and climbed up to the platform. "Oh, that was a bitch!" she exclaimed as she sank down into a waiting chair. Annabeth helped her get the sand out of her hair. "Good God, I haven't been hit that hard in a long time," she grimaced. "That was intense." "I'm sure you'll come up with more insights later, but for now, what did you learn from your match?" Tyler asked. He was still in teacher mode. "I learned I'm too dependent on fire," Sandy sighed. "I should have focused on force from the beginning. Even then, I'm still not sure I'd have won. I need to be quicker, too. A lot quicker." She turned to Annabeth. "I now have a whole new appreciation for your fight," she said. "You truly are amazing." "Aw, thank you," Annabeth said sincerely and gave her a big hug. "John, it's your turn." Tyler got us back on track. "Are you ready?"
"Oh, yes, I'm ready."
John sounded excited. How Sandy had fared hadn't deterred him at all. He bounded down the steps and warmed up on the arena floor. "Remember, no deep earth stuff," Tyler yelled after him. John just waved his hand like,
Yeah, I got it. Stop bugging me."
After a few moments, John finished warming up and stepped confidently into the circle. The match started. Once again, 3 spear-wielding opponents formed out of the sand and raced towards him. Gray ripples of magic started rolling over John as he reached down into the sand and came up with a baseball-sized ball of rock. I'm sure it was magic, as there shouldn't have been a rock that round and that size anywhere on the beach. It was his signature move, though, and he wound up and threw the rock. I'd seen just how powerful his throws were, and if the rock had landed, it would have taken one of his opponents out for sure. He threw it at one, though, who was the fastest out of the 3 of them. If one had done a half-assed dodge, he would have gotten hit. But he went all in. He waited until the rock had almost left John's hand, and there was no way he could change its trajectory before he made his move. Then he dodged to the side and threw himself on the ground at the same time. It was enough, and the rock just sailed on by. John looked disappointed, reached down to get another rock, and started to throw it. 2 had never stopped running, and as John was in the middle of his overhand throw, he jabbed at John's hand for all he was worth. It wasn't a great hit, but it was enough to deflect John's arm, and the throw missed. John swore and reached down for another rock, just as 3 arrived and hit him hard in the side with his spear. It was a solid blow, and it rocked John a bit. It didn't knock him over or anything, but if that had been a normal person, and the spear had been real, it would have punched through his side. All 3 of the sandy opponents backed up, stopped, and took a knee. They didn't disappear, but it was clear they thought their hit should have ended the fight. John looked confused, and then he realized what was going on.
"The match is still on," he roared. "That was a solid hit, but a spear wouldn't have stopped me. You'll have to do better than that."
They smoothly flowed to their feet and charged him. John had a rock, and he tried to throw it again, but this time 3 was on his pitching side. He held his jab until John started his throw. Then he hit John's hand and knocked the rock into his own head. I was totally on John's side, but at the same time it was funny as hell, and I bit my lip to keep from snickering. I caught Annabeth's eye, and she had a twinkle in her eye too. We'd both had our fair share of what-the-heck moments, and all you could do was just laugh and keep going. I didn't want John or Sandy to take it wrong, though, so I covered it up with a cough and kept watching. After that funny moment, the next few minutes were painful to watch. John was getting pummeled. He wasn't fast enough to finish a throw, and he wasn't fast enough to grab their spears, so they just beat the heck out of him. He tried running after them, but they were faster than him and stayed out of his reach. The gray ripples of magic on his skin were shielding him and keeping him in the fight. Still, those blows had to hurt. The match settled into a stalemate, as he couldn't hurt the sand fighters, and they couldn't land a killing blow. They went back and forth, waiting for someone to make a mistake, but neither side did. Finally, John tried rushing them again, and this time his opponents were ready. One swept John's leg from under him just as he brought it down to land his step. John went down hard and landed on his face as all 3 of them rushed him and piled on. John was a big guy, but the 3 of them had plenty of sand, and between them they covered him up completely. The match was over. John dug his way out, spluttering and digging sand out of his eyes, and then started walking towards the steps. He didn't seem upset at all. If anything, he was in fine spirits.
"That was so much fun!"
he exclaimed when he got up with us.
"Are you sure you're okay?" Tyler asked. "Some of those hits sounded painful." "Oh, I'm fine," John laughed. "A few bruises, maybe, but I've been hit a lot worse than that before."
So, you aren't upset? Annabeth asked. Despite what John had said, she still looked a bit worried.
"Not at all," John shook his head emphatically. "I haven't been able to go all out like this in years. I think I'll start over at level 1 and work my way up, just like you 2 did, but I can't wait. This arena, actually, this whole beach, is just awesome."
Sandy nodded in agreement.
This place really is awesome. No wonder you both have improved so quickly. Tyler, this beach is a real gift.
Tyler smiled and gave a small bow to acknowledge their praise, but he was too much of a teacher to let this moment pass.
"So, I'll ask you the same question I asked Sandy. What did you learn from your match?"
I'm too freaking slow, John laughed. I'm powerful and I'm hard to hurt, but that doesn't help me at all if I can't head back. As you saw, eventually my enemies will find a way to bring me down.
He turned to Annabeth.
I know you probably think your pow-pow sounds that let you hit harder are your greatest improvement. I personally think it's your zoom-zoom that is your best weapon. It lets you close the gap to hit them when you are ready, and it also lets you get away when needed. I had power and defense, but without speed, I just couldn't control the fight.
Annabeth nodded thoughtfully, but I could see it both ways. If she'd only had speed, she wouldn't have had the power to take them out. I think it would be more accurate to say you needed both speed and power to win a fight, and only having one or the other wasn't good enough.
Jason, would you like to try this match? Tyler asked.
Do what? Was he crazy?
I know you like to be methodical and climb your levels one at a time, but this is an ideal situation to test yourself and see just how good your new force runes are. This won't count against your ranking, and if you lose the match, you'll be in excellent company. If you win, however, it will show just how far you've come, and also how valuable your insight into magic is.
He smiled at me encouragingly as John started clapping.
Jason! Jason!
He cheered like we were at a football game and I was going for a touchdown. Annabeth and Sandy quickly joined in.
Jason! Jason!
What'd you think?
I asked my analytical side.
Should I do this? Sure, he replied. You might as well. After all, what's the worst that could happen? You'll take a few lumps and end up buried in sand. It won't be the first time. You've gotten wiped out many times before. On the other hand, if you win, it proves that you've doubled your power, and all the searching and innovation has been worth it.
Okay, I said. Let's do it. They cheered me on some more as I descended the stairs and warmed up again in the arena. While I did that, I thought about the fight and how to handle it. I decided to try to do exactly what Annabeth had done. I'd let one get in the lead and take him out first, then I'd tackle two and finish up with three. Annabeth's tactics had been perfect, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I stepped into the circle, and the match began. I immediately realized my plan wasn't going to work. When the three Sandy opponents materialized, they didn't rush me right away. Instead, they formed up and moved towards me as a unit. Well, crap! I guess they had learned their lesson from Annabeth's fight. They had done their best against her when they had used their spears like staffs and had stayed on the defense. I stayed calm and let them come to me. There wasn't any sense rushing over to them. Once they got within range, two held his spear in both hands like a staff and set himself in a defensive stance. One and three were both on the ends, and they went on the attack, jabbing at me with their spears. This was a good strategy on their part. Staying together and having one Sandman play defense got me from taking them apart one at a time. The spears let them attack at a distance, so they should have been able to pick me apart. Their plan would have worked, except for one thing. I was fast. Really fast. And my magic sight made sure there were no surprises. Their spear jabs were fairly reserved at the beginning of the fight, but when they couldn't land a hit, they got wilder and wilder. Finally, three gave a thrust that was way overextended, and I just grabbed his sand spear and pulled it right out of his hand. I was shocked. It had worked. The weapon was made of sand, after all, so I thought maybe it would just fall apart once three wasn't holding it anymore. Once I realized it would stay together, I quickly turned, ran to the wall, and threw it over. A spear was now out of the fight. My opponents changed their strategy a tiny bit as they now put three in the center. He didn't have a spear, but he could still play defense. Two switched to the outside, and again they tried to jab. We danced for a bit, and again their jabs got a bit wild. I was pretty sure they were trying to bait me, and I decided to use that to my advantage. I waited until one gave a wild thrust and grabbed the spear like I was going to try and pull it away from him too. He was ready for me, and he pulled it back as hard as he could.
I kept my grip on the spear and sprinted towards him, using his own pull to close the distance. It worked perfectly as I closed in on him before he knew what was happening. One was off balance and wide open as I summoned the lightning. I did a little pow 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 of my own, and my new attack rune blew him apart. That left me in the perfect position to take care of 3, who was blocking 2 from using his spear. 3 tried to cover up and play defense, but I just attacked his arms. 2 tried to get around 3 to join in the fight, but I easily pigeon-stepped to keep 3 between us and kept hitting. 3 was the toughest of the bunch, but he soon fell apart as well. That just left me with 2, and he didn't stand a chance. I knocked his spear out of position, closed in on him, and punched him out. The whole attack had only taken a few seconds, and just like that, the match was over. I realized my housemates were cheering for me, so I turned and gave them a happy wave. This whole match had gone a lot better than I'd expected. The new opponents were tougher, but I punched a lot harder now, so it balanced out. They were certainly faster, but it still wasn't anything I couldn't handle. This fully healed body I had was just freaking fantastic. It was incredibly fast, very strong, and capable of going at 100% for as long as I needed. I might not be big like John or sex on wheels like Tyler, but I was falling in love with my own skin. Tiana's Grove had given me an amazing gift, and I was ever so grateful. I thought I'd have to lean on my shield to protect me, but they hadn't tagged me once. That was awesome. I was still full of excitement and energy from the match, so I ran over to the stairs and sprinted up to the lounge. John was still sitting back, chilling, and he gave me another congratulatory swat on the butt. I got hugs from Annabeth and Sandy, and a saucy kiss from Tyler. I had to break that off quickly, as I was starting to feel excited in a whole new way. These gray shorts were wonderful for working out, but they were terrible at holding back the one-eyed monster when it was ready to rumble. I was a little afraid that Annabeth might be upset that I'd stolen a bit of her thunder. But she was just happy for me and thrilled that I'd beaten the arena as well. I was very lucky to have such a good friend like her. And now there was only one person here that hasn't run this scenario yet, Sandy said, cocking an eyebrow at Tyler. How about you show us how it's really done? Tyler agreed and headed down to the arena. I was curious to see him fight again. He'd already shown Annabeth and me what he could do, and he'd certainly been amazing, but it had been right at the beginning of our training. We hadn't even learned how to properly punch or move yet, so everything he'd done had seemed extra mysterious and awesome. I had a lot more experience now, both in the arena and in real life. So I wanted to see just how good I thought he was now. Would he still seem that amazing? The answer was an emphatic yes. Tyler really was that awesome. He made his opponents look like they were soft as marshmallows and just as slow. He stepped into the circle, starting the match, and then ran towards them. He didn't give him time to form a strategy as he approached 3, flowed around his defense, and blew him apart with one punch. 2 jabbed with his spear, but Tyler easily deflected it, closed the distance, and took him out with one shot too. That only left 1, the fastest of the bunch. He tried to play defense, but that worked as well as it had with 3, and 1 punch later, he fell into a pile of sand. I shared a glance with Annabeth. She looked just as impressed with our teacher as I was.
Well, damn, John said. That was embarrassingly easy. I thought he'd at least make it look a bit harder. I feel like a wuss now.
I guess we're going to have to be wusses together, Sandy said wryly. I didn't do any better than you did. Well, at least we know we have work to do.
We sure do.
He gave her a saucy wink.
I need to work on being harder. And maybe thrusting a little faster.
He made a punching motion in the air like he was talking about battle, but we all got the double entendre. Sandy looked like she really wanted to say something naughty and totally inappropriate, but Annabeth and I were standing right there looking at both of them. So she swallowed whatever she was going to say and gave him a pat on the shoulder instead. John smirked like he'd just made a point in whatever private game they played and gave her a pat on the butt right back. "Behave, mountain man," Sandy commanded, and the tone of her voice said this was all going down in her book of remembrance and she was going to exact her revenge at a more appropriate time. His answering laugh said he would love every minute of it. Annabeth gave me a look like,
"Newlyweds, you can't let them out of the bedroom and expect them to behave."
I just shrugged back like, love's gotta do what love's gotta do. Tyler joined us, and we gave him a round of applause and congratulated him on his stunning victory. He bowed, thanked us, and then suggested it was time that John and Sandy really learned how to move. The three of them moved back up the beach, and their training started. Annabeth and I stayed and alternated rounds in the arena. I went back down to my normal level of 31 and started working my way up from there. The matches now felt incredibly easy, but I was okay with that. They would feel harder soon enough, and right now I wanted to continue celebrating just how far I'd come. The sun started to set, and we all decided to call it a night. Sandy had gone to the grocery, and her pantry was partially restocked. She said she wanted to cook for us, and we all thought it was a wonderful idea. Sandy's cooking was not to be missed. Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles joined us again, and they had a bit of dirt and a couple of leaves on them. I think they'd been playing up in the trees away from the beach. Eggy was still sitting in his mound of sand, enjoying the sun and the view. As soon as I touched him, though, I knew something was up. He had an intensity and intention about him.
"My sauce,"
he said gravely.
"It is time."
Chapter 5. Eggy's Time. I looked around at the beach, the setting sun, and the beautiful sky. We were all here. Yes, this was the perfect time. I called everyone over and quickly filled them in. Since we are all present, and Eggy currently has plenty of magic, he feels this is the right time to transition into a vase, I said. Annabeth's eyes got really big.
"Oh, wow," she said. "This is a big moment. I was beginning to wonder if that would ever happen."
"Me too," Sandy said. "But I'm glad it's finally happening. Let Eggy know we are here for him and ready to celebrate his transformation." I told him that everyone was excited to watch his transition as I mounted up the sand and made him a little pedestal. We all sat down around him, and even Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles had a spot. Once we were settled, Eggy started talking, and I relayed his words out loud so everyone could follow along.
"When my master made me, I was so proud of who I was and the form I had. Together we fought many battles, and I defended him well. I held his magic and channeled his power. Together we slew all those who would dare attack us. However, we might have done too well together. Other mages started to think I would do the same for them, so they killed my master and tried to bend me to their will. I wasn't present when he died, so I don't know how it happened. I only know that I no longer felt my source. As time passed, I realized that, in a way, I had killed my master. A magic sword is a treasure that mages covet. And an awakened magic sword is a treasure so rare it drives some mages to madness. I discovered this as the mage that stole me was himself killed so another could possess me. I watched this happen again and again, and I grew to hate who I was and the form I possessed. I started dreaming that one day I wouldn't be a sword at all. Instead, I'd be in a form that was the farthest thing from battle lust. I dreamed I'd be a thing of beauty, and I'd sit and be admired by all that saw me. I didn't know what that would be until one day I saw a vase in a window. It was filled with flowers, and all who saw it admired its beauty and the color it held. Nobody wanted to steal the vase, for it wasn't a romanticized object of battle. Instead, it was a beautiful but common object, and was allowed to just sit peacefully and enjoy the world. This dream of mine was just a fantasy, until I became a part of this family. Now my new source has fulfilled his promise, and I have the magic I need to change. Penny has provided the final piece and shown me how to transform my shape. So I ask you to be with me now, to bear witness to my transformation as I leave my martial past behind and embrace a life of beauty and peace.
Eggy stopped speaking, and I felt like there was something we should say. I just wasn't sure what that would be. I looked around quickly for help, as I didn't want to stop this special moment, and Sandy spoke up. "I will bear witness," she said solemnly. Yes, that sounded great. I echoed her words, and everyone else followed suit. That must have been the right thing to say, because Eggy transformed before our eyes. He stretched and grew from a solid steel egg to a beautiful, ornate vase. He now had a solid base, 2 handles at the top, and a round opening big enough to handle several flowers, but not so big as they would flop around and look droopy. The vase itself was extremely ornate, with leaf shapes, waves of water, scrollwork, and lots of fat baby angels. It reminded me of the cathedrals they built back in Michelangelo's time, where everything was decorated and detailed, and there wasn't a plain surface to be seen. Some would have said it was gaudy, but for a magical artifact that had lived for hundreds of years, it was perfect. It looked like a beautifully restored antique, and I could imagine one of those old guys on an antique show musing about what duke or earl this vase had belonged to. I picked Iggy up and gave him a hug. Although he was solid steel, he knew it was a way that fleshy people showed affection, so I knew he got the idea. "Iggy, I'm so proud of you," I exclaimed, hugging him again. "Thank you for allowing me to be your source and becoming part of our family. You can now sit in the window and look as amazing on the outside as I know you are on the inside." Penny buzzed at him in stone speak, and he buzzed back. I didn't speak stone, but they both seemed very satisfied. I passed him to Annabeth next, and she gave him a big hug too. "Eggy, you look so elegant," she exclaimed, and then took the time to point out specific parts of the vase that she liked. I could feel Eggy glowing with pride at her praise. "I have a lovely sitting room," she continued, giving me a mischievous look. "So if you ever get tired of Jason and Tyler playing hide the sausage, you are always welcome at my place. We can have a cup of tea and read a nice book together." I had no idea how a vase would have a cup of tea, but Eggy got the idea and appreciated the sentiment. He also really liked the idea of Annabeth reading to him. I wasn't sure if it was because she was a sonic mage, or if he liked the idea of hearing a story. John was next, and he took a moment to run his fingers over all the decoration. I could see his gray magic dancing along the surface and swirling around inside the vase. Eggy loved the attention, and he practically purred as John caressed him with his earth magic.
"You're a pretty thing, aren't you?"
he mused aloud.
"I don't know that I could have done a better job if I'd made you myself. Jason's told me about your master and his forge. So if it's raining and you'd like a break from the window for a while, just let me know and we'll get together and make something. I don't have a forge like your master, but I can still transform rocks and metals, so I know we'll make something pretty."
He passed Eggy on to Sandy next, who spent a few minutes looking him over as well. "Eggy, thank you for taking a chance on Jason and keeping him safe. And thank you for keeping House Louisville safe. Know that you are welcome to sit anywhere in the house, including the front porch and outside in the backyard. It's not big, but there are squirrels, birds, and all kinds of critters that will keep you entertained. I hope you thoroughly enjoy your new form, and I look forward to seeing you around. Even though I can't hear you directly, I'll come over and say hi." She gave Eggy a hug and passed him on to Tyler. I thought Tyler would talk about runes, or maybe give a greeting from an incubus's perspective. Instead, he spent his time talking about the details on Eggy's face and how it reminded him of architecture he'd seen. Eggy ate it up. He ate it up with a spoon. He practically glowed as Tyler compared his scroll work to the kind he'd seen in Italy and his cherubs to a fresco he'd seen in a chateau in France. Eggy had obviously given a lot of thought to his exterior, and complimenting his design was complimenting the budding artist he thought he could be. Tyler then held out Eggy for Mr. Tubbles to inspect. He sniffed him for a moment, and I saw a flash of magic pass between them. Then Mr. Tubbles sat back, looking satisfied, and Tyler presented it to Bermuda next. He tapped Eggy with his paw like he was giving him a high five, and again I saw a little flash of magic. Then Eggy came back to me, and our little ceremony was over. Eggy was in his new shape, and had been properly celebrated. I'm sure there would be more we'd talk about as time passed, but for now, it was good. We all got up, brushed off the sand, and headed into the locker room. Sandy and John were in high spirits from their first day of training, and soon the air was filled with laughter and light teasing. Going from 3 people to 5 made a big difference, and the room seemed to adjust once again to give us plenty of space to move around. We showered, changed, and ported back to the house. Before I left, I thanked all the ass blasters, and then absorbed them back into Penny. I gathered up the rest of my creations and took them back to the house with me. They were all in high spirits, as a day at the beach had been a nice vacation for them. Once we were back, Sandy and John went down to her place to start getting supper ready. Actually, Sandy was going to start cooking, and John was going to fetch his famous ale. The rest of us went up to my place to put Eggy back on his stand and make sure he was settled in. Eggy had a special stand that looked like a spray of water coming out of the ocean. The base was wide and frothy with sea foam. The column itself was a thick pillar of water, ending in a wide splash about waist high. The whole thing looked like it was made of blown glass, although it moved and flowed over time. It had all the shades of blue in it, almost white blue for the bubbles, light blue to show the rush of the water, deep blue for the core. Right at the top, there had been an indent, perfect for the bottom of an egg. Now, that rounded dip was gone and had been replaced by a sunken circle. I placed Eggy on the stand, and the bottom of his vase fit perfectly. I stepped back to admire him as his polished steel reflected all the blues in the stand. It made all his details pop, and he looked even more beautiful, if that was possible. All that detail went well against the simplicity of the window. The house had provided 2 floor-to-ceiling windows that were elegantly framed by white linen curtains tied back with white braided cords. The window and the stand looked lovely together and totally fit the tropical theme of my bedroom. The whole setting looked like they had been lifted right out of a home in Key West. When the weather was nice, I could open the windows and Eggy and his flowers would be framed nicely. It would be his own slice of heaven. And now, all he needed was his flowers. "House," I called, "thank you for the wonderful stand you've provided Eggy. It has been a lovely home for him so far, and the whole window setting is just perfect. Now that he has transformed into a vase, he is ready for his flowers. I'm not sure what types of flowers he wants, or if he will want different ones over time, but please take care of him. Make sure he always looks fresh and beautiful." I paused as I thought about what the others had said on the beach and decided to add one more thing. "Also, if he wants to relocate around the house, or if he wants anything else other than flowers, please give it to him. Just remember that he helped defend your shield, and don't charge me too many more of his points if you can help it." "Your bargaining skills need a bit of work," Tyler laughed. "I think you just wrote Eggy a blank check, and then asked the house not to screw you over too badly." "I did, didn't I?" I said wryly. "I don't want to get all thrifty now, though. This is Eggy's dream, and I want it to continue to come true in the best way possible." We admired Eggy for a few minutes more, and then said our goodbyes and headed down to Sandy's place. To my utter surprise, Eggy beat us down there. We knocked on the door, John let us in, and Eggy was already sitting on an end table by the sofa. He was filled with strands of white and yellow orchids. It was perfect, as their delicate color accented his metallic sheen perfectly. "When did Eggy show up?" I asked John. He shrugged. "I'm not sure. I looked around and he was already sitting there." I was blown away, but John was clearly not impressed. I guess he was used to things happening on their own. I was completely floored, though. I was used to carrying Eggy around and having him stay in the spot I'd left him. I know I told the house to move him wherever he wanted. I just hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. We all told Eggy how good he looked with his new flowers, and then John started handing out the ale. It was just as good as I remembered, and just as potent, too. Before I knew it, I'd finished my first glass, and John was pouring me a refill. Annabeth shot me a warning glance, although she'd finished her first glass, too. Bermuda showed up with Mr. Tubbles and introduced him to Sandy's two cats, Biscuit and Snowy. There were some looks and attitudes thrown around, but nobody got seriously mad or started a fight. They were still focused on Sandy, as they had clearly missed her a lot, and as long as Mr. Tubbles didn't get in the way of that, then he was okay. He and Bermuda each picked a spot on the back of the sofa, where they had a good view of the room, and settled down. Sandy stopped what she was doing to go over and meet Mr. Tubbles. She knelt down on the floor, so she was face to face with her one-eyed visitor. "Mr. Tubbles, this is Sandy." Tyler started the introductions. "Sandy, this is Mr. Tubbles. He likes long walks on the beach, listening to your heart's desires, and women that smell like tuna." Sandy gently reached out, let Mr. Tubbles sniff her hand, and then began rubbing behind his ears. "I think your daddy is being a silly goose," she told him lightly. Tyler laughed. "He really does prefer treats with fish over ones with chicken." "I'm sure he does," Sandy said playfully, as she switched from his ears to his chin. Mr. Tubbles started purring, closed his eyes, and stretched his head out to give her full access. She loved him a bit more and then placed a selection of treats beside him for his tasting pleasure. Of course, Bermuda wanted treats too, and she couldn't give them to her furry visitors without giving some to Snowy and Biscuit as well. "So, what are we having tonight, my love?" John asked Sandy. He liked cats, but he liked food more. "Well, I'd originally thought I'd do something with my new stasis trays," Sandy replied. "I had thought of doing a whole sweet and savory crepe theme. The tray could keep the crepes fresh, and each of us could switch between a savory or sweet filling depending on how we were feeling." "That sounds absolutely delightful," Annabeth said happily. "But I'm guessing you changed your mind?" "I had everything I needed to make the crepes, but not what I needed to make the fillings," Sandy replied. "I went shopping, but I'm still out of a lot of items. I wanted to make a mushroom chicken filling, but I don't have any mushrooms."
So what are we having now?"
John asked, patting his belly. It gave a loud grumble, and he gave it another soothing pat. "I'm making shepherd's pie," Sandy replied. "It's delicious, it's easy to make, and I can have it ready fairly quickly." Annabeth and I both offered to help, but Sandy mostly turned us down. We washed the carrots, onions, and potatoes, but otherwise Sandy did all the work. She loved to cook, and this was her zen. Laughter and stories filled the air, along with the hearty smell of good food as a shepherd's pie baked in the oven. It was only there for about 30 minutes, but the delicious aroma made me ravenous. I thought my stomach was going to eat all my innards and then crawl out and go searching for food on its own. Sandy pulled the shepherd's pie out of the oven and was going to let it cool, but John wasn't having any of that. He attacked right away, and I was right behind him. Tyler laughed at how fast we were, but I noticed he was only a minute behind me. For a while, we were quiet as we all ate like hungry animals. John went back for seconds, and that finished off the first casserole dish. Fortunately, Sandy knew what we ate like and had made 2 more. The second casserole didn't stand a chance either. By the time we were tucking into the third one, the laughter and stories were back. I took a minute to just sit back and appreciate the moment. This is what I lived for. I was having good food, good drink, and good times with my friends. This was my crew. This was my home. This is where I belonged. When I'd been working the underground poker circuit, I hadn't realized how lonely I'd been. I'd been searching for something, and I thought it was success and money. Now I knew I'd been searching for a place to belong. A place to settle down and call my own. It had taken almost dying to get here, but now I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I made a mental snapshot of the moment and tucked it away in my heart. Tyler caught my eye and gave me an understanding smile. He reached over and gave my hand a gentle squeeze. Without saying anything, he let me know he was feeling the same thing. He was grateful for the happiness that came from belonging, just like I was. I finally sat back, stuffed full of excellent food, and feeling just a bit sleepy. I had a good buzz going, and I planned on drinking some more of John's ale and coasting through the rest of the night. If I ended up passed out on the floor with John and Tyler, then so be it. Everyone I cared about was safe, and nobody was actively trying to kill me at the moment. My training and magic breakthroughs were done for the day, so this was my night to just enjoy myself. Which is why I was a little surprised when Sandy turned to me with a glint in her eye and said she'd waited long enough. That sounds like something John needs to take care of, I teased. John laughed and gave me a high five. Not that, Sandy snorted. My mountain man takes good care of my sound of music, if you know what I mean.
I hear the hills are alive,
Annabeth chimed in. Sometimes you gotta climb every mountain. Sandy was on a roll.
I hear he's 16 going on 17 inches.
Annabeth was right there with her. I just realized something interesting. John was almost blushing. Usually he was the one teasing Sandy, and she was the one smacking his arm and playfully telling him to stop. Now the shoe was on the other foot. I ate it up. That is one of my favorite things, Sandy finished with a flourish and gave Annabeth a high five. Tyler and I applauded enthusiastically. That had been an excellent riff off the Sound of Music movie. Seriously, though, Sandy turned back to me. You told me you had an idea way back when we were talking to Mop Top at the Tin Charm, and then you haven't said anything about it since. That's just cruel. What's a girl got to do to hear an idea from our resident genius? Yeah, Jason, Tyler teased. What's a girl got to do? He wiggled his eyebrows at me. Hush, you, I commanded and poked him. As soon as I did, I knew it was a mistake. He poked me back, and my tickle hypersensitivity kicked in. I shrieked, jumped, and spilled my beer. That was a major sin in John's eyes. He growled at both of us as he grabbed a kitchen towel and helped clean up the mess. Both of us had to promise to be good from now on and not spill any more, or we were cut off. We both meekly agreed, and I got a refill. I took a big slurp, sighed with pleasure, and then turned back to Sandy. I actually have a couple ideas I want to try. I don't know if they will work, but based on what we saw at Mop Top's shop and what Biddy told us, I think they could significantly improve the ability of your charms. One of these ideas will work for any mage, but I think it'll be especially useful for naturals or a sonic mage. I paused and looked around at my housemates. I certainly had their full attention. I guess before we begin, I have to ask, are we okay to do magic? I'm feeling a bit buzzed, but I think I'm all right. I'd planned on getting everyone together tomorrow, but if we are all good, we can get into it now. I looked around again, and everyone indicated they were feeling good enough. I hear what you're saying, Sandy said calmly, and I don't want to blow my hand off, so I think we should stick to something like the healing charm. It's complicated, but it's not going to put a salt shaker or my furniture through a wall. Annabeth sighed. I'm never going to live that down, am I?
Annabeth did Hulk smash, John laughed. Oh, Sandy, you should have seen your face. You were so mad.
He laughed again, and this time Annabeth laughed with him.
She was really mad, wasn't she?
Annabeth chuckled.
The damn salt shaker just picked up speed, and I couldn't stop it. I still remember feeling like, oh shit, and then it hit the wall, and there was a huge hole.
John was laughing hard now, and he had Annabeth going too.
Salt went everywhere.
She tried to say more, but she was laughing too hard. Sandy was trying to look serious, but she started chuckling with them. It wasn't just the salt. Sandy tried to sound stern, but failed. It was the furniture. You smashed my furniture into the walls, too.
I'm so sorry,
Annabeth cried, but she was now laughing so hard she couldn't stop.
It's not funny.
Sandy tried to protest, but she was laughing too.
Your face!
John tried to pat Sandy on the back, but instead he snorted and missed. Somehow that became hysterical, and the three of them laughed until they couldn't breathe. Tyler and I weren't there for the incident, but their laughter got us going, and soon we were all laughing together. We laughed until we cried, then Annabeth snorted, and we laughed some more. Every time it died down, John would do an Annabeth Hulk smash, or Sandy would try to protest that it wasn't funny, and that would get us going again. I guess we were all a bit more buzzed than we realized. I hadn't laughed like that in a long time, and it felt so good. Finally, the humor ran its course, and we caught our breath. Sandy went to the little girl's room, as she said she'd almost peed herself. Annabeth said that was a great idea, and we all took a break. We tinkled our liquids out and refilled our drinks to put more liquids in. In a few minutes, we all gathered together again, and this time, we were ready to get down to business. Chapter 6. Burning Glass. Sandy, when you were at the Tin Charm, you said you visualized what you wanted to make inside a small piece of metal. Then you applied your magic and burned that pattern into the charm. Is that right? Yes, that's correct, Sandy replied. When you talk about burning a charm, I think you mean that you actually make a physical channel in the charm. So there is an empty space for magic to flow. I guess the walls of the channel are smooth, melted metal, some of which still holds on to the magic. I know I'm keeping it really simple here, but is that basically correct? Sandy nodded. I cut open a failed charm just to get a view of what it looked like, and that is what I saw. It looked like the channels were cut out with a laser. Actually, that's too clean of an image. The tunnels weren't that straight and neat. It was like something extremely hot had melted its way through. The walls of the tunnels also retained most of the magic. That's what makes it a charm. The magic in the charm funnels the neutral magic, so it makes the runes and the logical connections. Without that, it's just a piece of metal with holes through it. I think I know the answer to this, I said, but why hasn't someone made a charm with the channels already in it? Then a mage could fill the channels with magic, toasting the sides, and make a perfect charm. John can shape metal, so I'm sure that would be something he could do. We tried that, Sandy replied. The problem was that I couldn't tell where the channels were. Charms are really small, and there wasn't anything magic in the empty tunnels for me to follow. We tried larger charms, but again, there was no way to see inside them and see exactly where I needed to burn. If that was your new idea, I'm afraid to say it won't work. I just grinned. Do you have some of the glass sticks you bought at the Spinning Tail? Sure, she said. Let me go get them. She disappeared into her workshop and came back a few moments later with a handful of the glass rods. Excellent, I said. Now take one of them and show us what the layout inside one of your healing charms looks like. That would be way too big for a charm, Sandy said doubtfully. I agree, I replied, but I want to see what we're working with. And I want you to have a clear pattern for your next step. Okay, she shrugged, putting all the extra glass rods down on the counter. Then she held one rod in her right hand and concentrated for a moment. The glass first melted into a puddle like it had at Henry's shop, and then quickly formed into what must be the inner workings of the healing charm. The whole thing was pretty complex, with circles and lines going everywhere. The healing rune was in there, of course, but so were several others. I had no idea how it all worked, or how Sandy managed to clearly visualize the whole thing while she burned it. This was fascinating stuff, and Annabeth, John, and Tyler all leaned in for a closer look. The whole thing was about 2 inches wide, and it seemed quite delicate. That looks great, I said. This one is going to be your master copy. Now go over it and make sure it's exactly how you want. Double-check the lines are the right size, they are as curved or as straight as you want them to be, and the whole thing is just perfect. Sandy took a moment to review it and ended up making a few adjustments. It really is neat seeing it at this scale and in glass, Sandy said. There is so much pressure to get the image right when I'm burning a charm that I haven't taken the time to really appreciate just how pretty it is. John and Tyler chimed in with a few compliments too, but I didn't want us to get off track. Since this model was formed with your magic, can you feel the glass? I asked. Yes, Sandy nodded, although it's interesting because I can sense both my magic and my earth sense. Then she gave John a quick kiss on the cheek. I'm still getting used to John's powers. He senses the world in a whole different way than I do. That only became further enhanced when I became an ambassador of the deep earth. So when I sense the model, it feels like both solid fire and soft rocks at the same time. I hope that would be the case, I told her. Now that you have your big model exactly like it should be, I'd like you to take a tiny bit of glass and make a small charm-sized model as well. You should be able to get it perfect, as you're really making a copy. Sandy took another glass rod and melted just a drop of glass off of it. Then she took that drop and made a small model of the charm, which is only about a 1/4 inch wide. It was impossibly fragile, but she levitated it off her palm and kept it safe. At this scale, I'm really seeing a difference between my two views, Sandy noted. I can sense the magic in the glass, but it's kind of fuzzy. That's normal for me, as my magic isn't anywhere near as detailed as yours, Jason. On the other hand, my earth sense is still sharp. I really used that more than my fire magic to shape the glass, so all the lines are precise and it's a perfect copy of the big model. I was hoping that would be the case too, I said in delight. So far this is working out perfectly. Now, John, do you have a bit of metal or stone that you could donate to our experiment?
Of course,
he replied.
I always carry different metals with me in case I get inspired to make something.
He dug around in his pockets.
How about copper or silver? We've used both of them for charms before.
Let's go with copper, I said with a glance at Sandy to see if she agreed. This is just an experiment and it's not a finished product. Copper works great as a charm, so that's fine with me, Sandy said. Okay then. I looked back at John. I want you to take a small bit of copper and use it to cover her small glass model. Just remember, it needs to be thick enough for Sandy to burn. John gave me an indignant look, and I realized who I was talking to. Sorry about the extra instructions, I said wryly. You've made way more charms than I have. Just use your best judgment.
Thank you,
John said sarcastically. Then he gave me a grin.
I'm sure I couldn't have done it without your excellent directions.
Some people just need all the help they can get, I teased him. He was getting ready to tease me right back when Sandy shot him a hard look. Don't get distracted, John. This glass is very fragile, so don't you dare make me start over.
Yes, ma'am,
he replied smartly, then gave me a side wink. John loved to have fun, but he was also a master of his craft. He pulled out a small roll of copper that looked like it used to be an electric wire for an industrial site. He took the end and rubbed it between his 2 fingers for a moment, and a small piece of copper broke off. He kept rubbing it, and soon the copper pooled in his hand like it was a thick liquid. He motioned to Sandy, and she levitated her small glass model over his hand and gently set it down in the middle of the copper. For a moment, nothing happened, but then the copper began flowing upward and gently covered the glass model. It was a slow, delicate process, as John didn't want to break anything. Once the glass was fully covered, the copper closest to the glass started to harden, protecting it. At that point, the rest of the copper started flowing much faster, and soon the glass model was fully encased in a disc of copper. John handed the disc to Sandy and sat back, taking a big drink.
It's all yours now, my love.
Thank you, metal man, she replied with a smile. Can you still feel the glass inside the copper? I asked. This was the $1 million question. Yes, she replied.
It's a bit strange, as my magic is only picking up the glass, but my metal sense is picking up both the copper and the glass. Very good, I said. I'm pretty sure you know where this is going now, but let's see if you can use the glass as a guide to burn in your healing charm. Just remember that you can be more careful with your magic, as you don't need to hold an image in your head. Try gradually increasing your power first to make sure everything is good before going into full burn mode. Good idea, Sandy replied. Her voice was serious, and she had her game face on. This little piece of glass and copper was going to get her full attention. My magic sight could both see her power as well as see the inside of the charm, so it was easy for me to keep track of what she was doing. I saw her power flow in, and for a moment, she almost ruined it by giving one part of the glass too much magic. She stopped in time and adjusted her flow. The scale was so small she had to be extra careful, but she quickly got the hang of it. Once the power was even again, she just kept giving the glass magic until there was a pop and the copper disc jumped a bit. Once it settled again, I looked inside, and sure enough, the charm had been burned in. Our little experiment had worked. Sandy let out the breath she'd been holding and finally gave herself permission to get excited. I think it worked, she gasped. She added some of her own magic to the charm and then activated it. It worked, she said softly, like saying it too loud might cause the results to get up and run away. She looked at us with shining eyes and then triggered the charm again. It worked! This time she didn't hold back her excitement. Then she threw herself into John's arms, kissing him with abandon. It worked! It worked! It worked! She crowed when she came up for air. Then she did a happy dance, and we all laughed and joined in. For a while, the air was thick with congratulations, high fives, low fives, booty shaking, and waving of hands in the air like we just didn't care. Finally, we all hit the restroom one more time, got drink refills, and settled around the table again. Jason, if this is the only one of your ideas that worked tonight, it will still be life-changing. Sandy started back up again. You've already accomplished 2 things. First, you've come up with a way for me to make a perfect charm every time. That means I won't be wasting any more magic on duds. And second, you've now given me a way to burn a charm without having to completely visualize it first. That means I can duplicate different charms now without first spending months learning every nuance and detail. Instead, I can make a large-scale model first, then shrink it down for a final burn. No memorization required. She looked at us all in wonder. It was like she was imploring us to realize just how big this moment was. I bet this is how collections get started. Someone figures out how to make templates and burn charms consistently, then they use that to build an empire. She paused again, lost in thought for a moment. This is probably one more thing we shouldn't talk about to anyone else. At least not yet. Not until we try this out a lot more and figure it out completely. I'm not sure they would be happy having another competitor.
That is a very good idea, John said. I don't fancy getting on the wrong side of a collection. They are extremely powerful, and they could probably bring a lot more heat than we could handle.
Our celebratory mood turned serious, and everyone became quiet for a minute. We were still facing the rotten mages. The last thing we needed was another enemy. Anyway, let's move on. Sandy straightened her shoulders, smiled, and worked to lighten the mood again. Jason, you said you had multiple things to try out. What else did you want to do? Now that we know you can work off a template, I wanted to upgrade your healing charm, I replied. I made a conscious effort to follow Sandy's lead and lighten the mood too. Oh? Sandy certainly sounded interested. What did you have in mind? Well, for starters, I wanted to upgrade the healing rune to the one T uses. It's in the shape of a flower with all the right flow, and it's a lot more powerful. Also, I've been thinking that if runes have flow, shouldn't the logical connections have flow too? Sandy had a dismissive look on her face as she opened her mouth to tell me something. Then she paused, and her look changed to a puzzled one. You're right, she said thoughtfully.
they conduct magic through them just like runes. Why wouldn't the flow make a difference to them? I've never thought of that before, but it wouldn't hurt to try. And with that, we started making changes to her master template. I used some glass myself to make a large version of T's healing rune. It took a few tries to get it exactly right, but she modified her version to match. It helped that everyone was there and interested in what we were doing. So they were double-checking everything behind Sandy. The master model was only about 2 inches wide, and it was hard for everyone to see, so Annabeth suggested that Sandy increase the scale. Because we were working with glass, it was easy to do. Sandy added 3 more sticks of glass to the model and grew it up until it was about 15 inches wide. Now all the logical connections had more space between them. The whole charm seemed a lot less intimidating. Then everyone turned their attention to adding flow to the logical connections, and that is where things turned sour. It started out easily enough. Magic sat in the holding section of the charm until it was ready to be used. I thought of it as the battery part of the charm. Then there was a switch-type rune that turned on the charm and got the magic flowing. It was once we got beyond the basic on portion of the rune that things got a bit squirrely. Some lines had magic that seemed to go both ways. Some lines connected but joined at odd places. Some lines looked like they were main lines, but we couldn't figure out how they got any magic at all. It definitely was a puzzle. Annabeth said it reminded her of one of those mazes like they have on the back of cereal boxes for kids. You start at one spot, and you try to draw an unbroken line all the way to the exit. There are lots of dead ends and paths to trick you. When the maze is small, it's pretty easy to figure out, but the larger ones can be really difficult. This puzzle was further complicated by the fact that all the lines weren't straight. Many of them curved and connected at multiple points. It felt like trying to figure out the flow in a pile of spaghetti. Actually, that would be easier, as at least the strands weren't connecting to other strands. We worked on it for several minutes, but finally gave up.
I like your idea, Jason, and it makes sense, but figuring out these lines is beyond me.
John sat back, sighed, and took another draught of ale.
It's almost like someone deliberately went out of their way to make this as complex as possible.
That's exactly right. Sandy sounded frustrated. That's why these complex charms are so hard to master. I can visualize and burn this charm, but I don't know how it works. I don't know what some of the runes are, and I don't know how they all really link together.
It got quiet as everyone sipped their ale and considered the charm again.
Anyway, I have an idea of my own, Sandy continued. Jason, how would you like to burn your first charm?
Me? I was so surprised. I couldn't use charms yet, so I figured making them was out of the question.
This sounds totally backward, Sandy said, but I got to thinking that maybe you could use a charm if you were the one that made it.
Maybe it was the ale talking, but that sounded like it might work. Either way, it would be fun to try to burn a charm.
Okay, I said, let's do it. Is there anything special I need to know?
I'm assuming that you saw everything I did to make the last charm, Sandy asked, and I nodded.
Then just do that.
She was keeping it simple. I liked it. Other than all the visualization, making a charm seemed like a straightforward process. And now I had a template, I didn't need to worry about doing it the hard way.
I'll need some glass, I said, and Sandy handed over a fresh rod. Does it matter how big I make it? I asked.
I'd have thought you'd be used to the large size by now.
John wiggled his eyebrows at me and gave Tyler a pointed look.
Annabeth grinned, and Sandy smacked him on the arm. Size on a charm really only matters in 2 ways, Sandy said in her teacher's voice. The smaller it is, the less personal magic you need to burn it. It also takes less power for the charm to work. On the other hand, it will hold less magic, so it will run out a lot quicker. For you, I would try to make a charm that is a bit smaller than the one I made. It shouldn't be a problem for you, as you have a lot more control over your magic. The advantage is it will take less magic to burn, and you might as well start out small until you get familiar with the process.
All that sounded good to me. I wasn't going to actually use this charm for myself, as I had tea to heal me. I wasn't done with all the things I wanted to try yet, and if more of my ideas worked, this charm would be obsolete by the end of the night. I decided not to use my creations and just stay as close as possible to what Sandy had done. I wrapped my awareness around the glass model Sandy had made, and then let my magic sink into the tip of the rod I held in my hand. I let a tiny drop of glass fall into my palm, and then I started shaping it. No wonder Henry liked working with glass. It was so freaking easy to mold. The glass both flowed like liquid when I needed it to, and yet held its shape when it was the way I wanted. It was more than that, though. Somehow the glass felt helpful, like it was happy to turn into something more. I thought it would take longer, as I didn't have the layout of the healing charm memorized. But with my magic senses, it was effortless. I focused on touch more than sight, and just felt how the lines moved. Then I called the glass to form the same shape in my hand, and it did. Easy peasy. It took a little less than a minute, and my tiny glass model was ready. I wanted to be sure it was right, so I went back over all of it again. It was perfect. "Okay, John," I said. "Do your thing."
"You're done already?"
Annabeth sounded shocked.
"You've duplicated every line in the healing charm, all 100,000 of them."
She was exaggerating on the number of lines, but it made me laugh. "Yes, indeed," I said confidently. "They are all there." She and Sandy shared a glance, but Sandy didn't say anything. I guess she just figured it was one more weird thing I could do. I gave John the go-ahead, and he gently encased my glass model in a drop of copper. The copper formed into a disc, like it was in aspirin, and then turned solid. The charm was set. Now all I needed to do was burn it. I was a bit nervous about this step, as I'd never done anything like this before. How much magic would it take? Was my magic flow fast enough? My rate of flow was one thing about my magic arsenal that was just average. Hopefully it would be enough. My magic sight could see through objects, so I could both see and feel the glass very well. I gently added a bit of magic to the glass. Everything seemed fine, so I increased the flow, and still it was good. My magic spread evenly throughout the glass, and it was starting to saturate nicely. I turned up the flow, still good, so I turned it up once again. I thought it might take a while to get to the burn stage, but I'd forgotten I'd massively upgraded my matrix. The disc popped, and I was so surprised I jumped. The little copper pill flew through the air, and I yelped as I didn't want to lose it. Tyler caught it and handed it back to me with a smile and a kiss. I was absorbed in the wonder of his lips for a moment before I realized there was no way I could have lost the charm. My magic was still in it, and I could feel it. It wasn't anywhere near as sharp and crisp as one of my soul creations, but it was enough that I wouldn't lose it. Then I did a double duh. My magic sight could have tracked it just fine. Or John's earth sense could have told me where it was. I gave a mental sigh. My new magic world was so different, and I still wasn't used to all the possibilities yet. I was nervous about trying out my own charm, so I handed it to Sandy. "What do you think?" I asked. "Does it work?" Sandy held it for a moment, and she furrowed her brow. "Jason, I think this is probably perfect," Sandy said, and then looked at Annabeth. "What does it sound like?" "The charm itself sounds great to me," Annabeth replied hesitantly. "But," I questioned. Based on the way they were reacting, something was obviously wrong. "It doesn't sound the same as Sandy's charm," Annabeth said tentatively. "It sounds like you." I was lost, but Sandy nodded in agreement. "Jason, this charm has the most aspect of any I've run across in my whole life. There wasn't a single item at the tin charm that had even half of this aspect." "And that's a bad thing?" I asked. "I'm afraid so," Sandy replied. "When we burn charms, some of our magic gets left behind, and when a different mage picks it up, they have to overcome our magic in order to use it.
That's why new charms need a bit of a breaking in period. This initial resistance is referred to as aspect, and the lower the aspect, the better. The best charms have very little aspect, so any mage can pick them up and start using them at full power. She looked at me sadly and handed my charm back. I'm afraid your charm's aspect is off the charts. I'm sure you burned it well, and it would be a wonderful charm, but I can't use it. Actually, I doubt anyone could. I held my little charm and looked at it in dismay. With my sight and my ability to work at microscopic levels, I thought it had a good chance of being a charms master. Burning intricate tiny charms was going to be easy, but now it looked like my dream of becoming a charms master just wasn't meant to be. People weren't going to buy my charms if they couldn't use them.
If you think about it, it does make sense,
my analytical side spoke up.
Your soul is so strong, you can wrap it around magic and create intelligent, self-directed little charms. I'm sure that Annabeth and Sandy couldn't make soul creations no matter how hard they tried. The good news is that your soul creations are way more useful than the regular charms all the other mages have to use. The bad news is that when you make a real physical charm, it's got your soul in it and nobody else can use it.
I sighed. That did make sense. And if I had to choose between regular charms and my soul creations, I'd choose my little peeps every time. I couldn't imagine trying to do magic without T, my grannies, Octa, the miners, and the Rasplasters, Red, and my surfers. I had a whole range of useful and helpful creations that had saved my ass over and over again. Not being able to make charms was disappointing, but I had nothing to cry about. I'm sorry, Sandy said gently. I'm sure that's hard to hear. Actually, I'm upset too. I was hoping you could make a bunch of charms for me. She gave me a sad smile to let me know she was teasing a bit. I must have looked really upset because Annabeth jumped up and gave me a big hug. Then everyone joined in, and we had a group hug. It's okay, I said, trying to sound as okay as possible. We still had a great breakthrough tonight, and there are still more things I want to try. Before we move on, Sandy interjected, I think we should finish with your charm first. You still haven't tried it to see if you can use it or not. Oh, right, I'd forgotten about that part, I said. I felt my charm, and with barely any will at all, I flipped it on. And it came to life. I was so shocked I almost dropped it. It worked, I exclaimed, and then it turned off. What the heck? Did it just turn off? Sandy guessed. I nodded, confused. It's a brand new charm, so it doesn't have any power in it yet. Normally, you'd wait and charge it in a circle, but you can just put your own magic in it for the time being. Oh, right, thanks, I said, and quickly fed some power into its little holding area. I didn't mean to fill it up, but before I knew it, the charm was packed full of juice and ready to overflow. It held a lot less power than my soul creations. I switched it on again and waited for it to get to full strength. I kept waiting. Then I realized this was as good as it got. What the heck? I knew the power of the healing rune, and it was a lot more powerful than this. What was going on? I zoomed into the charm and watched the magic flow. Now I could see it moving. The layout made a lot more sense.
The power is being throttled,
my analytical side noted. I looked again. He was right.
We've been looking at this charm like everything in it is there to be helpful. What if it's not? What if some stuff is in it to sabotage it?
My analytical side was getting excited now.
What if this is like what Leonardo da Vinci did with his designs? He always put something wrong in the layout, so if it was stolen, it wouldn't work for them. This has to be something like that. Except whoever designed this charm didn't make it completely useless.
I quickly relayed what I was seeing to the group, but I didn't zoom out or focus on them. I was on the hunt now. I was going to figure out what was going on with this charm and fix it. Chapter 7. Charming Puzzle. The first thing I took care of was all the fake channels.
charms were designed to flow, and there were lots of places that filled up with magic and then just stopped. They weren't doing anything. Even though it was a charm, I still had complete control over my magic, so it was easy to pull my power out of those channels and collapse them behind me. It was shocking how many of them there were. At least a third of the logical connections served no purpose at all. Once I cleaned up all that, it was easy to see the healing charm was inside of what looked like a spider web. Most of the spider web was already filled up with magic, and if I had to guess, that was what was blocking the power of the healing charm. The spider web radiated out in sections, and only one section didn't have any magic in it. I counted the sections, 12, just like a clock. So that meant the charm was only working at 1/12 of its total capacity. I passed along that info and heard Sandy gasp. I didn't want to lose my concentration, though, so I tuned out everything again. I followed the flow of magic, and it wasn't hard to discover the spider that controlled the web. In the upper right part of the charm was a complex-looking rune with a bunch of logical connections radiating outward. I zoomed in for a closer look, and when I did, I could feel the rune calling for something. That seemed strange. I nosed around it a bit, but I couldn't figure out anything else. Looking at the flow, it was pretty easy to see how the spider got its power. There were 4 lines going into it, and they were all joining up inside. If I had to guess, the lines were just redundant power supplies. That way, if something happened to one power line, the other 3 could still continue to do their business. I decided to test that theory by blocking the flow. I didn't collapse the channels yet, as I wasn't sure what was going to happen. What I hoped was the web would lose power and the full might of the healing charm would shine out. The first few lines I blocked didn't make any difference, but once I blocked all power to the spider, the whole charm shut down. That wasn't what I wanted. I restored power and then shut down the power lines again in a different order. As I suspected, I got the same result.
This thing has a dead man's switch,
my analytical side said in his best British Sherlock Holmes voice.
Whoever designed this charm does not want you to turn off his spider. So he's put something in the design where the charm dies if the spider dies.
Well, ain't that a kick in the old web spinners, I replied. Whoever made this is really attached to that section of the rune. It's almost like it's more important to them than the actual healing.
My analytical side paused.
That's because it is,
he exclaimed.
By Jove, I think I've got it. It's more important to them because it's some sort of membership rune.
Say what?
I was confused.
Ask Sandy if you can borrow her charm bracelet and hold it close to your charm,
my analytical side directed. I did as he wanted, and when the charm bracelet got close, 2 more sections of the web opened up. Oh, looked like we were onto something.
Feel the magic coming off the spider,
my analytical side continued.
It should find matching spider runes on her other charms.
I wouldn't have seen it if I hadn't been looking for it, but there were tiny sparks of communication going on between the healing charm and a few of the charms on Sandy's bracelet. I picked one charm at random, zoomed in for a look, and sure enough, there was another spider and hidden web.
So, what are we looking at?
I asked.
What do you think is going on?
I think this charm is part of a series, and the author of this charm wants you to buy all his other charms,
my analytical side said smugly.
So he's created an artificial need for the user to keep buying from him. He's throttled all of his charms way back, and if they sense the presence of other charms that are part of the set, then they are throttled less. It's devious as heck, but it would be easy to sell that way. Maybe he tells those who come back that he found a special rune that works even better when its fellow runes are around. It's a special charm synergy that only happens with his line of charms. The user buys more of his charms, and sure enough, they work even better. I was just guessing that if Sandy had one charm in this series, she'd have others too. It looked like I was right.
You called this membership rune, I reminded him. Is this the series you're talking about?
No,
my analytical side shook his head.
I think it goes even beyond that.
If it was me setting this up, I'd make it so that having more charms only opened up about half of their capacity. To get to the rest, you'd have to buy a special membership charm. Let's use this charm as an example. There are 12 segments to the web, and only one segment is opened by default. Sandy had some matching charms, so 2 more segments opened up. If I was making this, I'd limit the number of sections that opened for matching charms to 6. That would get you to half power. Then I'd sell a low membership charm that opened up 2 more, so now you're at 8 segments. Then I'd sell a mid-membership that opened up the next 2, so now you're at 10. Finally, I'd have a special high tier of membership that unlocked everything. I'd either keep that for myself or sell it to my closest allies. That sounds logical to me, I told him. It's sort of like how Isabel structured her membership circles for the Louisville Mages. The main circle was basic charging with no other benefits. The inner circle got some power from draining simple creatures and plants. Then the inner circle drained people and creatures, which gave out the most power. Of course, they didn't realize that Isabel was taking their magic the whole time. Having the runes perform better would certainly ensure brand loyalty. I bet this is how the collection set things up in their shops. Yeah, I don't know that for sure, of course, but it seems to fit.
I took a moment and relayed all this on to the group. While I did, I was scanning the logical connections, looking for the dead man's switch. I turned the spider on and off several times, looking for where the change happened. Fortunately, I didn't have to scan the whole charm. The cutoff had to happen before the healing rune powered up, but I just couldn't see it. Then it occurred to me that it might be messing with the basic on-off rune for the charm, and that's when I found it. The switch was cleverly hidden as magic from the spider flowed into a channel and towards the on-off rune. If the magic stopped flowing from the spider, the magic in the channel reversed, which turned the whole charm off. Without my level of sight and being able to actually see how the magic moved, this would have been almost impossible to find. I felt a thrill of excitement. I loved figuring out puzzles, and this had been a fun challenge. I fixed the dead man switch and then cut the power to the spider. This time the spider and the web powered down, but the healing rune kept going. It had worked! I took great satisfaction in collapsing all the channels that powered the web and the spider. That took out another third of the lines, and what I was left with was much simpler.
Before you call all your changes finished, I'd do one last check over everything and look for any possible problems.
My analytical side spoke up again.
Whoever made this was devious, and they had to figure that someone at some point would be able to figure out how to get rid of all their extra membership crap. If it was me, I'd leave one last surprise in the mix. I'd set up something where the charm worked, but then it would fail after it got used for a while. That way it would hopefully fail the mage at a critical time and kill them outright. Or, if they were selling the modified rune, it would fail their customers and ruin their business.
"You are devious," I exclaimed. "I love it. And I'm glad you're on my side."
He flashed me the Austin Powers Dr. Evil pinky to the lip sign. I laughed and pretended to pet the evil cat. Together we laughed maniacally. That was too much fun, but time was ticking. Back to the project at hand. Now I was looking for a future problem. It was easy to spot. There were 2 channels that were very close together, and they both flowed in different directions. I didn't test it, but I was sure that if the wall between them collapsed, then the charm was either going to stop working or melt down or something. One channel had a normal amount of magic flowing in it, but the other channel was maxed out. I'd already gotten rid of the spider and the web, so it was too late to check, but I surmised that the magic flow through that channel was at a normal capacity before. I moved over a bit and burned another wider channel before collapsing the old one. Now I knew what to look for. I scanned all the active parts of the charm again to see if there were any other problems. I found another channel that had too much flow, but it didn't look to be any sort of booby trap. I just reburned the channel and made it a bit wider, and everything seemed fine. I zoomed out a bit, looking for any final problems, but everything seemed to be okay. My poor charm was a mess. It had collapsed tunnels everywhere. It looked like some ants had gotten strung out on acid and just started digging wherever they wanted. Still, the working parts of the charm were solid, and that's what I focused on to make my new template. I picked up the glass stick and quickly shaped it into the new healing charm. I didn't have a lot of glass, so the whole thing was only a little over an inch wide. It was clear enough to see, though, and as I zoomed out, I realized everyone was leaning in, peering at my hand.
"Is that your final version?"
John asked. "For now, yes," I replied. "At some point we can go back and add flow to the remaining logical connections. I have other things I want to test tonight, though, so I'm moving on."
"Alrighty then,"
John said, and picked up a fist-sized chunk of copper. "Where did that come from?" I asked in surprise. John was already forming the copper, so Sandy answered for him. "John went down to his place and brought up a lot more metal for us to work with. Since you were completely remaking the healing charm, I wanted to have a new large template to work from, and I wanted it to be a lot more durable than glass." "That makes sense," I agreed, and snuggled up to Tyler while John worked. It only took a few minutes, and soon he had a 15-inch wide copper model of my template. Then he took Sandy's original glass model and coated it in copper too. Now it wasn't so fragile anymore. Sandy laid both models on the table side by side, and for a moment everyone was quiet, just taking in the difference. "This is absolutely amazing, Jason," she breathed. "I never thought I'd see the day where my healing charm would be so simple and so straightforward." "You knocked the number of lines down to a quarter of what they were," Annabeth said in wonder. "Are you sure this still works? Not that I'm doubting you," she added quickly. "It's just that it seems crazy to think that so much of the original charm was completely unnecessary." "The best way to test a new layout is for Sandy to burn it," I replied, and everyone quickly agreed. "Do you have enough magic left to burn another one?" I asked. "I do," she replied. "This new glass way of making charms lets me use only as much power as I need to burn it and nothing more. I never realized how much power I was wasting with the visualize and burn method." Sandy got to work making a tiny glass template of my new layout. Then John covered it in copper, and she burned it in. "And now for the moment of truth," she said anxiously as she filled it with magic and turned it on. She didn't say anything aloud, but her face said it all. Her eyes became wide, and she looked up at us in wonder. "There is no comparison," she finally said. "The old one feels like a candle, while the new one feels like the sun." She paused again, switching back and forth between the two charms. "Holy crap! This is insane!" "Let me feel them," Annabeth said eagerly. Sandy healed her with first one charm and then the other. "Holy crap is right!" Annabeth exclaimed. "This is amazing!" John and Tyler wanted to feel it too, so Sandy healed them as well. Then Annabeth wanted to feel the difference again, so Sandy went around everyone and demonstrated the two charms again. "That's what your healing is like?" Tyler asked me. He shook his head in disbelief. "No wonder you recover so quickly now." "Actually," my pause got everyone's attention. "I think the healing can be better than that, and I want to try an experiment." "Sure!" Sandy was so excited she practically bounced in her chair. She loved charms, and this was rocking her world. "Whatever you want to try, let's do it." "Okay then," I said playfully, "but I think I need a refill." I held up my empty glass. "I'm on it," John said, jumping to his feet. I smiled at John's enthusiasm. Usually he teased Sandy about how much she was into her charms, and then wandered away when he got bored with all the magic talk. Tonight, though, he was into it. After my refill, I took a deep pull, letting the suspense build. This was so much fun. "Intentions matter," I said finally. "Magic is more than just an impartial force, like gravity or electricity. Magic can sense what we want, and it generally does its best to be helpful. As Biddy told us, old-time mages did amazing things, and all they had were runes. Now, with charms, we use logical connections to tell the magic what to do. That allows for supernaturals to do things like keeping our coffee cups refilled and warm without knowing how it was done. I paused again and took another sip. John's ale really was delicious. That gives supernaturals a wide range of abilities, but it makes everything so impersonal, and I think that robs charms of a lot of their power. It goes back to what you were saying earlier about charms having aspect, and the lower the aspect, the better. But what if you could use that aspect? What if you made a healing charm that was so focused and so personal, it gave you double the healing power of the charm you held now? Wouldn't that change the game for you? Sandy nodded, lost in thought. It certainly would change a lot, she said. I'd be able to train like you and Annabeth do. I'd be able to throw myself fully into every battle and not have to worry about recovery time. It would make a big difference, even in real battles. I'd be able to fight harder for longer, and when I did get tired, I'd be able to recover faster. And we're just talking about the healing rune right now. But what if I could throw fireballs faster and harder? What if I could have a shield charm that lasted longer? And there are a lot of non-violent charms I have as well. I don't exactly know where you were going with all this yet, and how you're actually going to make it work, but this is exciting. Sandy was seeing the possibilities. I looked over at John and gave him a questioning look.
I got hit hard today, he admitted. It's something I can handle, and it's not the worst that's happened to me. But I agree with what Sandy said. If I could fight at that level, and then recover easily, it would be so wonderful for me.
Sandy reached over and gave his hand a squeeze. I had a feeling that John wasn't usually vulnerable like this. He was in a safe space, though, and I was glad he felt like he could share the fact that he couldn't shrug off all that damage. Sandy and John shared a look of understanding and love that just made my heart melt. Before I could get too caught up in my feelings, I looked over at Annabeth. I run 3 healing charms right now, she said, and while that is a lot of healing, it's still not enough. I'm like John. I ache and I'm sore, but I just push through it. I've always been grateful that I can sing 3 charms at once, as most mages can only use 1. But if I could do better than that, oh hell yes! Whatever it takes, count me in. I looked over at the wonderful man holding my hand. What about you, Tyler? I asked. He gave a deep sigh.
I don't know.
He seemed lost for words, and I wondered if this had something to do with his past. He'd cut himself and healed the cut right in front of my eyes, so I knew he could already do amazing things.
I don't know if you can help me, Jason, he said, looking deep into my eyes. It's just that, as an incubus, I'm focused on the physical body. Because of who I am, the power I've gotten, and what I've been through, I already have a partially transformed body. That already lets me heal from minor injuries. I do have other injuries, though. I have some things that just haven't set right. I'm not sure if a simple healing charm will come close to fixing something like that. He looked so sad as I leaned over and kissed him. I have an idea for you too, I told him. I don't know if it will work, but I think it might. Then I will certainly give it a shot, he said firmly.
He looked like a man that was willing to try, but afraid to hope. I gave his hand a squeeze in support and turned back to Sandy. Okay then, here's what I need you to do. I want you to burn the healing charm again, but this time I want you to do it with a clear intention. Sandy still looked confused, so I hurried to explain. What I mean by that is I want you to be fully aware of the charm and what it is going to do. In this case, to have the most impact, I want you to make a charm that only you will use, and it will only be used to heal yourself. Sandy looked surprised, but she nodded and kept listening. I know this is limiting the scope of this charm a lot, but you're making something that is going to have a huge impact on your life, so it's okay to have a charm that is just for you. What I want you to do is create an image of yourself holding this charm, and it's one of the most precious things you own. You're putting your power into this charm, and it's shining its power on you like warm sunlight. You're letting all the power in, and it's healing you, and you feel great. You're feeling better than you ever have before. No aches, pains, bruises, cuts, or anything like that. This healing rune is like a little nuclear reactor, and you are transforming into the best you that you can possibly be. I paused to let all that sink in. Got it?
Yes, she said. Although I have to say this is so different from anything I've done with a charm before. My focus before has always been trying to make as neutral a charm as possible so it will work for as many people as possible. I focused on the technicalities of the charm and the layout. I've never focused on the outcome before. And I've certainly never limited a charm's focus to just one person before. I know it seems strange, I replied. Just think of this charm like it's alive. Like it's a tiny furry cat. And it wants to snuggle up with you and heal all your aches and pains. Sandy just laughed. That sounds crazy, but I think I got it. She looked at John. Are you ready?
Sure thing, he said happily. Let's make a healing cat together.
They both chuckled together, and then Sandy started making her tiny glass model. John covered it in copper, and then Sandy started adding power. This time, she closed her eyes and added the power very slowly. Towards the end, she really got into it and started humming. I didn't know what the tune was, but it seemed to help. She even smiled and rocked a bit in her chair. It was clear that Sandy was trying her best and really getting into the intention of the moment. The charm burned in with a little pop, and then it was ready. Sandy opened her eyes and looked at the little disc in wonder. It feels so different, she exclaimed. Then she picked up her other charm and held it in her other hand. Wow, it's like night and day. This charm, she raised her hand with the first charm she'd made with my new design. It feels like it's friendly, but nothing more than that. This charm, on the other hand, feels like it's my best friend. She raised her hand with the charm she'd just made with intention. That charm was made by you and for you, so I'd only put your magic in that charm, I suggested. I wouldn't suggest putting any neutral magic in it. And now fill it up and give it a try. Sandy filled it up about halfway and then turned it on. Again, her eyes grew big with wonder. Oh, my God, she breathed. This is amazing. Just amazing. She paused, filled it all the way up with her magic, and then turned it on again. Jason, this is night and day. I thought the first healing charm I made with the new design was beyond anything I'd imagined, but this charm blows that one away. She looked at everyone else. I wish I could share this with you, but I can't. I'm so sorry. You are just going to have to take my word for it. She looked back at me. I'm a believer now. Intentions matter. She laughed and held the healing charm tightly to her chest. Oh, it feels so good. I don't want to turn it off. Well, you are going to have to turn it off for now, I said, as you need to help John make his own healing charm.
Say what?
John looked surprised. You have Sandy's magic now, I told him, so you can burn charms as well. We have a new layout, and you now know how to make charms with intention. You have all the pieces you need, and Sandy is going to be right there with you, helping you. So, get to it. John balked a bit more, but I could see it was just nervousness over trying something new. There was an excitement that took over when he realized he really was going to be making his first charm. I think he'd really been interested in charms for a long time, but he just figured a natural could never make a charm, so he'd gone out of his way to appear bored by the whole thing. Once he got started, he took over and hardly asked for any help at all. He wasn't used to working with glass, so he made his tiny template out of copper. Then he covered it with silver. I guess it didn't really matter, as he could sense copper just as easily as glass. All of John's art was personal to him, so he had no problems imagining this little charm would become his little healing buddy. Once it burned in, he added his own magic and turned it on. The look on his face was priceless. He laughed with joy. And then
he teared up a bit. He hugged it to his chest, and he didn't want to turn it off either. Sandy kissed him and hugged him, and they shared a long moment together. Sandy could finally truly share one of the greatest joys of her life with her husband and best friend. On the other hand, this was John's first attempt at using his new mage powers, and it seemed like it was everything he'd hoped it would be, and more. And when it seemed obvious that they weren't coming out of their little happy bubble for a few minutes, I turned to Annabeth. "I have a different idea for you," I told her with a happy grin. "But before I tell you, I have to ask, have you burned a charm yourself yet?" Annabeth got a pained look and shook her head.
"No, I haven't," she admitted. "I don't have visual magic, so I couldn't hold a pattern in my head and burn it like Sandy does. I've made what I call happy charms from little pieces of art John made for me."
"I remember them," I replied. "You were showing me how you sang to them on our first day in the park. We got attacked by the stone golem right after that, so I haven't thought much about them until now."
"I still make little charms like that and sell them on Etsy," Annabeth continued. "But I don't think I can make a pattern like you want, Jason. I've tried before. Actually, I've tried several times, but my magic just doesn't work like that."
She looked so sad and frustrated, and it reminded me I wasn't the only one with charm issues. I couldn't use regular charms, and she couldn't burn them. I was certain, however, that today she was going to have a breakthrough. "So, are you willing to try one more time?" I gave her an encouraging smile. "This won't work if you stay frustrated. Intentions matter, and your frustration will create a charm that fights you every step of the way." She frowned, and for a moment she looked frustrated about being frustrated. "Just remember what you taught me," I said. "Accept that you've tried before and it didn't work. That is all. Now you're going to try a different way." I could see her cycling through her emotions: upset, sadness, hope, and finally, acceptance. Her shoulders straightened, she sat up taller, and her face lit up with her trademark cheerful smile. "You're right," she said. "This is a new day and a different attempt. Let's make it happen. Now, what do you want me to do first?" I picked up one rod of glass and gave it to her. "I want you to transform this glass rod into a healing rune. Don't worry about the whole charm, as you aren't going to be making that. Instead, just get used to working with glass and making the rune." She took the glass and looked at it doubtfully. I was sure she was still having the same questions about how to use sound to transform glass. "This time, I don't want you to focus on your regular magic," I said. "Instead, I want you to focus on your mark of the deep earth and use that to feel the glass." She looked surprised by the idea, but she nodded, looked at the glass again, and suddenly it transformed. She was so shocked she almost dropped it. It wasn't a perfect healing rune, but it was reasonably close. "I did it!" she exclaimed. She looked at the rod again, and this time it transformed into a flower. "I did it again!" She was so excited she started hopping up and down. "And it was so easy!" Tyler and I gave her big hugs to celebrate. She sat back down again and changed the glass into a bunch of different things. A dog, a boat, a bumblebee, and then back to a flower. She was as thrilled with her new ability as the centaurs had been in the spinning tale. "And now you've gotten the hang of using the glass, let's focus on making the healing rune," I suggested. That got us back on track, and she practiced making the rune, then turning the glass into a ball, and then making the rune again. She was using her natural sight to figure out the healing rune, and it was taking some effort to get it right. I let her work on that for several minutes, as I wanted her to feel very confident in her glass manipulation abilities. "I think I've almost got it," she said. "What do you want me to do now?" "Now, I want you to go to the next level and do something only you can do," I replied. "I want you to listen to the healing rune. I want you to understand its essence. Then let the glass flow into the same shape so it has the same essence." She nodded and spent a moment looking at the healing rune in the middle of Sandy's big copper template. Then she looked down at her hand, and the glass formed into a perfect healing rune.
Oh, wow, she said in wonder. I did it.
Yes, you did, I laughed. And because you can hear the rune, you already know it's perfect. Now, do it one more time, just so you're confident you can repeat your results. Then spend a moment and really listen to the rune, and see if there is anything you want to add or take away to make it completely your own. Annabeth couldn't stop looking at her glass rune, but she eventually squashed it flat and started over. Once again, the glass flowed into the exact shape of the healing rune. She then spent another minute just listening to the rune and seeing if she wanted to change anything.
It's perfect just the way it is, she said firmly.
Good, I replied. Now make the rune smaller until it's the right size for a charm. That was super easy for her. She pulled glass out of the design until her healing rune was only about 1/8 of an inch wide. John, if you would be so kind as to cover it with copper, I asked. He and Sandy had finished with their moment, and were now tuned into Annabeth and what she was making.
Aren't you going to make the whole charm?
He rumbled. Nope. I gave Annabeth a sly smile. You sing to your 3 charms right now, which makes sure they all work in harmony. I think your singing or humming can completely replace the charm itself and act like my soul creations. That means you have direct access to the right rune and perfect intention with nothing in the way. I think your results are going to be even better than if you made a normal healing charm. Annabeth looked both thoughtful and excited. Plus, I think that once the charm part is out of the way, you're going to be able to activate as many healing runes as you want. You won't be limited to 3 anymore. Now she really looked excited, as John easily covered the glass with copper. Can you still feel the glass? I asked.
Oh, yes,
Annabeth replied happily.
It's singing to me.
It was? Well, that was interesting.
Stop!
My analytical side shouted.
I'm stopped,
I replied.
What's the matter? You were going to have her burn the rune just like normal,
my analytical side noted.
Yes, that was the plan,
I said.
What if she doesn't burn the rune?
He suggested.
What if instead she just sings to the glass and the glass rune does the healing?
Will that work? I questioned.
Doesn't the power of the charm come from magic flowing through the channels? I think it needs magic in the shape of a rune, but it doesn't have to be channels,
my analytical side said in his Sherlock Holmes, aha, I've solved the case voice.
I'm thinking the whole concept of channels came about so the charm could be turned on and off using neutral power. When the power source is a mage, then they can just turn it on and off however they want. In this case, Annabeth can hear the glass, so she can sing to it, give it magic, and it can heal her. Actually, if she burns the glass, she won't be able to sing to it anymore. Since she isn't a visual mage and isn't used to flowing her magic in the normal way, she may actually not be able to use the rune. Or, at least, not as well. Well, let's give it a try, I agreed. It makes sense, and we're doing all kinds of experiments tonight, so what's one more new thing?
I blinked out at my little chat to find everyone looking at me. I guess it looked like I just spaced out on them. Annabeth, I want you to sing to the glass again, I told her. But this time I want you to put your intention behind it. You're singing to this beautiful rune you've made, and the rune is going to sing back in a way your magic and body understands, and is going to heal you.
I'm not going to burn it in?
Annabeth asked, and she sounded relieved. I think she was back to being nervous about getting her magic to flow like other mages do. Nope, I replied. You're an audible mage, so let's try it this way first.
Okay,
she said happily, and started humming to her little rune charm. I could tell the moment it worked, as her face lit up in wonder.
Holy cow, that is intense!
She hummed some more.
This is way more powerful than the 3 charms I've been working with. I'm feeling better already.
I looked at Sandy, John, and Annabeth. They all held their healing charms like they were the most precious things in the world. I felt a glow of pride for them, and myself for being able to help them make this giant leap. I loved it when my ideas worked out. Now, it was time for Tyler. Annabeth and John started working on another rune charm, so I picked up a rod of glass and gave it to Tyler. "Are you ready to do this?" I asked. He looked at it like I'd just handed him a snake.
"I'm not sure I can," he said doubtfully. "I know you talked about the centaur natural shaping glass, but they went through the shrine. I'm just a normal natural. I don't know if this will work for me."
"What would you tell a young gay boy who was nervous about having sex for the first time?" I asked. He gave me a quizzical look.
"I'd just tell him to relax and enjoy the process. His body knows what to do. Once his first time is complete, he'll really be able to enjoy the next time."
"Well then," I kissed him, "I think you should just relax and enjoy the process. Your magic knows what to do. Once you've made your first rune, you won't have performance anxiety anymore." He laughed and kissed me back.
"You are too smart for your own good."
"I hope so," I laughed. "Now, no more distractions. We are going to do the same process as we did with Annabeth. Let's start with a glass. Feel the rod and change it into whatever you want." Tyler nodded, and a serious look settled over his face. He stared at the rod, and nothing happened. He shifted the rod slightly in his hand and tried again. Nothing. He scowled, gripped the glass tightly, and tried again. He was clearly giving it his all, but nothing happened. He reminded me of CL when he was first trying to make the glass change. "Stop for a sec," I told him soothingly as I put a hand on his shoulder. Then I got slightly distracted by how nice his shoulders felt. "Focus, Jason, focus!" "This isn't something that requires a lot of force," I told him. "You have plenty of power to make that rod do whatever you want it to do. The only thing that's missing is a connection to the glass." Then I thought of something and gave him a wicked grin. "Instead of thinking of this as a glass rod, think of it as another type of rod. You're holding a handsome man's rod in your hand, and you're tickling it with your power." I was going to say more, but Tyler gave me a wicked grin of his own, and suddenly he was holding a perfectly formed Johnson. It happened almost instantly, and Tyler jumped in surprise. The schlong wasn't very big, as the rod didn't hold a lot of glass, but it had certainly transformed.
"Holy crap!" he exclaimed. "It worked!"
I just laughed and gave him a congratulatory kiss on the cheek. He looked at the glass again, and it transformed into the shape of a rubber ducky. That seemed like a strange choice, but at least the glass was changing for him.
"Wow!" He was lost in wonder. "This is just amazing. I never thought I could actually do this."
He changed it into a fork, then a knife, and then a bear.
"It's so simple," he said. "It's the same thing I always do, only different."
"Most things in life usually are," I said wisely. "Life is all the same, except for where it's different." I was teasing him a bit, but he was so caught up in his glass he didn't notice. I thought it was interesting that even Tyler, with all his unique power and battle ability, still found such joy and fascination in transforming glass. Tyler made several other shapes, and I finally had to get his attention and get him focused again. "Let's focus on your next step, which is to make a healing rune," I suggested.
"Sure," he said,
but he seemed a bit sad to have to stop playing. I thought he would do what Annabeth did and try to make the rune by looking at the master charm. Instead, he took his left hand and touched the copper healing charm. I saw his incubus magic encase the healing rune, and suddenly he looked at me in shock.
"It's alive!" he exclaimed. "Well, not exactly alive like a person, but it's responding to me. This is wild."
"I'm still learning," I told him, "so tell me what you're doing and how it's feeling."
"As an incubus, I touch people with my ability. I used to have to physically touch them, but in the last 20 years or so, I can just project my power out, and it touches them. When I do, I get a feeling of who they are as a person. And when I first started, I wouldn't learn that much. I'd just get a basic feeling for how the person was feeling emotionally and how horny they were.
Here, recently, I've been able to learn a lot more than that. Now I get a much broader sense of who they are emotionally, what they are feeling now, how their overall emotional health is, and what they are repressing. I can also tell how they are doing physically. I can tell how strong they are, how good their cardiovascular system is, if they were injured recently or dealing with an older problem. It's been so much easier to get a client physically and emotionally aroused, and now I can follow the changes in their body and control how long and how often they climax. When you talked about the rod in my hand being a penis, I touched it the same way, and that was what allowed me to start controlling the glass. I thought I would do the same thing to the rune. Annabeth listened to the rune, so maybe I could touch it. It turns out I was right. When I touch the rune like an incubus, it turns it on somehow. I can feel my physical magic getting sharper, more in focus. That sounds pretty neat, I replied. I was hoping that you would be able to do a lot more with a rune than a charm. My thought was that your natural abilities would work directly with the rune. Basically, your whole body is a charm, and you just need to switch out runes. Anyway, to get us back on track, can you use what you're feeling from the template to create your rune in glass? I think so, Tyler replied, and then, within moments, formed a perfect healing rune out of glass. Then he shrank it down to charm size, and John covered it with copper. I don't think I need to burn this, Tyler said, holding his new rune close. I can hear the glass, and it's perfect just the way it is. Then he did something completely unexpected. He put the rune on his chest, and it sank into his body. I blinked at him in shock. What the heck did you do? I just put it inside me, he said, like that was no big deal. I don't want to lose it, and I can still feel it and use it. If anything, I can put it right by the areas I want to heal and make sure they get the full benefit. Sure, why not? I just laughed. I guess that's no more crazy than anything else that's happened tonight. Exactly, Tyler agreed, totally missing the sarcasm. We burned more charms and runes before we got down to serious drinking. Annabeth made 3 more runes before she said that was enough. She needed to get used to that level of healing power before she added any more. She also burned a regular healing charm so she could recover even when she was sleeping. Making 1 regular charm wore her out, and she said she'd need to recover before she tried to make another. Sandy and John both burned another personal charm, and then Sandy made a healing charm she wanted to send to Mop Top. This time she set up her intention that the charm could be used by anyone to heal anyone. I was curious to see what Mop Top would think about it. That took all the spare magic she had, so she joined us in drinking the night away. For the rest of the evening, we played cards, told stories, and even sang songs with Annabeth. Sandy made a bunch of chocolate chip cookies, and for a while we played poker, using our cookies as poker chips. They were delicious, so I turned up my poker skills and won as many as I could. It wasn't easy, because John ate everything in front of him and then tried to wager on credit. Tyler told him that wasn't how it worked, but I noticed he was eating all his cookies too. Sandy made a lot more, and by the wee hours of the morning, even I had had enough. Somewhere in there, I lost the ability to stay upright, and Tyler declared it was time to say goodnight. I grabbed Eggy, gave him a big, wet kiss, and started singing, "This phase is on fire!" I'm sure I used notes that would make Alicia Keys want to stab her ears with an ice pick, but I thought the song was creative as hell. I tried to make it to the door on my own, but that wasn't happening, so Tyler picked me up and carried me. I wasn't letting Eggy go, so he had his hands full with me, a vase, and its flowers. Mr. Tubbles decided he wanted to be carried also, so he hopped up on me as well. I thought this was a wonderful idea, so I loudly declared the more the merrier, and Bermuda hopped up as well. I'm sure we looked like a clown show as Tyler carried all of us up to my bedroom. Tyler got me undressed and into bed, and we all settled into our normal spots. Mr. Tubbles was on Tyler's pillow, and Bermuda was on mine.
Tyler's naked body snuggled up behind me with his strong arms wrapped around me. I felt safe and loved. This had been a wonderful evening, and I wanted to stay awake and savor the last possible moments. But the soft breeze of the fan cooled me, and the sounds of the ocean soothed me. Before I knew it, I was asleep. Chapter 8. Ultimate Diner. I should have woken up with a terrible hangover. My mouth should have tasted like old socks, my stomach should have been ready to hurl, and any sounds at all should have been too loud. Instead, the worst I felt was the terrible urge to pee. I told T he was the bomb. He was a saint, and his whole grove was filled with saints. He deserved sacks of gold, the adoration of thousands, and all the thanks I could give. I needed to drain the main vein in the worst way possible, though, so I slipped out of bed and hurried to the bathroom. I peed for an hour straight, not really, before I realized all the grannies and octopuses were flying around me and hooting for joy.
Good morning, everyone, I said happily. Do you have news to share?
I was pretty sure what it was, but I wanted to give them the satisfaction of telling me themselves.
The task to which you have assigned us is done,
the head granny exclaimed.
The park and all the surrounding residences are completely free of hostile magic.
That is fantastic.
I broadcast to all my soul creations, and then we did a happy dance together. This was a big moment, and it was something they had been working on for a long time. The park had first become contaminated when Isabel and her crew had attacked us at the picnic bench where we'd been recharging our charms. Then it had gotten further contaminated when the Louisville Mages and their allies had attacked the house. Our shields had held, and they'd been beaten back, but it had left a lot of hostile magic in the park. The worst contaminant, however, was when I'd fought the rotten mage and he'd exploded. That had sent foul, acidic magic just about everywhere. It had hurt the trees, grass, and all the other lovely greenery I'd come to enjoy. It had also hung in the air, and even the mundane people had felt something was wrong and hurried on by. Now, all that was gone, and the park was fresh and clean again. I thanked the grannies for all their hard work and dedication, making sure to give each of them a moment of special attention. They were happy, but needed a break, so I sent them to Penny, and she absorbed them when they were ready. Finally, it was just the head granny hovering near me, and I gave her a special, heartfelt thank you. She had enjoyed organizing her team, and she was very proud of what they'd accomplished. I told her again how wonderful she was, and then she too went to Penny for a well-deserved rest. Octa and her Tangle were next. They had done a fantastic job taking the magic the grannies had collected and moving it into Sandy and Annabeth. Because of them, Annabeth had a matrix, and Sandy had recovered and saved John from merging with the earth. Then they had given Eggy all the power he could absorb and given the rest to the house. Their job hadn't been exciting, but it had been vital to getting everyone back on their feet and helping to clear the park. I told each of the octopuses just how amazing they were, and then they went to Penny to take a break as well. Finally, it was just me and Octa, and we had our extra special moment together. She had been one of the longest-lasting and most successful soul creations I'd made, and I would certainly call on her again. For now, it was nap time. I felt a little sad as I'd gotten used to having them around. I still had my surfer dudes, though, to keep me company, and of course I still had Red and Tea. I went back to the bedroom and noticed that Eggy was back on his stand in the window again. This time he was sporting a mix of wildflowers and long strands of grass. The arrangement had levels to it and was really pretty. I went over and said hi for a minute, asking how it was going. He was thoroughly enjoying his new shape and new life. The morning sun felt wonderful, and he loved his new flowers. Satisfied he was happy, I went back to bed. But instead of snuggling up with Tyler, I pulled the covers back and took a while feasting my eyes on the magnificent man that shared my life. His skin looked so smooth and warm. His muscles, which could be so hard and powerful, were now soft and peaceful. The morning light cast shadows on his eyelashes, and his lips were open like a gentle sigh. He was normally all man and devastatingly handsome, but in moments like this, he looked pretty. Actually, I'd have to say he looked beautiful. His features were timeless, like something out of mythology. I might be a god, but he definitely looked the part. All those good looks would have been useless without a good heart, and he certainly had that in spades. He'd cleaned up after me when Anna Lickett had been playing her tricks on me, and he'd been there for me when I'd been at my worst. He had patience and understanding, but he was also playful and fun. I'd seen guys fall in love before, and during the honeymoon phase, they thought the other could do no wrong. I knew I was in the first phase of our relationship, and I didn't know how it was going to end up, but right here, right now, he seemed perfect. I curled up beside him and ran my hand over his chest and then down his fine stomach. Somehow, he felt like a warm blanket and a coiled tiger all at the same time. For a moment, I slipped into the fantasy that I could wake up every morning like this. He wouldn't need to go away on missions for the house, and we didn't have any enemies. We could just wake up every morning, make love, watch a show, and begin our day. I smiled at the thought of it, at how happily ever after it would be, until I felt a chill. It was like someone was walking on my grave. I got goosebumps, and I shivered to shake the feeling. My mind was just playing tricks on me. "Do you like what you see?" Tyler asked me playfully. He blinked at me with sleepy brown eyes. I got lost in their molten beauty and let my bleak moment fade from memory. "You might have some mighty fine wares, sir," I said in my best Cockney accent, "but I'm really looking for something special." "Oh?" He played right along. "Well, would you be interested in a chest of loading?" He flexed his chest at me, one side at a time, Terry Crews style. "Do they have any special attributes?" I asked. "Oh, yes," he replied. "They have wagon loading +10 and barrel lifting +4. I laughed at the gamer references. My baby was totally cool like that. "Well, I don't have any barrels at the moment, and I fell off the wagon last night," I said lightly. "What else you got?" "I have Candyman abs," he said in his sing-song voice. I picked up the song reference right away. "Let me guess," I said. "They're a one-stop shop? Make my patties drop?" "For sure," he said with a body roll, which wasn't easy as we were still in bed. "I like where you're going," I replied. "But I hear that good things come to boys that wait." I gave myself a mental high five for working in more song lyrics. I had to focus on that because his abs were making me hot. "Well," his voice got husky, "I do have a magic sausage." "Oh?" I tried to act all nonchalant. "And what makes it magical?" "If you lick it, it grows big and hard." He wiggled his eyebrows at me suggestively. "Really?" I was trying to keep it light and playful, but he was turning me on. "Oh, I haven't had breakfast yet, and the British do love their bangers and mash. Maybe a magic sausage is just what I'll need. Let's give it a try." I leaned over and gave his sleeping member a long lick. Then I gave him a saucy look and licked it again. "Would you look at that?" I said in wonder. "It's growing." I licked it again, then again. "How big does it get?" I asked gleefully. "Big enough to knock out a robber," he replied. I laughed at the mental image of smacking a masked intruder over the head with Tyler's big dick. That was funny as hell. That's pretty large, and it sounds like it's multi-purpose too. I like that. Now, how hard does it get?" I took him in my hand, held him up in the air, and licked all over his head. "You're making it pretty damn hard," he moaned. After that, I dropped the act and just enjoyed the heck out of him. I loved watching his abs flex and tasting how urgent his sausage was. In the end, I bought his magic sausage, his Candyman abs, and his chest of loading. I paid for it all with services rendered. Once I was fully satisfied with my purchases, we switched it up, and Tyler went shopping at my market. He bought everything he could get his hands on, and he got his hands on a lot. He touched and teased and licked until I was mad with lust. Then he held me down and shagged my brains out. We came together and then spent a while cuddling and kissing. I was still feeling hot, so I begged him for another round. It was wonderful. Just wonderful. I had missed Tyler so much, and getting to spend quality time together like this was heaven. I didn't want to spend all day in bed, though, so we finally finished playing Hide the Salami and got up. We spent time washing each other in my fantastic walk-through shower, and then shaved and finished getting ready in my tropical treasure-themed bathroom. It still blew me away just how awesome it was. It wouldn't work for everyone, but for me, it was a perfect blend of luxury and whimsy. As I dressed, I realized how much clothing I'd destroyed recently. I really needed to go shopping and restock my closet. Then I had an idea. The house had provided an all-black, stealthy outfit for me to hunt down Big Ugly and his gang. Maybe it could do regular clothing too? "House," I called. "I have this lovely walk-in closet and very little to put in it. Can you keep me stocked with the basics? T-shirts, jeans, shorts, underwear, socks, and shoes? I just need stuff I can wear around the house and go outside to the park. It doesn't have to be anything fancy." I paused, but the house didn't give me any acknowledgement. It usually didn't, so I was sure it was fine. "Thank you very much," I said sincerely, and knocked on the wall. "If you can, that's great. If you can't, that's fine too. I appreciate all you do for me. I really do." I gave the wall an affectionate pat and moved on. My walk-in closet was high class and so nice, but it was also so empty. Tyler somehow just changed his clothes magically, so he didn't need any closet space, even though my walk-in closet was set up for 2 people. One thing I hadn't checked on yet was the transfer room. Was it available? If so, had the Centaur Llamas sent my special clothes yet? I thought about what Annabeth had said yesterday about Eggy going over to her place to have tea and read a book if he got tired of Tyler and me playing Hide the Sausage. I didn't think he even cared, but I sent out a quick thought to Eggy and asked him.
"Oh, no," he replied. "I don't mind at all. I love being near the forge."
That reference lost me.
"The forge?"
I asked.
"That's what I assumed you were doing,"
he replied, seriously.
"He was banging the impurities out of you. I just figured that was a fleshy way of forging, somehow."
I just about fell over laughing.
"You're correct, Eggy," I replied.
We were banging, and I feel much better now. Thanks for understanding.
"Of course, my sauce,"
Eggy replied.
"I hope you forge often."
I hope we forge often too,
I replied happily. I told Tyler about it, and he got a good laugh too.
"We'll have to bang out some more of those impurities later," he said with a wink.
"I'd like that very much," I replied as I pulled him in and kissed him. "Now, how about some breakfast? I've got dry cereal, or cereal with milk, or cereal with milk and sugar on top."
"I don't know how you can start with frosted flakes and then add sugar," he said as his mouth puckered in distaste. "That is just too sweet for me."
We started to head to the kitchen, but for the first time, we noticed the door exiting the bedroom was in a different spot. I shot Tyler a questioning look as I opened the door and stepped through. I should have walked into my living room. Instead, I stepped into an entrance room/greeting room of some kind. It was big, much bigger than my previous living room had been. The tropical theme continued here with weathered wood floors, white walls, and huge skylights that let in lots of sun. There were wicker baskets, tropical plants in ceramic pots, and bamboo rugs. The statement piece of the room was a huge 7-foot mirror encased in a thick turquoise frame. The frame itself had ocean waves and sea foam carved into it, and the whole thing looked like something a pirate would have stolen back in the 1700s. Once I noticed the turquoise, I could see its accents everywhere in the room. There were comfortable white chairs and a white sofa with turquoise end tables. The whole place looked elegant, yet relaxed. It was a mansion meets beach home.
"Dorothy, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore,"
Tyler commented as he looked around, taking it all in. For real, I breathed. I've been so busy, I forgot I asked the house to transform the rest of my apartment. I had thought I would work on it with Annabeth at some point, but I guess the house beat me to it. I told Tyler about meeting Pixie Girl and our conversation about Morphus points. I told him that she'd said the house would do what you wanted, but in the most expensive and fantastical way possible.
That is true, Tyler agreed. When I set up the beach gym, I told the house exactly what I needed. I shudder to think what the house would have created on its own. I'm sure it would have been amazing, but it probably would have cost double the points. So, how many Morphus points do you have now?
I asked the house, and it pulled up a scroll with a number. My heart sank. I have 212 points left, I told him sadly. I had way more than that last time I checked.
That's still a lot, he said encouragingly. I know regular young mages would kill to have that many points.
I think I had well over 200,000 before this happened, I said. I still wasn't ready to let it go yet. The grannies had been cleaning the whole time I was at the gathering, and they just finished up this morning. Some of the magic went to Eggy, but most of it went to the house. I looked around at the beautiful room. I guess this is my new living room. I like it, and I think it will be nice to hang out here, but I don't 200,000 Morphus points like it. I must have looked sad because Tyler gave me a big sympathetic hug.
I don't think this is your living room. I'm pretty sure it's just your greeting room for when your guests arrive. I'm also sure the house didn't spend 200 grand on just this one room. Let's keep going and see what else you have.
I looked around, confused, until he pointed to both a large arch in the back and a door in the far wall. Oh, how'd I miss that? I wanted to look through the other door first, so we crossed the room to check it out. Now I knew there was more to see, I could relax a bit and appreciate the greeting room for what it was. The space really was nice. I could see Annabeth and Sandy just chilling out in the stairs, waiting for us to get ready. Actually, this would also be a great place to read, too. It was well lit, the couch looked comfortable, and there were plenty of places for the cats to nap. Now I just needed a quiet moment to actually start a new book. Once we got close, it was obvious the other door was a bit different. It was like it sealed extra well. I was puzzled for a moment until I stepped inside. My mouth dropped open as I took in the amazing sight.
Holy crap! You have your own theater!
Tyler exclaimed. He was right, but it was even better than that. Theaters are made for multiple people to enjoy a show. This one was made so that just a few people had maximum enjoyment. For starters, there were no theater seats. Instead, there was a huge square couch in the middle of the room. It was about 8 feet by 8 feet and had a comfortable raised back like a couch around everywhere but the front side. In the middle were comfortable throws and pillows to snuggle up with, and all around the couch were small tables to hold food and drinks. It was almost like the couch was ready for one big sleepover, and it was plenty big enough for Tyler and me and 2 cats. Any theater lives and dies on its screen, and this screen was awesome. It was like an IMAX screen, filling up the entire front wall and had a curve to get that window experience. The floor even sloped down a bit, so the screen could start below the floor, and the ceiling sloped up so the picture could fully fill up your vision. I always thought a 75-inch TV was pretty big. Now, I had a screen that was about 20 feet.
That was just crazy, and I loved it. The whole room had indirect lighting along the floors and ceiling and was bright enough to see where you were going, but dim enough not to interfere with the show. Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles wandered into the room and hopped up onto the square couch. Bermuda nosed around a bit while Mr. Tubbles flopped down on a throw. Then he got up and flopped down on another throw. Then he got up and laid over a pillow. It looked like he was going to try and sample all the cozy options the sofa had to offer. "Want to try it out?" I asked Tyler. "Sure," he replied, hopping over the side of the sofa. I hopped over the side as well and immediately fell in love with my new lounger. It was firm enough to sit comfortably, and the back provided plenty of support to lean against. I didn't really need any of the pillows, but the throws were nice. Even with the four of us, there was still plenty of room. I figured it could hold everyone, including Sandy, John, and Annabeth, if we didn't mind getting a little closer. Even with all that space, Tyler curled up next to me, and the cats curled up next to us. He put his arm around my shoulders and kissed me on the cheek. He felt solid and warm, and smelled nice too. It took us a moment to figure out how to operate the theater, but basically it worked by voice and gestures. I had access to all the streaming services, Netflix, YouTube, Amazon Prime, etc., as well as all the views in the bank. Tyler wanted to watch my fight with Eugene, and I agreed. I didn't want to take the time to watch a full show, as we still hadn't explored the rest of my apartment yet. Tyler seemed to know what to do, so I let him navigate the bank's menu. He picked a view from a recorder that was a little higher than the ring, and yet still close enough to see all the details. He paid the fee. Apparently nothing on the bank was free, and we sat back and watched the show. The viewing experience was insanely awesome. The lights dimmed a bit, and the screen was so big it filled my vision. It was like I was really there. I didn't see any speakers, but the crowd roared around me as I started my march to the ring. I'd forgotten how powerful the procession had been, but it was emotional. I felt Tyler's arm flex in time with the chant of "Do not fall." I knew what was going to happen, but my heart started racing just the same. The fight itself was intense. I remembered just trying to stay alive and fight back, so the experience of being a spectator was totally new. There were more close calls than I remembered, and the length of the fight was a lot quicker than I thought it had been. Nevertheless, Tyler was totally impressed. He quizzed me about what I was thinking during parts of the match, and we rewound it and watched it again. Tyler asked a few more questions, but I was starting to feel uneasy. This fight hadn't been a friendly tussle in the arena. This had been a grudge match with terrible consequences. My fate as a supernatural and the future of our house had been on the line. Rewatching it and analyzing it like this just didn't feel right yet. It was too much too soon. Tyler must have picked up on my mood as he turned it off and gave me a big hug. I lost myself in his embrace and just let the bad feelings fade away. That was twice today I'd felt apprehensive. Tyler suggested we check out the rest of the apartment, and I quickly agreed. The theater room was fantastic, but when we came back again, I just wanted to watch a regular show. Both cats were snuggled down and didn't want to move, so we kissed them and left them there for now. They seemed to be able to move throughout the house however they wanted, so they could catch up when they were ready. We returned to the greeting room, and then went to the back and through the arch. We were now in my kitchen, but it was nothing like it had been before. Previously, my kitchen had looked like something you'd find in a regular small apartment. It had a stove, sink, refrigerator, and a reasonable number of cabinets. It hadn't been big, but I mostly liked cereal and sandwiches, so it had worked for me. Now, my new kitchen was huge. It looked like a 1950s diner crossed with a candy shop crossed with a grocery store. The decor was all from that era, with a black checkered floor, red leather, and pink countertops. There were shiny steel accents everywhere, along with tasteful touches of turquoise. I had a long countertop with bar stools, a couple of booths that could sit 6 people easily, and a few regular 4-person tables that could be configured however they were needed.
All that was nice, but the real magic happened behind the counter. I had everything I could ever want, or at least that's the way it felt. I had a soft-serve ice cream machine loaded up and ready to go with all the toppings. I had a theater popcorn maker with fresh popcorn ready to go. There was a soda fountain and a standing cooler stuffed full of all kinds of beers. I had 3 ovens, a regular one, a wide one that looked like it was for pizza, and a small one that looked like it would be useful for small jobs like Hot Pockets. I had 4 refrigerators. Who has 4 refrigerators? Apparently I do now. They were filled with frozen goods and all sorts of themed items. Like, one side of one refrigerator was filled with different pizzas ready to be warmed up. It also had extra toppings and cheese in case I wanted to use one of them as a base and really load it up. I'm a sandwich guy, and the sandwich selection was massive. I had all kinds of breads, meats, cheeses, vegetables, and condiments. Tyler was a snacker like me, and he was almost speechless with the overwhelming possibilities. As amazing as all that was, it didn't hold a candle to the selection I had in my walk-in pantry. I had one whole section, floor to ceiling, filled with different types of cereal. At least half of the boxes weren't even in English. It was the same with chips. One whole section was nothing but chips and pretzels. I already knew I had a bunch of different dips in one of the refrigerators. I just stood, stared, and said, "Oh my God," over and over again. It was too much. I felt like I was going to pass out. I was Scrooge McDuck walking into the vault. I was Charlie in his chocolate factory. I was Harry Potter walking into Hogwarts. This kitchen was beyond amazing. It was worth the 200,000 points on its own. I didn't even have to ask. I just knew that as soon as I ate something, a replacement item would appear. This place stocked itself. Everything stayed fresh and ready to eat all the time. I could wake up in the middle of the night, decide to snack on some popcorn, and it would still be hot and ready to go. Finally, I became aware that Tyler was squeezing my arm and attempting to pull me along. "I think there is even more to see," he said playfully, and I just stared at him. "That's impossible," I said flatly. "I'm already in heaven. How can there be more than heaven?" "I don't know," he laughed, "but let's go and find out." We left the pantry and walked down the counter, and that's when I saw there was a whole back end to this place. It switched from being a 1950s diner back to tropical decor, only this time we were in an entertainment area. I had all the regular games like darts, ping pong, air hockey, foosball, and pool. I also had specialty areas for things like arcade games and poker. One section that caught my attention was a jigsaw puzzle table and shelves filled with all kinds of different puzzles. I'd loved jigsaw puzzles when I was a kid, and I'd always thought about doing one again. I'd either been living in other guys' homes or living out of a hotel, though, so it just never seemed to be the right time. I could have continued exploring, but suddenly I just wanted to stop right here, have breakfast, and do a puzzle. Tyler thought that sounded like a great idea, so we went back to the kitchen, found a couple bowls and spoons, and picked out a cereal to try. That was harder than it sounds, as there were so many to choose from. I finally picked one that looked like Frosted Flakes, but the flakes themselves were thicker and seemed crunchier. I wanted to be at least somewhat healthy, so I sliced up a banana and added that. When I was a kid, I'd seen a picture on the cereal box showing a delicious bowl of cereal with slices of fruit on them. When I opened the box, however, there was no fruit to be found. I felt like I'd been cheated. Why show something on the box if it wasn't inside? I could fix that now, as I could add fresh fruit whenever I wanted. Just to really be decadent, I added blueberries and sliced strawberries too. Then I poured Demerara sugar over the whole lot. It was a brown-looking sugar with big crystals. It should give the whole bowl extra sweetness and a nice texture. I went to add milk and discovered I had a whole selection of milks now. I had the normal options, fat-free, 2% and whole milk, but now I also had almond, soy, rice, flax, oat, hazelnut, coconut, cashew, goat, buffalo, horse, sheep, camel, yak, and reindeer. Wow. I wanted to try them all at some point, but for now, I just went with whole milk. I took a sample bite. It was so good! Oh my god! The crunch of the sugar and the flakes mixed perfectly with the freshness of the fruit. The yum factor was through the roof. It was like the bowl had been put together by a 5-star cereal chef. Tyler had gone with some sort of raisin brand cereal and added more raisins, cranberries, apricots, and sliced almonds. Then he went crazy and added coconut milk. I had a taste of his cereal, and it was really good. Not as great as mine, but still good. We were headed back to the puzzle section when Tyler casually pointed out that I had a door that said wine, with a cute graphic of grapes and vines. So on top of everything else, it looked like I had a selection of wines too. Oh, and coffee. How did I forget coffee? There was this machine with a whole selection of coffee and specialty drinks. I picked out a pecan coffee blend and added cashew milk and a generous helping of sugar. It was so smooth and nutty. Totally yummy. When we returned to the puzzle table, I noticed there were 2 smaller side tables to set food and drinks on. Now the puzzle table could stay nice and clean, and there wasn't any chance of spilling a drink on the pieces. The house had thought of everything. I set my coffee and cereal bowl down, and then started looking through the puzzles. I had hundreds of them, and they were organized by the number of pieces and then by theme. I didn't want to spend all day here, so I selected one that was 200 pieces. It showed colorful birds sitting on a wooden lattice against a blue sky. It seemed happy, cheerful, and free, and that's what I wanted this morning. We poured out the pieces, flipped them so they were picture side up, and started pulling out the edge pieces. I quickly discovered I was much better at puzzles now I had full use of my magic sight. The edge pieces seemed to jump out at me, and once I had them grouped together, I could just feel the pieces that would connect. I was so fast, it was almost like cheating. It was a lot of fun, too. Tyler was feeling left out, so I slowed down, ate my cereal, and let him match some pieces, too. That's when I had an idea. Tyler, you just found a whole new way to use your incubus senses when you touched the healing room last night. Why don't you try the same thing here?
You mean find out what puzzle pieces want to hook up?
He laughed. He was just playing, but I was kind of serious. Exactly, I replied. I think you have magic senses that you can use on more than just people. He sent me a doubtful look and then gave a half-hearted attempt. I wasn't really sure this was going to work, so I wasn't going to push it. This was supposed to be a relaxing morning, after all. To his surprise, even a half-hearted attempt found a match. Tyler put the 2 pieces together and then tried again. This time I saw his magic really spread out and caress the pile of pieces. He exclaimed in surprise as he found a lot of matches. He picked up speed at putting the puzzle together, and I did too. I still tried to stay slower than him, as I didn't want to discourage him. The look on his face as he found a new way to use his magic was priceless. We weren't saving the world or beating up bad guys, but this was still great magic practice. Before we knew it, we were finished. I wasn't sure how long it had been, but my guess was we'd put together the 200-piece puzzle in less than 10 minutes. That was just crazy.
Want to go again?
Tyler asked with a big grin on his face as we started breaking the puzzle down to put it back in the box. Sure, I replied happily. I've only had 1 bowl of cereal, so I'm still hungry. Want to do a 500-piece puzzle this time?
How about we try 1,000?
Tyler replied with a gleam in his eye.
I know you wanted to go to the beach and train today, but this is a way of training too. I know you have an amazing ability to see things, but have you really pushed yourself to see what you could do?
Then he gave me a sharp look.
And don't say you already did, because I know you slowed down on this last puzzle.
You got me, I laughed. I did slow down a bit. 1,000 pieces sounds like a whole day project, but you're right, it will be a nice challenge. Plus, you just discovered a new way of using your magic, so you'll get your training in too. We put the finished puzzle back on the shelf and then picked out a 1,000-piece puzzle of a picturesque village in Italy. I loved the architecture and the flowers in the windows. It seemed like a place where Eggy might have gotten his idea of becoming a vase. Before we left to get more food, Tyler pulled me close and kissed me thoroughly. I wrapped my arms around his firm body and let him have his way with my lips. Fortunately, we'd already made love enough this morning, so I could just enjoy holding him and having an affectionate moment. I loved kissing, loved it. But wrapping my arms around his powerful frame and feeling his muscles flexing was a heaven all its own. Finally, his lips let me go. We had a final hug, and then headed towards the kitchen, holding hands. It was a short distance, but even so, holding his hand was nice. Somehow this simple act said we were a couple, and we enjoyed being together. Now it was my second time in the kitchen, I started noticing even more stuff. Not only did I have beer on tap and a wine room, I also had a whole section in the pantry filled with bourbons, vodkas, rums, and whiskeys. There was also a small archway near the floor that was labeled Tuna Town. It looked like my kitchen had also taken our furry companions into account. I had no idea what was through the arch, but I was sure Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles would think it was delicious. Tyler had a waffle for his next course, and I joined him. We didn't even have to make them. They were already fresh, warm, and ready to go. Tyler noticed them in what I called the warm bake section with the bread. It also had all kinds of pancakes, too. Tyler started with a plain waffle, but I went with a chocolate chip. I added lots of butter, maple syrup, fruit slices, and a lot of whipped cream. I stuck with regular butter and syrup, although I now had several types of them, too. Tyler kept it simple, butter and powdered sugar, although he experimented with different butters from different countries. We made our way back to the jigsaw puzzle and settled in. I found that working the puzzle was a lot like playing Sudoku. The pieces felt right coming together, and it made my analytical side happy. It was great training for my magic sight, too. At first it was too much for me to handle, but then I just relaxed and got into the groove. It wasn't long before I could scan the whole pile of loose pieces in one shot and find exactly what I needed. The only thing slowing me down was eating, and once I finished with my waffle, it was so good. I started using both hands, and the puzzle started taking shape quickly. We had the border together, and I was working on the sky when 2 cat beds on wheels rolled into the room. I had never seen anything like that before, so I just stared, too surprised to say anything. Tyler looked up to see why I'd stopped, and he looked shocked too. Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles had their own rolling beds. How crazy cool was that? They both rolled up to our puzzle station, and then the beds adjusted their height so they could get the best view of the whole situation. This was lazy luxury at its best. I pulled Bermuda over so I could kiss and love on him. He purred and accepted my homage like he was a king on a throne. They both stayed with us for a while, but then they rolled off into the kitchen again. Maybe it was Tuna Town time. Regardless, I turned my attention back to the puzzle and quickly got into the flow again. Tyler was working on the street, and he was clearly having a wonderful time as well. He wasn't anywhere nearly as fast as me, but he was just getting used to using his magic touch like this. Even during our time putting the puzzle together, I could see him getting more confident with his abilities. Since we never got stuck, the puzzle came together quickly. It should have taken hours, but about 40 minutes later, Tyler set the last piece. He gave a satisfied sigh as we both sat back and enjoyed the finished view. Tyler was right. Putting the puzzle together had been great training. I'd used more than my sight, I'd used my touch too. Towards the end, I'd even started to use sound a bit. It was usually after I found the piece I wanted. I found myself pinging the 2 sides to double-check they would fit together. It made me wonder if I could somehow work in my other senses of smell and taste. That sounded crazy, but the better I could sense the world around me, the better I could interact with it magically. It also got me wondering about the rest of our crew. Could Annabeth hear the pieces and find the sides that sounded the same? Could John use his earth senses like Tyler was using his incubus touch? What about Sandy? I knew she was a mage, but maybe this was a way to train her magic sight too. Or she could use her earth senses. She was a deep earth ambassador after all. This morning had been so fun and such an unexpected surprise. I opened my mouth to tell Tyler my thoughts when the doorbell rang. I closed my mouth and we shared a puzzled look. I didn't have a doorbell. We got to our feet and went back to the greeting room, the cats trailing along behind us. I'd say they were on high alert too, as their ears were perked up, but they were still in their rolling beds, so they weren't that concerned. I opened the door of my apartment, but nobody was there. The doorbell sounded again. "You think it's the front door of the house?" I asked Tyler. He shrugged. "I'm not sure. Let's go find out." We went down the steps and over to the main door of the house. I figured it couldn't be too bad, as neither cat left their rolling beds to follow us. I also noticed a new door in the main hallway, right by the front entrance. Was that our new transfer room? If so, I needed to check and see if the centaurs had sent anyone else close. I opened the front door, and nobody was on the porch, but there were several people standing on the sidewalk right by the edge of the house shield. The main guy in the middle didn't see me as he was looking over his shoulder. There were even more people making their way through the park and heading our way. He put his hand on our house shield, and I heard the doorbell ring again. The group wasn't attacking us, so that was nice, and they didn't look hostile. Instead, I'd say they looked serious, expectant, and even nervous. I shared a questioning glance with Tyler, but he just shrugged. Well, if someone rings your door, it's best to go and see what they want. I opened the house front door wide and stepped outside. We were quickly spotted, and all eyes turned to watch us as we went down the front steps and walked up the front walkway. We reached the group, but made sure to stay on our side of the shield. Just because they weren't actively attacking us didn't mean we were safe. "Can I help you?" I asked politely. "My name is Ken Hill, and I am here with my school for an exchange of reconciliation." The man in the middle looked serious, but he also matched my politeness. "I wish to speak with your master." Chapter 9. Exchange of Reconciliation. I thought about telling him I didn't have a master, but I was pretty sure he wanted to talk to Sandy, so I just let it go. This situation would have thrown me a bit before, but after being at the gathering for a week, it actually felt normal. I gave him a bow and said I would go and let her know he was here. I was just turning to leave when Sandy, John, and Annabeth exited the house and came toward us. Once she arrived, I quickly introduced them to each other. "Sandy, this is Ken Hill, and he has arrived with his school for an exchange of reconciliation. Mr. Hill, this is Sandy Felton. She is the head of our house." My part in this was now done, so I stepped back and out of the way. Sandy could take it from here. Ken was looking at Sandy, but everyone else was looking at John. He stood behind her in a protective stance. His 7-feet-tall mountain troll frame loomed over everyone, letting them know without saying a word that if they messed with Sandy, it would be the last thing they ever did. I loved Sandy, of course, but even I found it intimidating. "Hello, Mr. Hill," Sandy said politely. "Thank you for coming to Louisville and visiting our house. May I ask where your school is located?" "We are from the north side of Cincinnati," he replied, "up by the Kenwood Mall area. We chartered a couple of buses for the trip, as trying to caravan that many cars would be difficult. The trip here only took about 2 hours, and we stopped at the park since it was so convenient." That certainly explained why everyone was approaching from the park. The sidewalk outside the house was crowded, and more people were still arriving. "Might I ask how many guests you brought with you today?" Sandy asked. Her eyes darted over the crowd, trying to get a feel for what she was dealing with.
I have a little over 100 students with me today, Ken replied. Not everyone from my school could make it, of course, and some students needed to stay at our headquarters and make sure everything continues to run smoothly. However, there are enough students here for our purpose today, including everyone that was emotionally and physically involved in the attack.
Sandy nodded politely, but she seemed a little lost. I recalled something being mentioned about an exchange of reconciliation at the gathering, but I didn't remember that much about it. Hopefully, Sandy knew what it was, as she had been taking notes. I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, Mr. Hill, Sandy continued. I know what an exchange of reconciliation is, but I am unsure of how it applies to us currently. I was unaware of your arrival, and so I am not as prepared for guests as I'd like to be. If you would be so kind, please enlighten my house as to your purpose, and we can then proceed appropriately. I noticed that Sandy was standing a little back from the shield and had yet to invite them inside. It would be the polite thing to do, as their group was now spilling out into the street, but I approved of her caution. We didn't know these mages, and we still didn't know what their intentions were. I thought maybe Sandy had missed a message again, but Ken had a quick conversation with a few of his people, and it quickly became clear that nobody had sent a letter explaining their arrival. Apparently a letter had been drafted, but it was still in Cincinnati waiting for his approval. I thought it was funny that even older mages with established schools had organizational issues. I guess people are the same no matter how old they get. When Ken turned back to us, he was less formal and more apologetic. I was not aware that we were showing up unannounced. Your caution, of course, is much more understandable given the recent turn of events. I had hoped that you would be aware of our arrival and prepared for the reconciliation. I will explain, and hopefully we can still achieve our purpose today. Sandy smiled graciously and nodded for him to continue. John continued to glower at them from behind her, and Annabeth joined me and Tyler on the side. She didn't say anything, but she grabbed my hand and gave it a quick squeeze of support.
As you no doubt know, the houses are not thought of in the highest regard by the rest of the supernatural community, Ken said regretfully. As such, when the Louisville Mages approached our school and asked for our help in relocating a new house, we agreed. I'm sorry to say that we were told many stories about your house. Stories that we have since come to learn were false. I won't go into specifics, but just know that Isabel crafted tales that were both believable and yet bad for your reputation.
I could believe that. Isabel was evil, but she was also crafty. I'm sure her gossip about us had been too sweet to resist.
We put the matter to a vote, and it was decided that any member of our school that wanted to could travel to Louisville and stand with the Louisville Mages as a show of force. And that was all it was supposed to be, a show of force. When they arrived, they were told more lies, armed with wands and catapults, and were included in the battle on your house.
He paused and got a little emotional.
During that battle, 2 of our members were crushed and killed. Several more of them were injured, 6 of them seriously. As you can imagine, there have been a lot of emotions stemming from that night. We are ashamed that we were fooled into participating. We are angry at the loss of our fellow mages, and a few of us are bitter at being defeated. Having severely injured mages to care for also makes sure that whatever happened remains fresh in our minds.
I saw the mages around him nodding at his words. He was their teacher, and he was speaking for them.
That is why we thought to invoke the exchange of reconciliation between our 2 schools. We obviously have a lot to work through on our side. I'm sure there is an equal amount of upset to work through on yours. My hope is that we will end today with an understanding of each other.
While I doubt that a day together could make us allies, I am hopeful that we might at least start heading in that direction.
Sandy gave him a shallow bow.
Thank you for your candor and all the thought you and your school have obviously put into this situation. Please allow me a moment to confer with the rest of my house.
Ken returned her bow, and then we all moved back towards the porch so she could speak without being overheard. We huddled up, and Annabeth asked the first question.
So, what is this exchange of reconciliation thing?
She kept her voice soft so it didn't carry back to the mages on the sidewalk. I just learned about it at the gathering, Sandy replied softly. It's not something the houses do, but apparently it's very popular in the rest of the supernatural world. Basically, it's when two schools fight each other in a fairly safe environment. The idea is that both sides gain an understanding of each other. On the positive side, friendships could form between the participants, everyone gains a bit of fighting experience, and the event ends with rainbows and sunshine. A more cynical way of looking at it is that the event lets the schools figure out who's the top dog. The school with less strength knows not to antagonize the stronger school, and it saves lives by not having an all-out war. In this case, it would serve an additional purpose by allowing the members of his school that are angry or grieving to take out their emotions on us, and allow us to get out our emotions on them. Ken is hoping it will be cathartic for both sides, and we can all start to heal. She paused, thoughtfully. I guess I should start by asking, does anyone feel angry or upset by the attack on the house? Specifically with this school from Cincinnati?
I'm not angry, John rumbled. I don't even know who these people are. We had a fight, but it was with Isabel and she's gone. Now we just need to clean up the rest of the rotten mages and then we can get on to other things.
The rest of us nodded in agreement. So it sounds like we're not really getting anything out of this reconciliation, Sandy noted, other than the fact that it helps build our relationship with a neighboring school. That is one thing we are supposed to do as a house. We're supposed to be helpful and supportive to our supernatural neighbors.
As long as they aren't attacking us or going rotten from stolen magic, John noted.
Yes, Sandy agreed with a smile. Isabel and her rotten mages do not get the Good Neighbor Award.
How safe is this reconciliation?
Tyler asked.
I think it would be worth participating if it isn't going to be too dangerous. Trading on the beach is great, but there is no substitute for sparring with another person, especially if they are from another school and will fight differently from what you are used to.
I think it's pretty safe, Sandy replied. I'm sure there will be bumps and bruises and the possibility of more than that. It shouldn't be life-threatening, though, and nothing we can't heal. Here's the format. Both schools line up from the newest supernatural to the oldest. Then the two newest members of each school spar. The winner of that match then challenges the next oldest member. That keeps going until one school runs out of members. For the final match, the leaders of both schools fight. It's a good system because it ramps up the difficulty naturally and keeps a powerful mage from fighting a new mage and severely injuring them. It is also nice because it gives most of the school a chance to compete and see how they do against others at their power level. As for the fight itself, both of the fighters can yield at any time. There's an agreed-upon referee, and they can also stop the fight. The heads of both schools act as seconds for all the matches, and they can end the fight too. Because there are so many ways of stopping a match, it rarely gets out of hand.
That sounds like a good format, Tyler said, and we all agreed. So, Jason is our youngest supernatural, and he would go first. Then Annabeth, and then John. Sandy, you will only fight against Ken. Do I have that right?
Yes, Sandy nodded. That sounds right. Tyler, since you are the only person who isn't part of either house or school, would you agree to be the referee? Tyler nodded, but Annabeth spoke up. Are we doing this? Are we going to do this exchange of reconciliation? We all looked at each other. I'm agreeable if you both are, Sandy said to me and Annabeth.
Same here, John said.
I know I can take care of them if they get out of hand, and that sounds like a great way to gain some actual fighting experience for you two. But I don't want either of you to do something you aren't ready for yet."
I looked at Annabeth. "What do you think?" "For the record, I don't like hurting people," she said firmly. "However, this seems like a fairly safe setting. I would like to do it, but I want to suggest a small change to the rules. How about if Jason and I alternate matches? That way we both get as much experience as possible. We aren't that far apart in supernatural age, after all, and we both seem to compete at the same general level in the arena. Once we both lose a match, then John can take over and mop them up."
"I like it," John grinned. "This is going to be fun."
We all grinned back, and then got our game faces on as we returned to our side of the house shield. Sandy agreed to the exchange of reconciliation, went over the format with Ken so there wasn't any misunderstanding, and then negotiated the format change Annabeth had requested. Upon learning that we were both less than a year old, Ken quickly agreed to the adjustment. John had gone back to being a massive, menacing presence, so he was getting all the attention. They weren't worried about me and little Annabeth at all. The next issue was where to host the exchange. Someone suggested the park, but I quickly vetoed that idea. I'd just gotten it cleaned up. The house wasn't going to let a whole school through the shield, so that was out. Sandy sent a message to Amya, asking what to do, and received a quick reply. Apparently, the house could provide a door to a neutral area that would be just what we needed. There wouldn't be any exits into the main part of the house, but it would have all the amenities we required for the exchange. Sandy talked to the house, and a door appeared on the edge of the sidewalk. It was just a door, nothing else, and it looked unusual standing there on its own. It reminded me of the entrance to our locker room on the beach, so I wasn't surprised when we passed through and ended up in a large gym-like room. The place was humongous, and there was plenty of room for all of us and the ring in the middle. We had restrooms, which were essential when there were this many people, as well as some empty tables and folding chairs. The space really was a gym, as one wall was mirrored, and it had punching bags, speed bags, and a couple of rubber dummies for striking or kicking. There were also some pads and boxing gloves on the side. Basically, the place had everything anyone would need to warm up for a match. The floor was made up of that hard rubber they use in gyms, allowing for easy movement and a bit of padding to help with falls. The ceiling towered over us, at least 20 feet high, so there was plenty of room to jump around or even fly. The ring was in the center of the room, and it was clearly the focus of the space. It was slightly smaller than the ring I'd fought in at the gathering, and these walls were already fixed in place. There wouldn't be any fancy maze option here. The four walls were made of some type of thick, transparent material, making it clear they weren't designed to move. It would do very well for us, as everyone could see the fight, and yet remain protected from any projectile magic. It wasn't until I got closer to the ring that I noticed there were actually 2 layers of walls around the ring. I guess the outer layer was for the spectators, and the inner wall was to help protect the referee and the seconds for the 2 fighters. There were gaps in the walls, so it was easy to enter the ring and easy for a referee to jump in and stop the fight. There was an immediate rush to the restrooms, as most of them needed to tap a kidney after their bus ride. After that, they started doing some stretches and warming up with the equipment. Ken and a few of his students came over to talk to Sandy and finalize any remaining details. They agreed that Tyler could serve as referee, as he was the only person here that was even remotely neutral. I think they were also glad not to have him fighting on our side once they found out he was about 100 years old. It was agreed to give everyone 10 more minutes to finish up in the restrooms and get warmed up. Ken and his students seemed to be looking at us a lot, and he finally asked the question.
"Will your other students be joining us? I only ask as we can delay the exchange for a few minutes if you need time."
"Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Sandy replied. "We are all here." She waved at John, Annabeth, and me.
"Oh," he said, looking at her sadly. "How many students did you
lose in the battle." I think he was trying to be supportive and empathetic, but Sandy just blinked at him in surprise. "Oh, we didn't lose anyone. This is our entire crew." And now it was their turn to look surprised. They all exchanged glances like there was no way they could have heard correctly. "You defended your house with just the people present?" He sounded shocked. "Yes," Sandy replied matter-of-factly. "We played defense and John played offense. He's a one-man army when he gets going." She left out the fact that I'd been injured and Tyler had helped, but they didn't need to know everything. Ken and his students stared up at John with a mixture of awe and trepidation. John played his part by looking at them with rock-solid fearlessness. His gaze evaluated them and found them wanting. He could snap their necks like twigs and still have time for a second breakfast. "Yes, I'm sure he is," Ken said in awe. I didn't know if they realized it, but they actually backed away a bit. I think if John had growled at them, they would have broken and run for their lives. John was such a gentle, caring soul with the heart of an artist, but right now, he looked like he could drop a mountain on them. Thank goodness he was on my side. They quickly wished us well and went over to their own side. Sandy shared a glance with John, and I knew them well enough to know that they were ready to burst out laughing. They both held it in, though, and kept their game faces on. Tyler moved into the center of the ring to look as impartial as possible, but not before sending me a supportive wink. I just smiled and winked back, and then I started warming up with Annabeth. We didn't do anything fancy, as we didn't want to give away our fighting style. Instead, we did some stretching, lunges, and jumping jacks. I felt good, but I was getting nervous butterflies in my stomach. As the youngest, I'd be fighting in the first match. I heard one student mention that it was nice the gym had some decoration, as this was such a guy's gym. I looked over and realized Eggy had joined us. This time he'd brought his glass stand with him, and he positioned himself by one of the mirrors, so everyone could admire him from all angles. He traded out his delicate flowers for a huge display of tropical leaves and flowers. He'd gone for a lot of height, texture, and color, and he looked quite impressive. I pointed him out to Annabeth, and she stopped and ran over to give him a big hug and say hello. I was fighting first, so I didn't have time to do that. Instead, I felt for our connection and sent a big burst of happiness that he was here. I told him he was going to make Anna wicked jealous if he kept looking so damn good. All too soon, the 10 minutes were up, and we all gathered by the ring to get the show on the road. With over 100 people, the group from Cincinnati ended up forming 3 lines on their side of the ring. With only 3 people, not counting Sandy, we didn't even remotely fill up our side. It was a very good thing this exchange wasn't dependent on body count, or we'd have lost before we got started. "We are gathered here today in a time-honored tradition to find peace through the trial of combat," Ken said solemnly as he started the proceeding. "The exchange of reconciliation is a way to test your strength, a way to find your center, and a way to find your own accord and move forward in this new supernatural life. Some of you are filled with sorrow. I invite you to bring that to the ring. Fight with the passion it inspires and leave it behind you. Sorrow is a healthy emotion, but left unchecked, it can fester and destroy your life. The same can be said of anger. Bring that to the ring, fight with the passion it inspires, and then leave it behind. Reconciliation is possible for each of you today. My wish for all of us is that we leave here with a new hope and a new clarity. For some of you, this is your first exchange. For some of you, this is a familiar experience. Regardless, I expect you to look at this with fresh eyes and a fresh perspective and learn as much as you can from it. I remind you to be on your best behavior today. Fight hard and fight well, but be aware of the referee and the seconds, and stop immediately when your opponent yields. Any unsportsmanlike conduct or blow that lands after the match is called will be dealt with harshly. Any fighting outside the ring will also be dealt with harshly. This is a reconciliation, not a brawl.
He paused to glare at everyone, even our side. I just nodded in agreement. All that sounded good to me.
I will not be yielding the fight for every scrape or bruise, but neither will I let the fight continue with a knockout or a broken bone.
He looked at both Sandy and Tyler, and they nodded in agreement.
Again, I wish for this to be a positive experience for both schools. So let's fight with passion and honor and see if we can part with an understanding of each other. Sandy?
He stepped back, motioning for her to say her piece.
I would like to thank you all for the unexpected opportunity today,
Sandy said in a firm yet diplomatic voice.
I have fought in battles before, but I have not had the opportunity to participate in something as structured and honorable as what we are attempting today. I don't think anyone in my house has. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Hill and echo his sentiment. Let us find peace through combat, and may we all leave here today better mages and better people.
She kept it short and simple. I liked it. Soon it would be time for my fists to be doing the talking.
T, are you ready?
I asked.
Of course,
he replied.
I'll make sure you are always ready. The entire grove is on high alert and standing by to assist you however is needed.
Thank you, T, I told him. Then I shifted my focus to Red.
Red, are you ready?
I'm ready. We're ready. We are so ready.
He was so excited he was almost repeating himself.
We got your back. We got your front. We got your top, your bottom, and even your itchy bits. You just knock 'em out and we'll take care of the home team.
I could feel the Hex network practically vibrating in excitement. I loved how enthusiastic they were, especially since they were protecting me.
Thank you, Red,
I said, and then focused back on the room again. Apparently Ken had said a few more things, and now it was time for introductions for the first match.
My youngest student today is Oliver.
Ken gestured towards a middle-aged man at the end of the first row.
He is only 2 years old, and he joined us last summer.
We all clapped as he got to his feet and made his way into the ring. He was fairly overweight, and he moved like his joints were a bit stiff. He was a big guy, though, a couple inches over 6 feet and at least 250 pounds.
My youngest resident today is Jason.
Sandy went next and motioned to me.
He is less than a year old and joined us a few months ago.
I got to my feet as everyone clapped and started to head into the ring. Then I thought about how my clothes seemed to get destroyed when I fought, and I quickly took off my shirt and threw it back to Annabeth. I thought about taking everything off, as I was low on underwear and shorts too, but that seemed a bit extreme for now. I walked through the openings in the 2 walls into the ring. I took a moment to look at the opposing team, and I was surprised to note that most of them looked supportive. I'm sure they were rooting for their guy, but it didn't look like they hated me or anything. Tyler called us both to the center and gave us his referee speech.
I expect both of you to do your best and for us to have a good, clean fight. Remember that you can stop the match at any time by calling yield. If you cannot speak, you can tap the floor or your opponent. Don't just tap once, keep tapping until I acknowledge you and stop the fight. Also, remember that both of the seconds can also call the fight.
He pointed to Sandy and Ken.
If they yield the match, then it is over, regardless of your own personal feelings. Do you both understand?
I understand, I said, looking up at Oliver. He was a big guy. I must seem like a little pipsqueak next to him. He looked nervous, though, like really nervous. If I had to guess, this was his first match, and he wasn't ready for it.
I understand, Oliver said. Then return to your side of the ring and face me, Tyler instructed. As I walked back to my side, Annabeth gave me a big, encouraging smile, and John sent me a double thumbs up. It hit me just how small our crew was, as Sandy was already in my corner as my second, and Tyler was the referee. I was almost back to my side when I saw Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles stroll into the gym. They were moving slowly and looked completely unconcerned. I guess Bermuda figured I had this. I reached my side, turned, and summoned my battle energy. Water filled my lower half for smooth movement and stability. Smoke filled my upper half, as nothing could hurt smoke. I summoned lightning for my blocks and punches. I settled into my pigeon stance, and waited. "Are you ready?" Tyler called, looking at me. "I'm ready," I replied firmly. "Are you ready?" Tyler asked Oliver. Oliver looked like he was going to wet his pants. "I'm ready," he said finally, as his school roared in support. "Fight!" Tyler declared, and stepped back. I stepped forward, and then stopped. I was curious to see what Oliver was going to do. He started waving his hands in a circle like he was a kung fu master trying to summon the wind. I could see magic starting to form and swirl, but it didn't look very powerful. He kept working at it, though, and eventually he yelled, "Fireball!" and thrust his hands at me. I relaxed, ready to dodge, but the only thing that reached me was a warm breeze. There was no fire and certainly no ball. I waited, alert and ready to go, but Oliver stepped back and smiled. He was finished. I stayed ready, as I couldn't believe Oliver was done. Finally, I had to accept the fact that the warm breeze was all he had. I was so shocked I wasn't sure what to do. Was this really what a normal 2-year-old mage was capable of? I looked at Ken to see if this was a joke, but he seemed pleased. They both were looking at me now to see what I was going to do. Holy freaking cow! That was it! No wonder the Grand Matron had said that my fight with Eugene was like a kitten beating up a tiger. I thought about what I was going to do. I needed to do something. I didn't have any splashy magic to defeat him with. On the other hand, punching him just seemed cruel. Suddenly, I had an idea. I turned to Annabeth. "Do you remember that time when we punched each other through a pair of phone books?" She nodded. "Do you still have them?" "Sure," she said cheerfully, hopping to her feet. "I'll go and get them." "Thank you," I called after her, and then turned to Oliver. "I can hit very hard," I said seriously. "I'd rather not punch you directly, as I would probably break something. Annabeth is going to get a couple of phone books you can hold to your chest, and I'll punch you through that. It shouldn't hurt, but you can feel what I'm capable of. If you decide to continue the match at that point, then we will fight for real. However, my hope is that you will yield and save yourself some recovery time." He seemed completely at a loss for words. He looked at me, looked at his teacher, looked back at me again. "We agreed to the slight delay," Ken spoke up, and Oliver looked relieved. I stood there, staying ready in case either one tried anything, but nothing happened. Annabeth returned sooner than I expected, and she had both of the old phone books with her. She handed them to me, and I made sure not to step out of the ring as I took them. I didn't want that to disqualify me somehow. I approached Oliver and handed them to him. "Put them both on your chest," I demonstrated to him. "Then brace yourself." He got into position, but his fingers were in the way. "You'll want to pull your fingers back," I told him. "If they get hit, they'll get hurt." He quickly moved them. "With your permission?" I bowed to him. I was being extra polite, as I wanted him to save as much face as possible. This was supposed to be his resolution, and I didn't want to pound him into the ground and be all mean about it. I then looked over at his teacher. "With your permission," I bowed again. They both nodded, so I summoned the lightning. I flowed forward and punched him in the middle of the phone books. Together, they were at least 3 inches thick, so he had a good amount of padding. On the other hand, they were pretty solid, so the shockwave of the blow moved through them easily. I still wasn't used to punching with my new rune yet, as he flew backward like he'd been kicked by a mule. He hit the wall of the ring, and for a moment he kept his feet, then his legs gave way, and he collapsed. Oh, crap. I hadn't meant to hit him that hard. He started gasping for air, and it quickly became obvious I'd knocked the breath out of him. I'd had that happen to me lots of times in the arena, and it can be a scary feeling. Your lungs don't work right for a moment, and it feels like you're suffocating. "We yield!" Ken yelled quickly, and ran over to help him. It took a few minutes, but Oliver got his breath back and finally got back on his feet. He was still shaky, so a couple of his friends ran over and helped him back to his place in the line. His eyes were wide as he gratefully sank down to the floor again. Everyone else was staring at me in shock. They were probably trying to reconcile my skinny frame and the amount of force I had generated with my punch. I just bowed to Ken, then bowed to his school, and left the ring. I went to my spot by Annabeth and sat down on the floor beside her. "Show off," she said playfully. "I wanted to make a good first impression," I smiled back. "Now it's your turn to charm 'em." Bermuda saw I had a lap open, so he sauntered over and cuddled up. I rubbed his ears and gave him kisses as the next match was introduced. "My next youngest student is Jared," Ken announced, motioning to a man beside Oliver. "He is 5 years old and also joined us last summer." Everyone clapped as he got to his feet and walked into the ring. He seemed a lot more assured than Oliver. He looked to be mid-20s, 6 feet, and around 200 pounds. "My next youngest resident, Annabeth," Sandy declared and waved at Annabeth. "She is also less than a year old and has been with us for several months. She is a grandmother and the happiest person you will ever meet. I warn you not to underestimate her, though." Annabeth bounced to her feet with a happy smile and waved to everyone as she walked into the ring. Her smile was so infectious that most of Ken's students smiled and waved back. Tyler called both of them to the center, gave them his speech about fighting well, and sent them back to their own sides. "Fight!" he called and stepped back. Jared started waving his arms like Oliver had, but this time his spell formed much quicker. "Force bolt!" he yelled, and then threw his magic at Annabeth. His bolt actually stayed together and looked a bit like a real piece of magic. It didn't have a chance of doing any damage, though, as Annabeth easily pigeon-stepped around it. She waited, like I had, to see if he was going to do something else, but that was it. That was all he had. I guess he was out of magic. They stared at each other for a few moments, and he didn't yield. "You seem like a nice guy, Jared," Annabeth told him. "But I'm going to save my magic for later. So let's do the phone books again, and you can decide if you want to fight me or not." Jared looked completely flabbergasted. He'd seen what skinny little me could do, but at least I was a guy. Here was a little grandmother telling him she was going to punch him out, and it was blowing his mind. She got the phone books, put them together, and generously helped him hold them correctly. "Ready, dear?" she asked sweetly. "Yes, ma'am," he replied. She followed my lead and looked over at Ken. "Are you ready, dear?" "Yes," he replied. And then he shook his head like he couldn't believe his eyes and was trying to refresh the scene. Boom! Annabeth key-eyed as she flashed into motion. Her punch hit Jared so hard he actually hit the wall of the ring and bounced forward again. She'd used her boom instead of her pow, so I guess she'd wanted to make a statement. Her message was received loud and clear as Jared spent the next several minutes learning how to breathe again and making sure his chest wasn't broken. When he finally staggered to his feet, he had his friends help him out of the ring. Annabeth smiled happily at everyone, gave them a nice bow, and came back to sit beside me. "Show off," I said playfully, echoing her earlier comment. I wanted to make a good first impression," she replied, echoing mine. I think you certainly did that, I laughed. They are scared of you now. The good news is that it's going to make our next several battles a lot easier. I didn't realize just how right I was. We continued working our way down the first line of students, and all of them demonstrated a small bit of magic. But then they were excited and eager to get hit through the phone books. It was like they couldn't believe our punches were real, and they just had to experience it for themselves. It seemed like the women were anxious to get hit by me, and a few of them flirted the whole way through the match. The men all wanted to get hit by Annabeth. Getting leveled by a little granny totally made their day. I say all the men wanted Annabeth, but 2 of them wanted to get hit by me. One was a big guy that wanted to experience getting hit as hard as possible. The other was a cute gay guy, and he flirted with me the whole time. He also couldn't stop looking at my abs. I made sure to slowly bend over and pick up something from the floor to give him a match and a show. Tyler just rolled his eyes at my display, but he was trying not to laugh. I angled myself so he got a good view, and then picked up something for him too. I was being a little naughty, but it was so fun. Annabeth and I had a wonderful time with the whole first row, and they seemed to enjoy their matches with us as well. It really helped their mood when John left for a while and then came back with a bunch of homemade brews. We soon created a flow where they got punched, recovered, and then got a nice cold beer when they sat down. A couple of mages in the other 2 rows asked for beer, but John said they had to have their match first. It was pure genius, because it soon became clear they couldn't wait to get their fight over with. When we started on the second row, the tenor of the matches changed a bit. We started facing mages that were over 30 years old, and they had real magical capacity and experience in using it. They weren't content to just throw a spell, get hit, and get a beer. They wanted a real match. So, Annabeth and I gave it to them. I still didn't feel like I was in danger, so I let them throw their spells and have their moment. If I thought it would ruin my clothes, I dodged the spell. If not, I let it hit me so I could test Red and the Hex Network. Red was having a ball and wanted to take on all the spells. I told him he would probably have plenty of fun once we started on the back row. Once we fought a bit, I let the mage decide if they wanted to get hit through the phone books or go for real. I had a few mages that thought they could handle it, and they wanted me to hit them for real. I didn't want to really hurt them, so I punched their arms a time or 2, and they quickly surrendered. The whole event soon had a party feel. The beer was flowing, and people were laughing and talking. John left our side of the ring and sat down with the mages who had already fought. Now they didn't have to worry about fighting him, and he was handing out beer. He didn't seem as intimidating anymore. Once the ice was broken, Annabeth and I followed his lead and got to know the school between our fights. They seemed like a nice group of people, and we were invited multiple times to come up to Cincinnati and spend some time with them. Everything was going well, until we started fighting the mages in the back row. Then the party came to a screeching halt. Chapter 10. The Back Row. "Excuse me, everybody!" the first mage in the back yelled when it was his time to fight. It wasn't a nice, polite "excuse me." It was more the tone a dad would use when he's getting ready to scold someone. Most of the other mages quieted down and gave him their attention. Some of them ignored him, though, and kept right on talking. "Excuse me!" he hollered again, glaring at the talkers. This time, everyone shut up and looked at him. "This is a serious event, people, not a party," he continued to glare at everyone, including John. "Some of us fought and died to defend the honor of this school. Some of us fought and are at home right now, lying in bed and still paying the price for our participation. I will not have their sacrifices be in vain." He seemed to be speaking for the rest of the students that were waiting to fight, as they nodded in agreement and looked around fiercely as well. I guess that made sense, as the mages that had attacked our house had probably been the senior mages in the school. The beginners would have stayed home or just been in a supporting role. The mages in the final row were probably the ones that really needed the reconciliation, and not the ones we'd fought so far.
I understand that you need experience. I understand that most of you are just learning how to throw a few spells. But our performance so far has been pathetic.
He paused to let his words hang in the air. Most of the mages we'd fought stayed quiet and just looked at the ground.
You have been fighting 2 mages that are less than a year old.
He glared at everyone.
Less than a year old,
he repeated in disbelief.
We came here to fight him.
He pointed at John.
He's the one that killed our friends. He's the one that is our enemy, and I will not leave here until he's fought and paid for his actions.
The other mages in the back row rumbled in agreement.
And I will not be bought off by a bottle of beer.
His face became a deeper red, and he looked absolutely furious.
As of now, this pussyfooting stops.
He pointed at both me and Annabeth.
You've had your fun, but this is where you get off.
He pointed at me.
I will fight you, and you will lose.
He then turned and pointed at Annabeth.
Then I will fight you, and you will lose too. I won't hold back, so expect to get hurt. I am angry, but I tell you this with honor so you can be prepared to yield. John, I also tell you this with honor so you may prepare for our match. I may lose to you today, but know that the rest of us are coming for you.
He finished, and for a moment, the whole place was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. John didn't look angry. Instead, he seemed serious and a little sad. I was fighting next, so I jumped into the silence. Thank you for your warning, sir, I told him. I called him sir because I couldn't remember his name. Your honor is intact. I will treat you as a true opponent, and I will come for you with everything I have as well. I looked at the rest of the mages in the back row and addressed them. Does this mage speak for the rest of you? Are you now going to fight your hardest to beat us?
It's been a shit show up till now,
one of the other mages said.
We've had more flirting and drinking than fighting. But playtime is over.
The other mages in the back row indicated a solid agreement with nods and some shouting yes.
Jason, you've done well for yourself, and your school should be proud of you. However, we are getting serious now, and you are out of your league.
The other mage was still talking.
Annabeth, you also have done well for yourself. You are a woman and a grandmother, so under normal conditions, I would never lay a finger on you. However, at this level of competition, the women are treated the same as the men. So this cute act you have going on will not work for you anymore.
I also thank you for your warnings,
Annabeth replied firmly.
And I hear you loud and clear. Playtime is over. From now on, I will treat you all as hostile opponents and take you down fast and hard.
That got a reaction. The thought of little Annabeth taking them down fast and hard must have seemed ludicrous to them. Most of them laughed and exchanged incredulous looks. I thought Annabeth might be upset, but she just smiled sweetly at them and turned to John.
John, it looks like they're here to fight you. Do you want us to yield so you can fight? It's only fair that you get to have some fun too.
She said it loud enough so everyone in the room could hear.
Annabeth, you are so thoughtful,
John said loudly, playing along.
I appreciate the opportunity, but my beer is still cold, and I'm enjoying my time with my new friends. Why don't you and Jason take these guys out, and we'll all cheer you on?
I really appreciated the mage spouting off a bit. If I'd still been treating this like a fun game and he'd come at me seriously, I might have gotten hurt. Since he'd given me a warning, though, it was time to bring out my battle creations. I started with my flashers. There was something about a bright flash of light that really threw people off, and most mages couldn't fight without their sight. Next, I made a basher. These guys might have shield charms, and if so, the Basher could use that against them. I hadn't faced anyone with a shield charm so far, but the back row was supposed to be the heavy hitters. I still had 10 surfers, so that should be enough. I called everyone close and gave them their orders.
Basher, check to see if they have shield charms for me when we start the match. If they do, that will change the way I fight. Other than that, just hold back and don't trigger their shields unless I'm in trouble. Flashers, just hold back for now. I'd rather keep you all as a surprise. Surfers, be on the lookout for any ranged magic. I doubt any of these mages can shoot like Eugene, but you never know. If they do start shooting something, just nudge it out of the way. Does everyone understand?
The Basher gave a ground pound and then zoomed off into the air. The Flashers gave a little twinkle and followed him. The dudes gave me a thumbs up and surfed away. My team was in place. The back row had been posturing a bit more while I made my creations, but now it was time to see what they had. I walked into the ring for the next match, and Ken reintroduced the mage that had started all this.
Our next contestant is Jeff. He is 56 years old and has been with our school for many years. He was also a participant in the battle, although he was mainly in a supporting role and escaped any serious injury.
Jeff stepped into the ring and bounced on his feet for a moment, staying warmed up. He was only a bit taller than me and about 30 pounds heavier. From what I could see, he moved well and seemed to be in great shape. That was confirmed when he whipped off his shirt and threw it out of the ring. He had lots of heavy, powerful muscles and just enough body fat to provide a bit of protection without slowing him down. I also saw he had a shield charm on a cord around his neck. That was certainly nice to know. He threw a few punches in the air and then grinned at me. His punches were professional, smooth and not overextended. His fists looked solid, too. This guy was used to fighting.
Get ready to yield,
he called out. Jeff was going all out, and I'd be a fool not to go all out, too. I looked over at Bermuda. He was standing up, and his ears were alert. I felt our connection and sent an image of what I needed. He sent an image back, and suddenly I was in the alley again. The full moon shone in the sky, the students were the alley cats, and they were there to bear witness. Jeff was my enemy. I would destroy him. I hissed at him, and he bared his teeth back. It was on. Tyler said something about a nice clean fight, but we just stared at each other. I doubted Jeff would stand by that rule, and neither would I if pushed to it.
I'm gonna stomp you into the ground, he growled. Go to your side and yield right now. If you don't, I'm gonna fuck you up and make you my bitch. You're gonna know what it means to be hit by a real man.
A cruel smile cut across his face.
Maybe you'll even like it.
I was still in the alley, so I didn't answer him. My fist would do all the talking I needed. I just walked to my side and turned to face him.
Fight!
Tyler yelled, and Jeff quickly summoned a pair of batons. This guy had a shield charm, and he could manifest weapons. He really was a higher class of fighter than I'd faced here today. He started to move towards me as my Basher swooped in and triggered his shield. He did it right when Jeff was mid-step, so he froze and fell on his face. I already knew he had a shield, but the Basher was doing what I'd asked, and it was funny as hell. I moved towards him, ready to punch the crap out of him when he got up. Instead, he lunged at me from the ground and got his arms around my legs. Oh, shit. This guy was a grappler. Tyler hadn't taught me how to grapple yet. I knew enough to fall backwards and stay on my back. If he got me on my stomach, he could get me in a chokehold and this fight would be over. I'd seen MMA fights before, and grapplers are no joke. They could lock up your arm and leg and end a fight in seconds. I didn't know enough techniques to stay on the ground with him, but I did know I couldn't pause and give him a moment to get set. If he got in the right position on top of me, then he could use his superior strength, reach, and weight to control the fight. So, I started using my main weapon, punching, to just pound the crap out of him. I was on my back, so I couldn't bring my normal power to bear, but I had two excellent advantages. The relax and tense on contact technique only required a few inches to work. That gave me explosive power that was far greater than natural strength could provide. I also had my new force rune, and that was also allowing me to bring a whole new level of hurt. Jeff's shield charm kicked in, protecting him against my first blow. He had a bit of room inside his shield, and unfortunately, it was enough for him to settle into position on top of me. My blows drained his shield charm, and that's when he did what any good grappler would. He hunkered down, waiting for me to tire out. He wrapped his arms around my waist, buried his head in my stomach, and settled in to wait me out. There was only one problem with his strategy. I wasn't going to wear out. Tianus Grove had given me an amazing body, and I could go all day. I wrapped my legs around him so he couldn't flip me over, targeted both sides of his head, and let him have it. My punches bothered him as they rocked his head a bit, but not as much as I wanted, so I had the idea of switching my attack to his shoulders. The way we were angled, I had great access to the tops of his shoulders, and I had more leverage than hitting his head. I'd seen MMA fighters try this before, but it usually didn't work. The shoulders have quite a bit of muscle, and they can take a lot of abuse. MMA fighters wear gloves, so the force of their blows is spread over a larger area, which keeps any shoulder blows from really penetrating their opponent's body. I wasn't wearing gloves, though, so my blows were doing just fine. I summoned the lightning and beat the crap out of his muscles. He held strong, but I didn't let up, and it was almost a full minute before I felt his shoulders start to soften. Encouraged, I called up fire to go with the lightning and increased my punching speed. Then, a wonderful thing happened. The mark of the deep earth liked my fire, and I started to feel the power of stone merging with my fists. My fists seemed to get even harder, and my punches began penetrating deeper. Jeff started howling. I wasn't sure if it was anger or agony, and he started scrambling to get away from me. I let him go because I wanted to get on my feet too. I rolled backwards and quickly got to my feet as he did the same. He began to resummon his batons, but I wasn't about to let him get set up again. He'd pissed me off, talked down to Annabeth, and had tried to take me out on the ground. He needed to go down. He needed to go down now. I pigeon-stepped towards him, closing in on his angles. He was so focused on forming his batons, he didn't keep me in front of him like he should have. I hit him from the side, and he had no defense. My fist danced up and down his ribs, tearing him up and making sure he wouldn't be a threat to me or Annabeth for a long time. Then I clocked the side of his head and knocked him out on his feet. "Yield!" Ken cried as I stepped back and let Jeff fall to the ground. Ken ran to help Jeff as I stepped to their side of the ring and stared at the mages I still had left to fight. I felt the chill of the alley, the call of the full moon. It was kill or be killed, the law of any jungle. My claws would shred their flesh. My teeth would taste their blood. I would leave them broken, and the rest would bear witness. Bermuda felt my power, my passion, and he screamed. It was loud, vicious, and said exactly what I wanted to say. They would have their reconciliation, and I'd take the price out on their flesh. The back row mages flinched, and suddenly nobody wanted to meet my eyes. I hissed and turned away, only to find Ken kneeling over Jeff's unconscious form. He glared at me accusingly, and I stepped towards him. Screw the format! I'd shred him right now! Bermuda screamed again, and my face must have conveyed what I was capable of right then as Ken pulled back. Then Tyler was there, standing between us, soothing hand on my arm, murmuring soft words of calm and comfort, gently leading me to my side of the ring. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and let it out. I was not in the alley. Deep breath. I was not fighting for my life. Deep breath. I was not fighting Eugene. I was not going to be maimed and killed. I was not fighting for the survival of my house. Deep breath. Tyler was here. Sandy was here. This was an exchange of reconciliation. I was okay. I opened my eyes, and I was back again. I nodded at Tyler to let him know I was okay. Then I walked out of the ring and sat beside Bermuda. He was arched up, fuzzed up, and still growling. Mr. Tubbles was right beside Bermuda, and he was spitting mad too. His one good eye glared at the other mages, and the fur he still had bristled with indignation. I leaned over and rubbed them both until they calmed down a bit. Ken recruited a few students from his school to drag Jeff out of the ring, and one of them started working on healing him. Sandy had a quick conversation with Ken, then she pulled out her new revamped healing charm and gave Jeff a few healing passes of her own. I just settled into a calmer space and let it all happen. I didn't want to completely unwind, as I still had several more fights to go. My crew let me have a bit of alone time, which was exactly what I needed. Once everything got sorted out, Annabeth was up next. "Paul is next," Ken said, as the next mage in line walked into the ring. "He's 61 years old and is working his way up the tournament ladder at the moment. He's been with one other school before mine, and he provides a well-rounded perspective." Paul bowed to Annabeth and then gave her a serious look. "I know what just happened, and I'm prepared to fight to the best of my ability, and I expect to beat you. If you get hurt, that is on you. Be prepared to yield." Annabeth just bowed back, and when the match started, she set him on fire. Well, she set his shield on fire, and he screamed like a little boy. I guess Annabeth learned that trick from Sandy. He was trying to pull himself together and summon some sort of magic weapon when his shield fell, and Annabeth boom-punched him. Ken was already yelling, "Yield," as Paul bounced off the wall of the ring and fell to the ground. Annabeth turned, walked over, and sat beside me, as Ken and his healer hurried over to take care of Paul. "How are you doing?" she asked. "You were looking kind of scary for a moment there." "I'm fine now," I told her. I got into my alley cat mindset, as I wasn't sure just how hard they could fight. These last mages are certainly a lot more serious. It's almost like they want to get their asses whipped. Annabeth thought for a second. "I think you're right," she said. "And it makes sense. If their friends fought against a powerful opponent and lost, that seems worthy. If they just got unlucky, though, and died or got hurt fighting a crappy school, that would really suck. It would be like a regular high school facing the worst team in basketball and losing. I guess, in a way, they are here to see just how powerful we are. They want us to give it all we have and prove their school didn't lose to a loser." She reached over and held my hand in support. I squeezed her hand, and she squeezed me back. We sat together for a moment, finding comfort with each other and watching as Sandy added her healing to help Paul. "You know, I just realized that all the mages in the back row are guys," I said. "Do they not have any female older mages?" Annabeth snorted. "I'm sure they do, but they probably have a lot more sense than to come all the way out here and fight for reconciliation. I'll bet anything that the women are back in Cincinnati making sure the school doesn't collapse in their absence." I grinned at her. "I'm sure you're right. It seems like girls always have a lot more sense than the boys." "Of course," she grinned back. "Just the way Mother Nature intended." They got Paul back on his feet and helped him out of the ring. Now it was my turn to fight again. "My next oldest student is Edward," Ken announced. "He is also fighting in tournaments, and he's ranked top 20 in his division in our city. I'm sure we are all looking forward to seeing how well he does today." Edward was skinny and fast, like me. He had a shield charm, and his choice of weapon was an axe. I thought that was an excellent choice, as it could be used defensively by blocking or hooking a weapon, or offensively with its bladed edge or bluntly like a baton. The axe itself had a reasonable amount of detail, and he was able to stuff it full of power. I liked his weapon, but what really impressed me was his ranged ability. He shot little force bolts that were the size of marbles. Those little suckers traveled fast, and without Red and the Hex network, I would have had a serious bruise. In his opening attack, he surprised me with a hit on the side. I felt it coming, and I dodged, but I wasn't quick enough to escape completely. Red took care of it, though, and all I felt was a gentle pressure. After that, the Surfer swooped in and nudged the rest of his shots away from me. I pigeon-stepped across the arena as fast as possible, and when I was close, my Basher triggered a shield and shut him down. Once he was within reach, I grabbed his axe and took it away from him. He looked shocked, but quickly summoned another one. I took that one away too. Then his shield charm ran out of power, and he could move again. Edward tried to fight hand-to-hand with me, but I was faster, stronger, and I had my force rune powering my punches. Plus, he didn't know anything about relax and tense on contact, so his blocks didn't have any explosive power behind them. I landed a few punches and shut him down quickly. Afterward, I went back to my spot on my side of the ring and made sure Annabeth was ready to fight next, while I snuggled Bermuda and Mr. Tubbles. Between Sandy, Ken, and the healer from their school, they got Edward mostly patched up and out of the ring again. That's pretty much how the matches continued. The back row mages got a bit older and a bit more experienced, but there wasn't a big jump in power. All of them could manifest weapons, and we fought against swords, staffs, batons, and even a spiked version of brass knuckles. None of them were as detailed as Edward's axe, though, so we didn't have any problems. As far as ranged attacks, we faced a few fireballs and force bolts, and one guy tried to imitate the force marbles. None of them were great, however, and it didn't stress Annabeth's shield or my own. Basically, the fights were excellent real-world experience, just like Tyler had said. Neither one of us was running out of magic. Even though we'd had a crap ton of matches, we'd mostly relied on our physical attacks to finish fights. Annabeth really enjoyed setting their shields on fire and hearing them shriek, so she'd used more magic than me, but she was still doing okay. I used the Basher on every match to lock my opponent down and let me get close, but other than that, I didn't use my soul creations very much. I didn't use my flashers at all, so I kept them as a surprise in case this whole thing really went sideways. Annabeth was right. It seemed like the back row mages appreciated getting the crap knocked out of them. Go figure. Other than my first two matches, I was able to deal with the rest of them with a minimal amount of damage. I usually got in one good body shot for them to remember me by, and one head punch to knock them out. John stayed on the other side and continued to be our diplomatic ambassador to the rest of the school. He did a fantastic job and kept any bad feelings from developing. It seemed like he'd managed to convince everyone that these senior students were getting exactly what they'd asked for and what they needed. The best thing the younger mages could do was to cheer for the contestants when they stepped into the ring and have a toast to their health when they were dragged out. Annabeth fought the last mage on the last row, and it was a bit anticlimactic. He didn't even put up that good of a fight. Once the students were finished, it was time for the teachers to fight, which meant we were going to see Ken take on Sandy. John was obviously going to be Sandy's second, but there was a bit of delay while Ken's school tried to figure out who was going to be his second. All of his senior mages were still laid out on the floor recovering. Sandy took that opportunity to come over and have a quick chat with us. "Well, I don't think that turned out the way their school thought it was going to go," she said lightly.
They weren't ready to deal with all this granny power,
Annabeth declared, and did her Hulk smash imitation.
No, they certainly weren't, Sandy laughed. Tyler's theory of mixing mage powers with natural training has certainly proven itself today. They relied on nothing but magic, and you both kicked their asses. I can't wait for Tyler to start really training me, too. He's got me working on one thing at the moment, but I want more. A lot more.
So, how are you going to handle Ken? I asked. It's probably not a good idea to roast him over lava like you did with Victor. I have something new I want to try out, Sandy replied, eagerly. You know how I told you at the gathering that I couldn't manifest a weapon? And that I just used fire to take out their shields and weapons? I nodded. Well, check this out, she said proudly, and showed us a new addition to her charm bracelet. It was a miniature version of John's shillelagh. I woke up last night, and I still had a bit of a buzz. John was sleeping, but I suddenly felt restless and got up to move around a bit. I saw his shillelagh, so I picked it up and started practicing with it. I thought about what you said, Jason, about wanting to have a summoned weapon with as much detail as it does in real life. Then I thought about what you'd done with my charm and creating a template. Then I thought, why not put them together? She was so excited, she actually hopped up and down. It was nice seeing her this excited and happy. So this morning, I had John make an exact miniature replica of the shillelagh. He made it out of silver, which is a softer metal, for testing. If it works the way I want today, then I'll get him to coat it in steel. Anyway, I filled it with magic, like I did for the glass, but I didn't use enough to burn it. Then I cast through it, like I would if it was a rune, and used it as a template for my weapon. She grabbed our hands, and I found myself bouncing with her. It worked, Jason! It freaking worked! I've always wanted to manifest a real weapon, and now I can! I'm sure the other side thought we were crazy, but we didn't care. We laughed with joy and did a group happy dance. Do you think this would work for me? Annabeth asked breathlessly. I just figured if you couldn't summon a weapon, there wasn't any way I could, especially because I can only hear magic. You've already made healing runes from a template, Sandy replied, so I don't see why not. Annabeth gave a squee, and we did another group happy dance. One of the students cleared his throat loudly to get our attention. Then he gestured to the ring to show they were ready to begin. Good luck! Annabeth exclaimed, giving Sandy her trademark happy hug. You don't need it, but good luck anyway, I said, and gave Sandy a big hug of my own. Sandy gave us both a big grin, then she got her game face on. She stepped up to the ring and indicated she was ready to begin. Introducing our esteemed teacher, Ken Hill, the student who was acting as his second declared loudly. All of his students that were conscious clapped loudly and cheered as he stepped into the ring. He is 106 years old, and he's been a tournament champion at our Cincinnati City Games. He's currently ranked in the top 10 in the tri-state area. He's always had a few students, but he officially founded the school and began to expand it over 50 years ago. Currently, we have over 200 students, and we are one of the largest schools in the city. His second paused and looked lost for a moment. I think he'd run out of things to say, and he wasn't sure how to finish this. Most importantly, he's a nice guy and a good teacher, he said, and then bowed and went to his corner. Ken just laughed, thanked him, and waved to his students. Then he turned and waved to us. Everyone clapped and cheered, and we both did as well. I could fully support nice guys and good teachers. Ken went over to his side of the ring as John stepped forward. I'd like to introduce Sandy, he said as she stepped into the ring. She's got a lot of titles and she's done a lot of things, but here's what you need to know about her. If you're on her bad side, you better watch out. She's fiercely creative and a stubborn opponent. You're gonna wish you had never pissed her off. If you're on her good side, though, you'll never have a more loyal, more supportive, and loving friend. She will move mountains to make sure you are okay, and creation itself bends to her will. On top of that, she's as beautiful as the morning sunrise. She cooks with enough passion to keep even a big guy like me happy. She's got a laugh that makes you smile, and she's warm like the earth herself. She is the captain of our house, and we couldn't ask for a better person. He paused, gazing at her with pure love and adoration. Sandy was giving him all the love right back. Then their looks turned a bit steamy, and I thought we might have to clear the room. John recovered, though, and quickly finished his introduction.
Anyway, I bid you welcome Lady Kickass herself, Sandy Felton.
It wasn't the best speech, but it was the most real, and everyone cheered and clapped. Sandy gave their side a wave and a bow. We got a wave too, but she also added a wink. Sandy was clearly very excited about her match. Tyler brought them to the center and gave them his short talk about having a good fight. Then he sent them back to their sides.